Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto had a night harem with Kimiko? Movie. Tanzaku-gai was a city of vice, always had and always would be. It was a place of gambling, drinking and whoring, a place for human desires to seek satisfaction only to find a craving for even more in the next drink, in the next slot machine or card table, in the next scantily clad woman. Certainly it was a place of great joy for many, and certainly there were those who managed their desires at least somewhat, coming here for a few drinks and a session or two at the card tables and being content with that. Yet for all too many it was an addiction, a pounding addiction for ever more pleasure. People standing by the machines and the tables with eyes glowing with hunger, or glazed over by the bars, or indeed in the alleys where they drank themselves into a stupor, or at the whorehouses where some whores had managed to gain several obsessive admirers that needed to be thrown out by force. And where the insane hunger reigned, organized crime reigned. Tanzaku-gai was a city of crime. Not the crime that mugged people at knife point, though there was no shortage of that as well. The crime that scammed people at the tables and threw them out when they objected, that mixed roofies into the drinks in return for being allowed to record what the buyer was going to do with his victim, that pushed people to gamble away their entire lives and clasp them in fetters as indentured servants. Pleasure, money and lives was the trade of Tanzaku-gai, all these being things the crime syndicates thrived in. Anyone who claimed the syndicates were about brotherhood, honor, or simply protecting your home were either deluded or lying. Whatever purposes the syndicates had started out for, they were nexuses of greed, fear and powerlust only. They were places where people were used up by their overlords and made to serve through money, as well as large amounts of hot air about loyalty and terrifying examples made of all that didn't obey. Cults formed around rapacious greed rather than manic worship of some deity, with utter control being wielded by those at the top in both cases. Like with the now departed Gado, money was king, and what money couldn't buy, violence cowed. This was the true nature of Tanzaku-gai, a fetid carbuncle hidden behind a facade of lights and levity. A rainstorm had drawn in over the city, making a brave, but futile, attempt to quell the perverse high spirits of the city. The droplets struck the roads and rooftops with a pitter-patter mirroring that of the feet inside the casinos, bars and whorehouses, as well as on the roads outside as people hurried between these. Through these streets a small group of people were walking at the moment, their steps carrying none of the brisk eagerness or desperate hurry of everyone around them. Dressed in wide, hooded ponchos, they were walking down the road steadily, almost ominously. The middle figure of the trio looked up towards a street sign that hung on the corner, brow furrowing before she turned left, with the other two following her down it. Their steps took them through the rain and into a more ominous part of the city of Tanzaku-gai, beyond the glittering facade and towards the seedy underbelly. The roads they came onto were not a tenth as lively as before. Some stores could be seen here or there, as well as some smaller, run-down gambling establishments. Yet the biggest and most noticeable feature was the three-story building further down the street. Despite the relatively unremarkable construction, the way it seemed to spread out where it lay was easy to see. This was a house that had taken its place, the builders knocking down whatever got in the way. The sign hanging outside only made it even clearer what this was. Tanzu Group Headquarters, the sign said, marking this place as the headquarters of one of Tanzaku-gai's oldest and most vicious syndicate. The three figures came to a halt there, staring up at the sign for a second. This is it. The second of the three figures acts, his male voice breaking through the almost oppressive silence that had come with the rain. Tanzu Group. The third figure said. Has to be. They wouldn't have a decoy headquarters, they're too arrogant for that. Let's do this, the first figure said, now walking up straight towards the door and opening it with a rough shove. It is important to keep in mind here what these buildings represented to the average man. This place was a place of dark power, the seat of a criminal emperor that shied no means to keep his power and who gladly killed just to make a point.
This figure walked straight in, shoving the door open without any kind of hesitation. The either brave or insane action caught the attention of the thugs in the smoke-filled foyer, several tattooed men looking up in surprise as the trio entered. Some had been playing shogi, a few had been reading a magazine, and others been sitting around talking. The intrusion drew all their eyes to the door, however, shock and anger visible on their faces as they scrambled to their feet.
The L you think you doin', eh? A large, scarred man yelled as he stood up, coming over with a hand on his sword. He was a piece of work indeed, with tattoos visible at the neckline and wrists under his yukata and towering at least a foot above the three intruders. He blocked the way for them, his entire body language showing his aggression and censored arrogance. "Get out of my way," the girl at the front of the group said, her face turning into a slight sneer as she looked at the man. "I'm here to see your boss, and I'm already in a bad enough mood that you don't want to push me further," she told him. The thug didn't listen, sadly, and after a second of shocked indignation he reached to pull out his sword. And yet, the girl stepped forward, slamming her palm towards the pommel of the sword to keep it there, her other hand shooting up to punch him in the cheek before she bent her now raised arm to bring her elbow into the man's solar plexus. The blow hit the diaphragm and the man collapsed like a wet rag onto the floor as the girl began to walk by him, stepping over the man's now curled up body as she headed for the door. Another thug called out now, many of them reaching for their weapons, yet the third of the three figures raised his hood a little now, revealing what was beneath the hood. His face, as well as the forehead protector he wore, became visible. It was a forehead protector with a stylized leaf upon it. "Try it, tadpoles," he told them with an amused voice. "Just try it. It won't help, but try it." He smirked, looking at the thugs as he reached into his clothes for something. In that instant, all the bluster vanished from the thugs and they shrunk away, anger replaced with fear. Only one of them, a young man who had fresh meat written all of him, didn't back down. "Don't you look down on the Tanzu Grow," he began before an older man pulled him back and placed a hand over his mouth. "Pardon us, Shinobi-sama," the older thug said now, bowing and pushing the younger man to bow as well. "I'll personally bring you before the boss," he added before whispering to the young man. "They're shinobi, you idiot. If they want to they can kill us all." The younger thug went pale now, his bravado vanishing as fast as that of his seniors. He withdrew quickly, the three intruders now pulling back their hoods. "That was easy," the third figure said as his short brown hair came into view. Sarutobi Konohamaru smirked as he said this, looking at the thugs. "Would I step out of line if I suggested more diplomacy from now on?" Uchiha Sasuke asked as he pulled back his hood as well. Compared to Konohamaru he seemed much like he had 3 years ago, only having grown taller and more mature. He looked to his teammate with a dry look on his face. "Just bring us to your boss, will you?" Namikaze Kimiko said as she pulled back her hood as well. Her eyes were narrowed, focused and not the least amused. She looked at the thugs that now were slowly backing off with neither amusement nor dispassionate watchfulness, rather with contempt. Whatever childish roundness had been on her face had largely vanished and been replaced with a lean teenager's build. The whisker-like marks were still there, as were the short hair and the eye color. But the eyes were different, much different. Compared to the Kimiko of 3 years ago, it was hard to see that it was the same person. The eyes had hardened, lost their vibrant, wide-eyed intensity and instead gotten the dull gleam of steel in them. The intimidated thug nodded and hurriedly escorted them out of the foyer and deeper into the large compound. He led them up to the 3rd floor and deep into the building, past room after room, many with activity of all kinds inside them, from what seemed like small parties to outright business meetings. In the end they came up to a large sliding door, guarded by 2 ronin who only reluctantly stepped to the side to allow them inside. They were shown into a massive room inside which the leader of the Tanzu group was sitting. The man in question was in his 60s, a wiry, worn man with a wrinkled face, hard eyes and a mouth perpetually locked in a displeased scowl. Dressed in a yukata, he was sitting on a pillow in front of a table, seemingly having been in the middle of composing a letter. His pale green eyes turned to stare at the trio of shinobi that entered the room, narrowing as they fell on them. "I didn't think you Konoha shinobi were given to dealing with my kind," he said with a hard, lifeless voice. "Especially not the little princess of Konoha. To what do I owe the honor of having Namikaze Kimiko herself visit me?" he asked, a sarcastic drawl in his voice. Kimiko entered the room, as did her companions, and they closed the door behind them. Kimiko walked up to the man, standing in front of him as she spoke. "You're sheltering someone," she said, going straight for the business at hand. "I want to meet that person. You can do whatever you want with him after that, but I want to meet him." The old man behind the table narrowed his eyes a little more at this and slowly put away the brush he had been using, clasping his hands in front of himself and looking up at her. "And why, pray tell, should I indulge such a request?" he asked. "You've given me no reason to do so. On the contrary, you barge into my home, threaten and indeed beat up my men, and now you make demands out of me. If you want something of me, you're doing a very poor job of getting it." Kimiko glared down at him now, eyes narrowing for her as well as she slowly bared her teeth. How about, she began now, that if you don't, I'm going to raze this place to the ground and have you worked over with genjutsu until you squeal. If she had intended to be intimidating, it seemed she had failed, for the old man only smiled wryly. That's not how this works, he told her. If you want something off someone, it's common courtesy to offer something in return. While you shinobi tend to deal in violence, surely you're not unfamiliar with that concept. He acts. Kimiko baring her teeth now. Your life, she said. The continued existence of your extortion and gambling ring, and that you'll keep that person when I'm done. Sounds like a decent deal for me. If you're so well informed of everything, you should know what I'm capable of. Little girl, the old man said now with a contempt-filled voice. I've been in this business since before your father was born. You might be a Jinchuriki, but I did not get to where I am now by being a pushover myself. But go ahead then, he said. Tear down this place, and let all of Fire Country buzz with the rumors of how the Hokage lets his daughter run loose, destroying whatever she pleases. I'm quite sure the daimyo would take exception to have entire city blocks randomly demolished by the shinobi that ostensibly are subordinate to him. He smiled now, evilly, and looked up at Kimiko without the least anxiety. Kimiko only smiled, however, staring down the man now as a tremor started going through the air. Her eyes slowly changed color, the pupils stretching out upwards and downwards to form into slits. She smiled, showing off her teeth, which were slowly growing sharper and sharper as the almost palpable sensation of pure blood thirst filled the room. An ancient, rage-filled hatred flooded the room, drenching everyone inside it in its choking miasma, and Kimiko's eyes locked straight onto the man, staring him down with all the force and terror of an ancient demon pouring out of her. Is that you giving me permission? She asks, her voice reverberating with the force, the potency and the sheer hatred of the ancient Kyuubi no Kitsune, all of it focused on the man in front of her. The man, who had been staring her down with a contempt-filled sneer, had now broken into a cold sweat. His hands were beginning to tremble and his breathing became quicker. Kimiko lashed out now, grabbing him by the clothes and pulling him in. Do you remember when you were little? She asked with a growl as she stared him down. The monster under your bed. The thing you couldn't escape, that you cowered before. I am that monster, and it doesn't matter what you are. Give me what I want and I leave, otherwise, I will eat you. Her last words made the entire room shake. The man trembled still, staring in fear into the eyes of terror itself as it held him, giving him no quarter, no escape, no way to avoid it but to submit. So he did, nodding frantically now and scurrying away when Kimiko let go of him. All his dignity was lost. The man cowed into obedience by primal horror. Kimiko towered above him, and even as the man got up, standing taller than the young girl, he was subjugated with raw force. Konohamaru and Sasuke, who both had been standing silently by the door, exchanged a single glance as Kimiko followed the man out of the room, right behind him. If he had thought that he could make the shinobi stand down, he had not counted on just how far Kimiko was ready to go. The aged man led Kimiko out of the room and down the stairs again, this time heading into the basement. The young kunoichi had lost the bestial appearance but not the ruthless determination in her eyes. None of them said anything as they got to the basement, where the old man pulled a small, hidden lever in the doorway which made a secret, heavy door open in the wall, a section of the wall rising to reveal a corridor beyond, a large, long corridor disappearing into the darkness. He is down there, the man said, looking back at Kimiko, who only shook his head. You're going as well, she said, fixing him with her glare. She moved to block the entrance out of the basement, giving the man no option but to obey unless he was planning to take her on. Gritting his teeth, the man slowly turned around and began down the hallway. Konohamaru and Sasuke were a few meters behind her and looked at her back now. Think this'll work? Konohamaru asked Sasuke. Will this defector really spill? Won't envy him if he doesn't, Sasuke muttered as they began after Kimiko. Neither of them envied the crime boss. Though he was a vile man, he was also the victim of 3 years of pent-up impatience that now reached a boiling point. After 3 long years, the first trace of damn near anything concerning the Akatsuki had appeared, and Kimiko had pounced on the clue with her fangs out. Their teammate was going to tear down earth and sky, and the man that now began into the corridor was caught right in her path. Kimiko followed him into the corridor with Sasuke and Konohamaru only a couple of meters behind her. Then the man looked back at them for a second before lashing a hand out to the side, slamming a hand into the wall and pushing a secret button. In a split second, the massive steel door that had hidden the corridor slammed down between Kimiko and her teammates. A loud bang echoed through the entire level, Kimiko looking back in surprise and finding only a thick metal wall behind her. As her eyes left the old crime boss, however, the man reached into his clothes and took out a kunai. The distance between them was bridged in a second and Kimiko, still turned away, didn't see the man as he slashed towards her neck with a speed that made him turn into a blur. The knife dove towards her, seemingly about to impact, yet only a split second before impacting with her the neck moved away. Kimiko bent where she stood. With a gymnast's agility she leaned forwards, pulling one leg in, and when she was bending almost downwards she kicked straight back, the foot burying itself deep in the man's stomach with force enough to shatter rocks. The man doubled over, his bulging eyes meeting Kimiko's ice cold as he folded over her foot like a wet rag. Legs and upper body both were propelled forwards even as his midriff flew backwards. Then his mouth, open in shock, opened even further. It opened impossibly wide, a choking sound coming from it that turned into a ripping. Then, in a spray of fluids, something came out of the mouth and leapt at Kimiko, who stood with one leg in the air and was unable to duck quite in time. It slashed at her, Kimiko managing to leap backwards, yet it didn't stop the attacker from tearing up a gash across her face. Spinning around, Kimiko leapt to the other side of the corridor and landed with her hands up, ready to fight and with bared teeth. Yet when she saw what now stood against her she blinked, the anger draining from her face. Having landed on all fours in an inhumanly low stance, the figure that had emerged from the man's mouth moved, almost slithered, across the floor and stood up with graceful, serpentine movements. She reached up, running a hand through the soaked, stark white hair, pink at the roots, stroking it backwards as she looked at Kimiko with a cool, confident smirk on her face. The other hand rested against her hip. She wore a cherry-patterned yukata that hung loosely on her slender, pale frame, and her eyes, pale green, were slitted. Kimiko's confusion and shock was in no way mirrored in the visage of the other woman, who only looked amused. Sakura? Kimiko said after a few seconds. The disbelief was clear in her voice, the dismay equally so. You've gotten violent, Kimiko-chan, Sakura said, her voice so different from the voice Kimiko remembered. None of the hesitation she had shown during their first time as friends, none of the passion that had replaced it. Instead, she spoke with a sultry purr, a seductress voice, and Kimiko, who never had been into girls, didn't find the effect anything but jarring, plain wrong. That wasn't Sakura's tone, not one bit. Is that the Biju doing it to you? Sakura asked her with a smirk. On the other side of the door, meanwhile, Sasuke and Konohamaru had both rushed up to the door, standing now and pushing against it, trying to find the entrance. Of course this had to happen, Konohamaru snarled, her impatience bit us all in the ass. Why can't anything surprising ever happen? He yelled as he banged a fist against the heavy steel wall. Stay back, Sasuke said as he stepped back himself and raised his hand as it began to glow, arcs of lightning dancing between the fingers as the light grew blinding and a chirping sound filled the air. The Chidori blazed in his hand as he reached back to slam it straight into the wall. He was stopped though, someone coming up behind him and slashing at him. Sasuke ducked under the slash and cut the figure down, seeing one of the mobsters fall down dead to the ground, yet dozens more of them coming at the two shinobi, all with drawn weapons. Oh, censored me, Konohamaru said with a grim grin on his face as he pulled out his fighting staff, Sasuke raising his sword as he had to release the Chidori to focus on the battle. Inside the corridor, meanwhile, Sakura and Kimiko kept staring each other down. Kimiko, whose face had been caught in shock, eventually shook her head. There was no defector, right? She asked, her voice quivering a little at the sight of her old friend. Sakura smiled widely, a smile that would have seemed kind, were it not so deriding. She looked at Kimiko like she was a funny little girl only, a child just having solved a simple riddle. Good work, Kimiko, she said with sarcastic approval, raising her hands to give a small clap. Good work indeed. I was honestly afraid your brain wouldn't be good for anything still, but lo and behold, you actually can see what's right in front of you. Kimiko's eyes narrowed, hackles rising at the insults flung at her from one she once had called friend and who had vanished so suddenly out of her life. Why? She asked now, looking at Sakura with pain, anger and sadness in her eyes. They killed hundreds of people, just because they could. They're trying to kill me. Why are you with them? And yet you're here, Sakura said, smirking as she did so. Despite this oh so great risk, you're going after them. You've nothing to blame but yourself when you die because of this. I'm not going to die, Kimiko growled, flexing her fingers now. You got the drop on me and still only gave me this, she said as she pointed to the already healed nick. You really think you're strong enough to beat me? Survival of the fittest, Kimiko. Sakura smiled now, her smile turning only more and more vicious. Strength is irrelevant, adaptation to the censored stances you're in is what matters. And I tricked you into this corridor, I isolated you, and what more, she said as his smile turned near psychotic. You might be starting to feel a bit woozy now. Kimiko blinked now, reaching up to her head near instinctively as she stumbled. Eyes widening as she felt how the dizziness came over her, Kimiko realized she'd been poisoned. Silly, silly little girl. Sakura purred as she began towards Kimiko, walking slowly as she raised her knife again.
Kimiko only growled, charging Sakura now and giving up a wild cry as she lashed out with a kick that Sakura dodged.
Yet Kimiko turned the kick around, bringing it back the other way around and left Sakura bending over backwards to duck. The wild attack continued, Kimiko not relenting but keeping it up. Her moves might be sluggish and forced, yet they kept coming towards a Sakura that kept ducking and weaving, moving with serpentine speed and fluidity as she dodged every blow, no matter how many Kimiko threw. The girl kept it up though, pushing through with grim determination. Not in blind anger or stubbornness, however. Kimiko was buying time.
On the other side of the wall, Konohamaru kicked the last of the thugs in the head, sending him cartwheeling backwards and landing with his neck twisted at a strange angle. All around them now, the thugs lay unmoving as the young Sarutobi looked back to his Uchiha teammate, motioning towards the door.
Get that thing down now, now, he said, the look on his face betraying his anger and his concern both as he repeatedly stabbed his finger in the direction of the door, looking around with his staff in his free hand. Sasuke said nothing, only raised his hand and forming a chidori again. Without any hesitation he slammed it into the door, tearing through it and creating a deep hole in it, a hole almost a foot across. Tearing out his hand, he formed another chidori to begin tearing down the wall bit by bit. Inside the chamber, Kimiko delivered a wild spin kick and landed unsteadily, but grinning herself. Teammates, heard of that? She yelled. You got about 20 seconds before they're through. Think your poison is that fast? Sakura only chuckled however, darkly, and took a step back as she lashed her hands out to the sides, fingers faintly moving. Oh Kimiko, so you've got two boys helping you out? She asks, the thin strings of chakra attached to her hands, dozens of them going out in all directions, through the small holes in the ceiling and out into the room on the other side of the giant barrier, down through the ceiling and finally into the heads of the unmoving thugs, who twitched. The downed men slowly began to move, pushing themselves up, moving with jerking, stiff movements as dull groans came from them. Konohamaru and Sasuke both looked backwards to them, seeing how the men they just had defeated stood up. Their eyes dead, their bodies moving like puppets, their hearts still but their bodies coaxed into obedience once again. I've got 100, Sakura whispered. Oh for censored sake, Konohamaru whispered as the thugs got up again, all pretense of being more than mere corpses having fallen away now, revealing their undead state. Shambling and stiff, the corpses nevertheless charged with immense speed. All mortal restraints and limitations removed from them, these corpses now struck without any heed of the damage their movements caused to their bodies. Konohamaru managed to get in between the nearest corpse and Sasuke, whose hand was deep inside the steel door, parrying the undead attacker before it struck his Uchiha teammate. Meanwhile, Kimiko heard the moans and the snarl of Konohamaru, looking to Sakura with bared teeth. Why? She screamed, attacking again. We were friends. Why did you go with them? Did all the lives they ended mean nothing to you? Answer me, damn it. She screamed, her eyes starting to mist up as she struck again and again, hitting nothing but air as Sakura half-ducked half-danced out of the way. The pale young woman's movements were lightning fast, writhing and slithering, making her as easy to hit as a cloud of smoke to Kimiko in her dizzy condition. Friends? Sakura asks, lashing out now as her fingernails slashed across Kimiko's arm, ripping up 4 long gashes on it as Sakura shot past Kimiko, coming up behind her in a split second. That's what you want to call it? She asks. You were, always were, a thug looking for a fight, and protecting a nerd was a paper-thin justification for your violence, she said as she backed off and now was circling Kimiko with the pacing gait of a panther. Friendship? Our relationship was built on using each other. You were a shield against bullies and I was your intellectual alibi, the only thing that kept you from failing, she said, giggling before she dashed in and blocked a blow before kicking Kimiko in the face to send the girl tumbling backwards. And yet you, little idiot, kept seeing something where there was none, she said as she advanced on Kimiko. For that, you die. I, Kimiko said, the poison and the blow both making her dizzy. She was down to one knee, holding onto the floor for support as Sakura pulled out a bottle of something, uncorking it. Making a flowing gesture, she pulled out the fumes from inside it and blew it towards Kimiko. Coughing, Kimiko threw up a hand in a futile attempt to defend herself, but the fumes struck her and she fell down. She whispered hoarsely as the fumes seeped into her nose, her mouth and her ears. She lay on the ground as Sakura advanced on her to take her away.
Then, the surge of ki filled the room. In one instant it went from nothing to choking, a force as ancient as time that made the seemingly deranged apprentice of Kimiko's renegade brother freeze in her tracks. Kimiko pushed herself up and turned her head to stare into Sakura's eyes.
I am getting real tired of your emo bullshit, Sakura-chan, she said with a voice filled to the brim with malice, rage and steel. Her eyes had turned from bright green to bloody red, the pupils forming into slits and her teeth into fangs. The faint whiskers on her cheeks had turned into wide stripes and through the skin a faint, glowing web of tattoos could be seen. Her fingers curled up and claws were growing from the tips that dug into the stone floor and left deep scratches in her wake. Sakura had taken a single step back at the sight, staring at Kimiko with actual shock and indeed fear in her pale green eyes. How, she whispered. That was enough to sedate a dozen people. You think some extra chakra is the only benefit to being a Jinchuriki? Kimiko axed through her clenched, bared teeth as she stood hunched together on all fours, seemingly more animal than human. Say hello to Onichan's handiwork. Last and only chance, surrender or I'll beat you to a pulp and drag you back to Konoha. You're not beating me, not like this. He made me more powerful than you can imagine. Sakura was left staring at Kimiko in shock and no small amount of dismay. She was caught off guard by the transformation, suddenly standing in front of not merely a young kunoichi, but the Nai avatar of the nine-tailed fox itself. The dismay and shock gave away after a few seconds though, Sakura's face morphing into pure rage as well. Poisonous, insane fury. With a shriek, Sakura launched herself at Kimiko, lashing out towards her throat but having the hand caught in a grip like a vice. Kimiko tore Sakura's fist downward to lock her against the floor, but Sakura merely dislocated her arm and spun around to kick Kimiko in the side of the neck, sending the Jinchuriki stumbling as the kick perfectly hit a nerve cluster and paralyzed most of her left side. You're nothing. Sakura shrieked as she kept launching blow after blow against Kimiko. You ride the coattails of something else, nothing but the funnel for power, not yours. What do you know of power? What do you know of him making you something greater? I'm the one he made great. I'm 10 times greater than you'll ever be. You're nothing but a failure, a discarded parasite. The blows rained down on Kimiko, furious and unrelenting, striking at weak spots and nerve clusters with full force. Even powered up by the Biju, Kimiko found the torrent of blows hard to take. Hadn't the first blow dug so deep into her diaphragm she could have fought back, yet now she had no air to work with. Nothing. You're nothing. Without that beast you're useless. A brain-dead, useless freak. She screamed as Kimiko ended up pushed against the wall, nailed there by the blows that just kept coming, cutting off the air for her and leaving her gasping. One final blow from Sakura knocked Kimiko's head back and making cracks spread in the stone behind her head. Kimiko coughed, the Biju's chakra receding. Coughing, Kimiko looked at Sakura, one eye swelling shut and blood seeping from where her fangs had bit into her lip. Why, you're right about one thing, Kimiko said, despite the situation, grinning. He did make you great, damn. You fight like a devil these days. Sakura, whose eyes had been glowing with rage, suddenly blinked. And yeah, this thing inside me is where I get most of my power, but not all of it, she said, glancing towards the steel door. Some of it, I get from my friends too, she said, her smile turning into a massive grin just as the steel door bent inwards with a deafening shriek, bursting open like someone threw a boulder through rice paper. Yakuza and then zombies, Konohamaru said as he and Sasuke came through the devastated door, both with weapons covered in blood and with a veritable sea of mangled corpses outside the corridor as evidence of their rampage. What's next? He asked before his eyes fell on Sakura and Kimiko. Oh, I see, it's little Miss Forehead, all grown up and horrified. He snarled, twirling his staff around and adopting a stance. Let go of her, now, Sasuke said. His red eyes narrowed as he raised his sword and began to pace around the two women to cut Sakura off. Sakura was hyperventilating still, teeth bared and her eyes glowing with rage again. In the end, however, she stepped back and smirked, giving up a small, silvery laugh. As if the anger had never appeared, she twirled around in place, throwing out her hands. Very well, Kimiko-chan, she said as she looked down at the Kimiko that had sunken, coughing, to the floor. You win this round. But the Red Dawn is coming, and it'll be one of blood for you. Just you wait, she said, her smile deranged again before she lashed out to the sides with her hands, sending out a cluster of smoke bombs that burst midair, throwing out smoke in all directions. When it cleared, only seconds later, she was gone with not one trace to be seen. Oh, for the love of censoring, Konohamaru called out. You couldn't see her? He asked heatedly as both of them hurried up to Kimiko. Chakra blocking smoke, never seen that before, the Uchiha said calmly as he looked around, sword still raised. Are you okay, Kimiko? He asked as they came up to Kimiko and helped her up. She looked like she'd been trampled by oxen. Yeah, ow damn, Kimiko groaned as she got up, the brutal beating she'd gotten taking its sweet time to heal. Kono, she said after a second, Konohamaru leaning in with a furrow on his brow to hear what she was going to say. What he got in the end, however, was a punch in the face. Stumbling backwards and landing on his ass, Konohamaru cursed loudly as he looked up at Kimiko, whose fist still was raised. You don't call Sakura that, Kimiko told him, staring down at him with steel in her eyes. Konohamaru, massaging his jaw, looked up at Kimiko with wide eyes. Oh, for the love of, Konohamaru began. She's been a missing nin for 3 years, she stabbed you in the back and is with a group of psychos after your head. And? Kimiko asks. You still don't call her that, or do I have to hit you again? Sheesh, fine, Konohamaru said, getting to his feet and stumbling a little as he moved his jaw back and forth with a wincing grimace. Let's get out of here, Sasuke stated now, diverting Kimiko's attention away from the forbidden word used by her teammate, and Team 7 quickly exfiltrated. Behind they left the entirety of the Tanzu group, all of them murdered to be used as decoys by their former, now rogue, classmate. It was subdued trio that left the building, then the block, then the city, and finally took the road back towards Konoha. The rain had stopped when they got back to Konoha and the clouds were slowly parting as they came through the gate. Ushered in by the sentries, they walked through the wet streets where small puddles still were doing their best to sink into the dirt road and were left splashing as they were struck by the feet whose owners at last could be out and move without getting too wet. The trio of young shinobi that were heading for the Hokage Tower, however, were still dampened in spirit even as the weather had dried up. Kimiko's face, now healed, was a study in barely contained frustration, and her teammates didn't seem much happier as they walked towards the Hokage Tower to give their report. They were given a wide berth as most civilians knew well the sight of shinobi returning from a mission that had gone south. Best to let sleeping dogs lie. On the path, however, there was one who did stop them. Coming around the corner from a side alley and starting down in their opposite direction, Sarutobi Asuma came. At first neither side noticed each other, but after a couple of seconds Asuma's and Konohamaru's eyes met, the elder Sarutobi beginning to slow down as he met the trio of younger shinobi. How'd the mission go? He asked before coming to a stop, Kimiko noticing him first now and coming to a clear stop along with Sasuke, forcing Konohamaru to stop as well. The mood didn't improve by this one bit, Konohamaru silently scowling but at the very least acknowledging Asuma's presence. Kimiko sighed, meanwhile, and looked into the distance. South, she said bitterly, Asuma nodding slowly. Bad info? He asked before taking a puff of his cigarette. Being in the Hokage's inner circle gave him insight into most missions these days, and Kimiko's mission was no exception. Kimiko responded by shaking her head. Ambush, she said with no more cheer. Someone I haven't seen in a long time. May I ask? Asuma wondered now, not pushing the issue but merely putting it out there. It was an open, no-strings-attached offer to listen. Kimiko shrugged. Sakura-chan, she said, her voice clearly showing how upset it made her. Asuma grimaced. At the very least you got out alive, he said. Any ambush you walk away from went well. Kimiko only sighed and Sasuke stepped in. It was troubling to see her again. She's fallen far, he stated. Remember the wild-eyed madwoman they'd met? He thought back on the shy intellectual she'd been in the academy and felt a sting of anger at Kimiko's older brother for what had become of the young girl. Asuma shook his head. I won't push the issue, he told them respectfully. Actually, I was hoping to ask you something, he said as he turned to Konohamaru. What? Konohamaru asked spitefully, yelping in the next moment as Kimiko slapped him over the head without missing a single beat or indeed even looking. Rubbing the back of his head, he glared at her before clearing his throat. I mean, what is it? He asked with a much more neutral voice. Would you mind taking it elsewhere? Asuma asked, glancing to Kimiko and Sasuke. No, but you can tell them too, Konohamaru said, still without spite however. That was all that stopped Kimiko from slapping him again. Asuma didn't push it. I'm getting married in a couple of months, he revealed, Konohamaru blinking. The foo, he began but held his tongue. Okay, so. Yeah, Asuma continued, the awkwardness so thick that you could cut it with a knife. I wanted to ask you if you would come, and if you did, in what capacity? Capacity how? Konohamaru asked him. If you'd be okay with it, nothing would make me happier to have you there as my nephew, but if that is too much, you could come as just a guest, or not at all. Team 7 all looked at Asuma, Kimiko with open shock on her face. If Konohamaru went as just a guest or was absent, that'd both be the kind of stuff that caused a scandal. Asuma Sarutobi inviting his only relative as just some guest or not even inviting. Kimiko wasn't much for social niceties, preferring to be blunt, but her head almost spun at the thought of the gossip fest that'd unleash. Hey, isn't that supposed to be your day? Konohamaru asks, no less shocked. Shouldn't you be pushing a little harder to get me to come in the proper way? He asks, making finger quotes. It'll be my day no matter what, Asuma said with a slow sigh. I just don't know if I'm justified in demanding you to be part of it. Sheesh, guilt trip me a little more will you? Konohamaru drawled as he looked away, fidgeting a little. For a few seconds he was quiet before grunting. I'll think about it, okay. He told his estranged uncle. I'll reply in a couple weeks or something, he muttered, looking to the side towards nowhere in particular. Thanks for giving me the option, he added after a while. Thank you, Asuma said, remaining calm, but Kimiko could outright smell the waves of joy that rolled off him. It was a skill granted by the Kyuubi, pretty helpful at times like these, and she grinned up at Asuma. Congratulations, she said warmly. Can I guess who the lucky bride is? Maybe another sensei, eh? She asks, Asuma replying with a stupid smile. I thought so, she sing-songed happily. Congratulations, Sasuke agreed, bowing slightly. Pass on my well wishes to the bride as well. I will, Asuma told them. I gotta go now anyway, good luck to you as well. With those words, he departed and left Team 7 behind as he headed off to his destination, wherever that was. Kimiko looked to Konohamaru with a wide smile and ruffled his hair. Well done Kono-chan, she said happily, all smiles and sunshine. I'm really proud of you right now. Well, I couldn't tell him to censor it off now, could I? Konohamaru asks, leaning away from her to make her stop ruffle his hair. After this mission I'd come across as an asshole if I did. Isn't that what you are? Sasuke asks, causing Konohamaru to blink. Hey, he began before stopping. Well, yeah, but not like that, he eventually protested. If you say so, Sasuke said airily, shall we proceed? He asked Kimiko, who was hiding a smile at Konohamaru's floundering. Konohamaru gave him a murderous glare but didn't say any more as they began to walk. The mood was lightened at least somewhat, but it didn't last, Kimiko being back to gloominess by the time they reached the Hokage Tower. The events that preceded their return to the village weren't that easily cast from Kimiko's mind, and as they walked towards the Hokage's office she walked in silence and with a face where frustration and disappointment lay clear. As they entered the tower they once again had an encounter with familiar faces. This time it was Zaku, Kiba and Hinata, the now Chunin of Team 8. They were in a better mood by the looks of it, or at least not as foul. Zaku raised a hand to salute them as they came walking. Sup, he said in greeting. Zaku was perhaps one of the few who'd mellowed out in the last years, wearing a Konoha uniform in addition to a large scarf. Somewhat amusingly, he'd taken to try to grow a beard but only produced a small patch of hair that he tended to with almost excessive love and care. Kimiko was usually on good footing with the Tsubaki clan, having been one of the few friends they still had in the village, but as it was she didn't find the strength to return Zaku's greeting and instead merely walked past the young man and his team, leaving Zaku to look after her with a surprised and somewhat hurt expression. After these last 3 years the Tsubaki clan had taken to holding the friends they still had in very high regard. Those in Konoha who didn't view the clan as potential traitors had long since learned that a Tsubaki friendship was something not lightly given, but when it was as firm as the mountains. Zaku was no exception, and the rejection of his greeting from someone he'd held very dear left him instantly worried. Meanwhile, Kimiko and her teammates were brought into the Hokage's office where Minato awaited them. The past 3 years had not been kind to the fourth Hokage, as the elemental nations had been teetering on the precipice of disaster ever since the Akatsuki raid on the Chunin exams. The Raikage had half withdrawn from the alliance, refusing to commit any shinobi to joint missions or attempts or share information in the efforts to track down the Akatsuki. Kiri had gone one step further, and what the Mizukage had promised after the exams had come to be. Konoha's shinobi were not permitted beyond the coastlines of the elemental nations. Minato had ordered the seas to be left alone so as to not provoke any more fury from the vengeful Mizukage. Iwa lurked in the northwest, having been ominously silent for over a year. Only Suna remained even nominally friendly to Konoha, if nothing else due to the Kage's personal grudge towards the Akatsuki after the death of all his children in one fell swoop. Even then the alliance built on a mutual enemy only where once there had been ties of friendship through Kimiko and Gaara. Add to this a Konoha that had been in shock after the exams, roving bands of minor clans, robber bands and all manner of miscreants seemingly coming out of the woodwork, as well as an enemy that Konoha was hard-pressed to get any intel whatsoever on, and it was not hard to understand why the gold in Minato's hair had begun to be mixed with silver. "Welcome back," he greeted them, the three all bowing in greeting of the Hokage. The man leaned back in his chair as he watched the three of them, his eyes going from Sasuke to Kimiko and then to Konohamaru. "Judging from how you look, it didn't go well." Kimiko looked away at this, feeling once again the frustration well up inside her, and Sasuke took charge now. "We went to Tanzaku Gai, as ordered, to make contact with the Tanzu group and convince them to hand over the Akatsuki defector. After some initial difficulties the group's Oyabun acquiesced and brought us to see that person. It turned out to be a trap. The Tanzu group was already dead, down to the last man, and their corpses reanimated to serve as decoys. The Oyabun, meanwhile, was not reanimated, but his skin was worn as a disguise by Haruno Sakura, who cornered and cut off Namikaze-san in an attempt to capture her. Sarutobi-san and I managed to fight our way through the dead Yakuza and prevent Haruno from succeeding, however she got away before we could capture her." He gave his report in a brisk, unsentimental manner, leaving his personal feelings at the door. "I see," Minato said, having clasped his hands in front of his face and sighing deeply when Sasuke was done. Leaning his forehead against the interlocked fingers, he was silent for a second before looking up. "What was your assessment of Haruno?" he asked. "Lethally competent, ruthless to the point of psychopathy and mentally unstable," Sasuke said frankly. He hesitated for a second, glancing at Kimiko, but when he was given no sign that she didn't want him to continue he kept talking. "Managed to corner and best Namikaze-san. If we hadn't intervened I am uncertain what would have happened." Minato listened in silence to what the young Uchiha told him in silence, slowly rubbing his thumbs against each other and nodding as Sasuke spoke. He had no reason to doubt any of what he was told, yet all the same it broke his heart. "I want a detailed report on this mission as soon as possible, especially concerning Haruno's abilities. Cooperate with the intelligence division on this to cross-reference what you've learned with what they know." "Dismissed," he finished, sitting up straight as he looked them over. "Also, despite everything, good work escaping the ambush. You can stay, Kimiko," he added after a second's hesitation. He probably broke a whole lot of rules by asking his daughter to stay behind like this, not the least the unwritten rules of professionalisms, but screw those right now. Sasuke and Konohamaru both left the room without much ado or any objections, leaving father and daughter alone in the room. Standing up, Minato walked around the desk and came up to her. One hand landed gently on her shoulders as Minato pushed her face up with the other. "Are you okay?" he asked her tenderly, Kimiko instantly wrapping her arms around her father as she took a deep, shivering breath. She clung to him and Minato tenderly embraced her as well, stroking her hair. "I don't know," Kimiko whispered. "I'm just so confused. Sakura-chan acted so weird, like some crazy hostess or something, but at the same time, it was almost like watching Onisan." She was amazing, she thought, like, wow, but she seemed to hate me so much. I don't know, she whimpered, clinging to her father as she did her best to hold back the tears. Minato let his daughter vent all her confusion and frustration, but felt at the same time how his own sorrow over the situation grew with every passing word.
Already his son was deep in enemy territory, seen as a traitor by everyone bar Minato, whose relationship with his son really hadn't been that splendid anyway.
His daughter was left grieving the effective loss of her big brother as well as one of her closest friends. His wife had wanted to believe that it all just was one giant undercover operation, but after 3 years of no evidence, trust was low, tension and uncertainty rife, and it had left Minato and Kushina all but separated. Most of these things, however, were things he had been forced to account for when making a snap decision that saw Naruto thrust into the middle of these psychopaths. Yet, Haruno Sakura, he couldn't, account for Naruto's little apprentice taking the leap that time, going to the very end for her master's sake. All he knew was that Sakura's defection had twisted the dagger in Kimiko's soul even more. In Kimiko's and Minato's both, really, considering that Naruto had asked Minato to take care of his apprentice only to have the girl do something this unexpected. Perhaps it didn't matter in the grand perspective. Maybe Sakura was a minor player, an unforeseen consequence that could or indeed should be disregarded or removed from the board. But Minato couldn't bring himself to see it from that angle. He just couldn't. Sakura was a victim here, not a nuisance, and Minato could only remember the small, sickly girl who had been so eager to please and make her master proud. Caught in the cogs of this entire setup, she was being ground to dust right now, and he hated it. So what could he do? Not much as it was. Hold his daughter, comfort her, and let her know that despite her failure and the painful blast from the past she'd experienced today, he still was here for her. When deeds failed, he supposed love would have to do. He just hoped it did. XXXXXX in the distant, dark base of the Akatsuki, the missing nin Haruno Sakura kowtowed in front of the robed figure that looked down on her. She carried marks of the battle she had fought still, and her clothes were torn. This, coupled with the kowtowing and quiet but rapid breathing that could be heard coming from her, all added to the tension of her fearful silence. The figure was staring down at her, his face unreadable behind the white mask he wore, and first after a while did the figure move. Hunching down, he reached for Sakura's head and took her by the jaw. Pulling her face upwards to look him in the eyes, the figure stared her down before finally speaking. So in summary, despite isolating and getting the drop on your target as well as having an entire Yakuza group's worth of corpses to distract her teammates with, you failed, he asked her with a voice bereft of much of anything resembling emotions. What little emotions there were consisted of apathetic annoyance, displeasure with the results, but at the same time not caring at all. It was as if the events that led to Sakura's current state didn't matter, a vestigial nuisance at best. Why yes, master, Sakura answered, breathless from fear and exhaustion both. As she spoke, her heart pounded in her chest. She felt her body tremble with anxiety and indeed despair.
Anxiety at her failure, at having had a perfect setup but nevertheless having nothing but a complete fiasco to show for it.
The despair, meanwhile, came from the apathetic tone her master spoke with. Someone else might have been relieved by the lack of true anger, yet Sakura only felt how the panic threatened to overwhelm her. Her master didn't even care about her failure. She'd done all she could, fought as smartly and as well as she could, done everything, yet she had failed, and that didn't even matter to him. And what will you do now? Her master asked her evenly, almost conversationally, as Sakura silently begged for him to punish her for her failure. To yell at her, ask her just how she could have failed so miserably after all he'd taught her. Sigh and shake his head in disgust and disappointment. Even hit her, let her taste the price of letting him down. Anything, as long as he showed her something other than this apathy, this disinterest. She'd given up all for the man in front of her. Could he not at least care that she'd let him down? Was she so pathetic that she didn't even warrant his ire for her failure? I will review my performance, find what I did wrong and improve on that.
Sakura answered submissively. She had to find out what she had done wrong, what she had to do to improve. The young Kunoichi knew she was a traitor, someone who had abandoned her family, her home and her friends. She knew that, and she wasn't heartless enough that she didn't care at all about those things, no matter the facades she could put up. Yet it was the man before him that had uplifted her, turned her from a bookworm doomed to obscurity at best to someone who stood among the greatest shinobi. She was someone strong, a unique person instead of a tag-along.
This wasn't due to her parents, who had considered the academy training plenty enough for their daughter. Not due to the friends she seemed to have mostly acted either substitute teacher or accessory to. Not due to the village where she'd been one unremarkable figure among thousands. She had been too subdued to stand out with such intense friends, too well read to be given much of the teacher's attention and too well behaved to be noticed by anyone. It was all thanks to the man in front of her. For the first time she'd been in the center instead of the edge of things. She'd developed, been pushed to excel, been challenged in the fields where she shone, felt like she actually belonged, and in one moment she'd thrown away everything just for that, for the feeling of being where she was meant to be instead of stuck as a mercenary. For that she had become a traitor, abandoning all. She couldn't look back now, she mustn't. Yet to now stand here, a failure, and not even be admonished for her failure made her want to break down. Not this disinterest, of all things not this from him too. Not after she'd given up so much. Good, her master told him. You can leave. I'll call for you when needed. With that, he had dismissed her and Sakura bowed her head. She didn't dare to say anything. Even though she wanted to implore him to say something, do something, give her anything but his apathy, she kept her peace and slowly rose to her feet. She bowed once more before departing the room in silence and without a backwards glance. As she headed for the small room that she slept in, she felt her heart pound at a frantic, desperate pace. She had to become better, she had to find out how to become stronger. If she didn't, she'd remained like this. A pitiful traitor ignored and dismissed by the only person she had left. XXXXXX damn that girl, Naruto thought as he looked after Sakura. Frowning behind his mask, he struggled with the feeling of disappointment that filled him. Not disappointment in Sakura's ability or her performance, or maybe that was precisely it in a way. She'd gone up against Namikaze Kimiko, Sarutobi Konohamaru and Uchiha Sasuke, each a skilled enough shinobi to have been informally known as an ace genin even when they graduated and who these days had become infamous in the underworld where the Akatsuki festered. Sakura had gone up against that and still almost managed to win. Had he truly misjudged her level to that extent, he wondered. What he'd hoped for when sending her hadn't been a victory. He'd all but seen her defeat as a foregone conclusion. Much like during her first and only Chunin exam, he'd expected her to fight well but fail against an overwhelming foe. Like then, her failure would have been to her benefit. Back then she'd shown herself ready to take on a Biju and fight to the bitter end. This time, if she'd been defeated, she would have been taken back to Konoha, away from the Akatsuki, the insane pain and the motley band of sociopaths he'd gathered. She would have been imprisoned in the most secure facility Konoha had and not stuck with him on this now 3-year-long assignment. She was breaking, had been for a long time, and Naruto had sent her in a desperate attempt to get her to relative safety. Minato knew the truth and would have made sure she wasn't tortured or executed, which was more than he could hope for her where she was now. Naruto already walked a tightrope with the madman who led this group, having long since concluded that Pain was a narcissist with a god complex and not just a disregard for human life but a near fetish for watching people squirm helplessly in his grip. Sakura had been in his sights since day one and Naruto had been forced to one audacious maneuver after another to keep her alive. He'd hoped that this move would have fulfilled the twofold purpose of getting Sakura out of there as well as hinting to Konoha that the Akatsuki was on the move again. Yet she'd gone after 3 elite shinobi, one of them a Jinchuriki, and she had actually avoided capture. Again she performed better than he ever could have expected, yet this time it only left a bitter taste in his mouth. She had, in a way, failed due to her lack of failure and as a result she was stuck with him in the Akatsuki. Damn it, things were spiraling steadily downwards right now, not the least since. Namikaze, a voice said behind him, Naruto silently sighing. There it was. He turned around to face Konan, the second in command of the Akatsuki. One of the most exotic shinobi he knew in terms of abilities as well as one of the deadly, she was also one of the most complete examples he'd ever seen of emotional detachment. Whatever trauma lay in her past, it had made her seem more like a machine of flesh and blood than a human being. The only thing human left in her was her devotion to Pain, whom she served with fanatic loyalty. Naruto met her eyes, feeling the sting of wariness that always came when staring into the dead eyes of the woman in front of him. She was still an enigma to him, and the only thing Naruto knew for certain was that if ordered, she'd strike without even an instant's hesitation, like a switch was flipped. Konan, he greeted her evenly. While he respected her skill, he had dismissed her a long time ago as a human being. There was little human about her, and thus little interesting. He asks for you, she told him, and Naruto nodded, as he'd expected. Pain wanted an explanation for what had happened in Tanzaku-gai. An explanation, and to watch his servant squirm. Wordlessly, he began towards the woman and could almost time down to a fraction of a second her response as she turned around and began to lead him to Pain's chamber, or the Chamber of Pain as Kisame had called it once as an attempt at humor. Naruto supposed the jury was still out on whether it had succeeded. He certainly hadn't laughed, nor was he laughing currently as he followed the woman through the giant, dark chambers of the Akatsuki base. He hated this place. It was like walking through a void at times. It certainly added to the evil organization feel, yet it was all too easy to end up feeling small, lost and abandoned down here. What rooms that weren't obscenely huge were cramped, almost so that you couldn't stand upright. Light was minimal and an oppressive silence hovered over everything. Naruto was pretty certain Pain had intended all of it to be precisely in such a way. For all his megalomania, he wasn't stupid, only sublimely sadistic. In the massive chamber where his current master resided, everything was twice as massive, dark, muffled and alien as outside it. Naruto, who knew how the world was supposed to behave in terms of light, sound and so forth. All the subtle, yet all too noticeable ways in which it was warped in here unnerved him a lot. It was so casual, such a casual defiance against the very laws of nature, and the middle of it all sat the self-declared second coming of the Sage of Six Paths. Pain sat slouching in the giant machine throne that kept him sustained. While apparently born with the eyes of the sage, he did not have the metabolism or physiology required to produce the chakra needed to be able to use his abilities fully, Naruto had concluded a long time ago. The device was ancient and insanely complex, with Naruto having little clue to how it worked, and what more, it was heavily guarded at all times, meaning sabotage was out of the question. Slowly, the master of the throne sat upright and looked at him. The lilac eyes seemed to stare into him, through him. He hated meeting this man's gaze. I am told, Pain began in that slow, deliberate manner, that your lackey struck to seize the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, struck, and failed. He added, staring Naruto down. That is a not incorrect summary of past events, Naruto said evenly, not planning on lying or trying to squirm. If this madman wasn't fed what he desired, he'd grow bored in the end and stop trying to provoke a reaction. For 3 years we've hid, Pain kept talking. 3 years of leaving the elemental nations nothing but mists and shadow to chase. Now that mist and shadow is dispelled by your underling moving on her own, in an attack I did not allow. I am not pleased by this turn of events. As one might expect, Naruto remarked. I am hardly pleased myself, and I've seen to admonishing her for her failure. However, my lord, I must respectfully inform you of some of the context. Speak. Pain demanded of him, staring him down like a predatory animal. Firstly, Naruto began, the Akatsuki is the blood-red dawn. We come, inevitable and unstoppable, and yet it starts with a mere gleam in the darkness, a faint light that only grows. I can think of no fainter light than my apprentice. Secondly, the time has come to begin moving again, and like you shocked the world 3 years ago, this tiny pinprick sends them scrambling. We're coming. They know this, yet they cannot do anything because they know not from where we come, how or in what capacity. For 3 years the elemental nations has been crumbling, now merely a minor kick at the right place, even if it did not do anything lasting, will send them scurrying like rats. Thirdly, it is true that my apprentice struck at the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, but that was for the single reason that I did not expect Konoha to be so reckless that they'd send their Jinchuriki after a supposed Akatsuki defector. A defector? Pain demanded slowly. Yes, Naruto admitted. I set a trap to gain intel on my home village. I expected them to send a team of regular shinobi. Shinobi that would not be the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and her 2 teammates. If they had behaved rationally, they would have sent other shinobi, lesser such, which she would have been able to capture. I would have gained information and Konoha would be scrambling as they tried to find out where their shinobi had gone. Yet the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki threw a spanner into the works, as she is wont to do with most things. Naruto told the man, not able to fully suppress the feeling that in a way, this was the truth. Kimiko always threw a spanner into the works. It was what she did, and somehow he could only faintly smile behind the mask. Is that admiration I hear in your voice? Pain asked suddenly, pride in your little sister's growth? Naruto cursed silently as he realized he was slipping. My lord, he said now, moving to cover for himself. This matter has come up before and I feel I should address it in detail. Will you forgive me if I do so? Speak. Pain told him, leaning back in his throne as he stared Naruto down. Naruto began, censoring in a low breath before continuing. I despise my sibling. She is a person who thinks the way to navigate an obstacle is to bang your head against it until it collapses. She was given everything, while I fed off the scraps, and yet she was not content before she had nagged and bullied me into being in her life as well. She is simplistic, selfish, arrogant and quite plainly dumb as a bag of rocks. I can also add entitled, crude, naive to the point of absurdity and gluttonous to the list of traits that drive me up the wall. If anything, I am awed at the fact that this cretinous midget has survived as far as she did rather than impale herself on the ramen-coated chopsticks she jams into her mouth on an hourly basis. He spoke calmly and matter-of-factly, taking care to elaborate in detail on whatever he was able to. Pain gave up a short, low snicker, little more than a hey, but enough that Naruto relaxed. The megalomaniac was laughing, that meant he was in his good graces. So you claim no familial affection, or indeed lingering sense of duty? He asked and Naruto shrugged. If I do, it's rendered moot by our cause my lord, he assured the man. The laws of nature are absolute, and survival of the fittest is one such law. Seeing as how we do not live in a junk food-based economy where magical spirits bring good fortune to good little boys and girls, my fool sibling will reap the consequences of what her idiocy sows. If those consequences are death, then that is how it is. So you say, Pain told him and Naruto shrugged. That I do, he replied, and you will judge if I am truthful, my lord. Do not seek to play me namikaze, Pain replied coldly now, raising his hand towards Naruto. Before Naruto could do anything his body was pulled in, sent flying towards Pain, who caught him by the throat. You're not as clever as you think, the self-declared second coming of the Sage of Six Paths said as he clutched Naruto's throat, rising out of his seat and holding Naruto up in the air. Silently cursing, Naruto focused on keeping his breath going and waste a minimum of air. Though his heart was pumping furiously and he felt genuine worry he'd gone too far, he remained as calm as he could. You talk and talk, Pain said as he stared straight into Naruto's soul, twisting like a snake and always coming off free of all blame. Don't think me stupid enough that I don't see it. Your lackey gave us away, and it is pure chance that it coincides with the plans of Lade. I've no reason not to wipe her off the face of the earth, he said before tossing Naruto to the floor and sitting down again. None bar her pathetic uselessness. Hunching forward in his throne, Pain sat slouching and almost exhausted looking as he stared down at the sight of Naruto crawling to his feet. A god does not bother with insects. Were she more important to you, I'd order her death at your hands to teach you a lesson. Your apathy towards her makes that pointless though. But know your place, and keep your pet in line. As you command, my lord, Naruto said and made sure to bow deeply. Again he'd escaped death it seemed, yet he felt no joy about it. The man before him was volatile and unpredictable, just as easily being amused and approving of his wit as he lashed out for it, and Naruto had to constantly be on his toes, lest something set the madman off. You will go to water country, Pain told him now, Naruto tensing up. A little warning ahead of time would have been nice, but then again he wasn't working with a nice person. The three-tailed beast lies sealed away somewhere in that country. You know this, do you not? I should, as I was the one to seal it away, Naruto said, already thinking that this would become a massive headache. So the time had come to go after the Sanbi. Pain wouldn't have brought it up otherwise, and in order to get to the Sanbi one needed the 3 keys to its container. One of these keys lay in the water temple, one in the safekeeping of the daimyo himself and the last one in Kiri. The 3 most heavily guarded places in water country, and he'd have to break into them to retrieve said items. How delightful. Some small part of him wanted to sarcastically ask if Pain would be okay with him bringing back some crab dumplings or dried squid instead. Sadly, self-preservation stopped him from asking this. Retrieve it, Pain ordered him. Let the world know the Akatsuki is moving again. My chosen agents will be the ones to spread the word, not some lackey. Leave. The self-declared god ended the conversation and Naruto bowed his head. Gods, he hated this man, despised him in nearly every way possible. Yet the mask showed nothing and Naruto did not say anything that could incriminate him. Instead he left the room, sweeping through the Akatsuki base and listening to his footsteps echoing in the hallway.
It was hard to say what he thought about the current state of affairs. He hated that Sakura still was stuck with him, yet she was safe and his distant facade towards her seemed to have made Pain choose to not take out his frustrations on her. Things were starting to heat up, meaning it'd only get harder from now on, yet at the same time this meant they were approaching the endgame, the resolution.
What a situation really. He was stuck with a collection of sociopathic murderers chosen for their strength more than anything else. Yet as he entered the room that had been his destination, he thought to himself that he had at least met one person he actually could call his intellectual kin. Sasori was sitting by his workbench and, as usual, worked on his puppets. Out of his Hirako puppet, Sasori sat in his actual form, that of a young, red-haired man as he was carefully putting a series of screws in place on a puppet Naruto couldn't recall the name of. There was something almost meditative over how his partner was working and Naruto leaned against the doorframe to watch it. A key difference between him and Naruto had realized, was that Sasori did not only not mind the constant, painstaking maintenance his creations required but seemed to outright love it. Naruto preferred to devote his time to something that wouldn't need to be taken apart and put together again on a regular basis and instead keep pushing forward instead of maintaining what had been. Maintenance was a tedious business to him. Yet Sasori seemed to love it, maybe because machines were easier to fix than people. Namikaze. Sasori said after a while, not even looking back at him. Did you want something? Many things, Naruto said, thinking about the last 3 years and realizing that Sasori was probably the only feature in it that hadn't been a constant source of stress and bile. While the man had his flaws, and flaws he had aplenty, he was nevertheless brilliant enough that it was a joy to talk with him. What I don't want is why I am here, however. We're going to water country, apparently. The time has come to retrieve the Sanbi. Sasori stopped screwing for a moment, raising his head in surprise before looking down again and continuing to work. I see, he said with his voice betraying the small smile that no doubt was creeping up on his face. Interesting. I understand the Sanbi was sealed away during your tenure in Kiri, is that correct? Quite. Naruto wasn't surprised Sasori knew about this. Locked away behind a seal that needs 3 locks that rest with the daimyo, high priest of the water temple and Mizukage respectively. Sounds fun? A challenge to be sure, Sasori said as he finished fastening the screw of his puppet and stood up, looking back at Naruto with a wry smirk. I would ask if you had a way to replicate the keys, but I doubt you'd have told me we were doing this if you did. Pretty much, Naruto said. Your puppets are waterproof, I take it, he asked dryly. You think me that much of a hack? Sasori said as he took his Akatsuki robe and donned it with a deft movement. They last through whatever they need, he said as he flicked his fingers and called the hunchbacked Hirako puppet to his side, which he crawled into. Considering your obsession with slenderizing everything, I would not call you a hack as much as sacrificing for your art, Naruto shrugged. The master of bloating has spoken, Sasori said as he walked out of the room, his voice was now warped by the puppet. As much as your inefficient obsession with minutia is endearing, I do not plan on designing my puppets to be 50 meters tall and heavy enough to fall apart under their own weight. Certainly, because fail-safes are for people who aren't perfect in all ways, Naruto said sarcastically, smiling under his mask as he fell in beside Sasori. Their design beliefs were a constant point of contention, albeit a relatively friendly such. Sasori was obsessed with efficiency and elegance. He believed that perfection had been created when nothing could be removed, not when nothing could be added. To Naruto that thinking was simplistic. It might work for simple machinery or seals, but when you had complex things like the seal he had trapped the Sanbi and you needed to build in fail-safes and redundancies, otherwise a single-minute failure would make it all fall apart. They'd probably be tearing at each other over this until old age, he thought as they walked down the hallway. Being in the Akatsuki was still strange. They traveled lightly, keeping what they needed in storage seals on their persons at all times. When Pain ordered you to move out, you moved out in that very moment. A part of his narcissistic personality, Naruto supposed. To see his servants move out instantly instead of waiting until the next day fed into his sense of supreme control. Speaking of narcissistic god complex, Naruto slammed a hand onto Sakura's door as they walked past it, making the girl come out of the room within seconds. Ready yourself, we're leaving, he told her, noting how Sasori gave him a dry glare. Are we really bringing her along? He asked impatiently. Considering our beloved leader's most recent divine proclamation, I am compelled to, Naruto replied. He wasn't leaving her alone with that madman, not after the man's episode just now. Sasori grunted again, not being overly enthusiastic about this evidently. Sakura came out of her room now, having gotten all that she needed, and swept a cloak around her.
Not an Akatsuki cloak. Naruto didn't have the audacity to have his lackey dress in what Pain considered to be a great honor to wear.
He'd most likely snap her head off in punishment for her sacrilege, or whatever he'd call it. Therefore her robe was plain black as to not anger the beloved leader. He began to walk again with Sakura following silently behind him. As he did so, he wondered if she'd reached any conclusions on the topic they'd discussed but didn't press it. Mainly due to being preoccupied with trying to figure out just how he was going to be able to retrieve the 3 keys to the Sanbi's prison. The daimyo wouldn't be too much of an issue. The water temple could work out if they were subtle, but the key that rested in Kirigakure, with Mei, would be a greater challenge. Damn it. Why water country of all places? He did not want to see Mei again. Or rather he did, which was why he didn't want to. It had been a constant source of frustration and sorrow to think of her these last 3 years. How she must feel about him now, how she was doing, what she'd done since he last saw her. What little he'd heard had not improved his mood either. Mei had severed contact with Konoha and was in a cold war with them, stating Minato's treatment of a friend of Kiri as the reason for her actions. Wasn't that a beautiful mess? Naruto didn't dare to imagine what she'd do when she found out it was all a setup, a ploy to get someone on the inside of the Akatsuki. Naruto could imagine entire islands being among the casualties when she found out how she'd been duped. As for him, he wondered if she'd be able to forgive him. He shouldn't be wasting time thinking about this, he needed to focus on the task at hand. With Sakura and Sasori on his side, he should have all he needed to pull this off. He had grown in these 3 years and knew Kiri decently enough. They'd manage it. While he was not fond of romantic clichés, Mei nevertheless was as beautiful as he remembered her. Even in her angry state and the situation they found themselves, he felt a veritable torrent of emotions and memories pour over him. The memory of her coy smile as she toyed with him, the almost glowing warmth in her eye as she dropped the games and just loved him, the attentive, awake look in it as she listened to him talk, the sultry breathing as they made love, the feeling of her lips and her skin, her scent and the feeling of her embrace. How were they going to get out of this? Surrounded, outnumbered by Kiri's absolute best and him feeling as much as a lovesick puppy as he ever had. As per bloody usual, Mei and his feelings for her refused to be convenient or manageable. Terumi Mei, I suppose, Sasori said beside him as the tail of Hirako held one of the Kiri shinobi in a tight grip, tossing the man away as he spoke. Fine lines, good skin. You'd make a good puppet. Too many people have imperfect lines that interfere. You'd be almost lifelike. There is such a thing as being too dedicated to one's craft, Sasori-san, Naruto couldn't help himself but remark. And maybe discussing raw materials would be better suited for another time. Philistine, Sasori snorted. Art does not rest. As quaint as your little discussion is, Mei said, her voice sending shivers down Naruto's spine. He could tell she was angry. Furious even. Naruto, she said, staring him down as an undertone of something else crept into her voice. She looked down at him, straight into his eyes, and Naruto could see the pain in them. Have you fallen this low? She asked him, towering high above as she passed her judgment on his actions. Is this truly what you want? To help this pain madman? A question that keeps coming up, Naruto said, doing his utmost to affect a calm, apathetic tone. I would have thought 20 inches of chakra-infused steel through my father's liver would have put this discussion to rest. I all but declared war on Konoha because of how they treated you, Mei told him angrily. I would have thought at least that could have motivated you to seek some other option. If nothing else, then at least that she said, stopping now as her emotions seemed to get the better of her. My apologies for the inconvenience, Naruto said, wanting to cut out his tongue at this point, but simple want is an astonishingly irrelevant factor in all of this. As we are speaking of desires, however, I would like to express my desire for a certain accessory of yours, he spoke evenly, seeing what had become of the 3rd key to the Sanbi's prison. It was currently fastened in Mei's hair, being used as a hair stick to hold together the bun of hair atop her head. A curious but sensible location really, he'd have to get right next to her if he wanted it, and he remembered Mei's skill in battle. Do you think I'd give it up so easily? Mei asked him. I saw the measure of your new friends 3 years ago, Naruto. I won't give them even a breadcrumb. Indeed? Naruto asks, still struggling to remain calm. For what reason? Playing nice with Konoha after their abuses. Sacrificing the many for the few. Don't be blinded by idealism here. You have one sealed away beast and one Jinchuriki who already will be a risk due to his association with Namikaze Kimiko. If push comes to shove, you've no guarantees he'll be loyal. Instead, see the big picture here. The Akatsuki have no quarrel with Kiri per se, and cooperation would be an invaluable trump card if you seek to spare your village from the fate that awaits the others. It was a wonder that he could remain as calm as he did, but as he had during the Chunin exams, he realized it was sink or swim with no mistakes allowed. Do you remember Elder Hida? Mei asked him now, Naruto having to think for a moment before remembering the man. Of course, that vermin who had lambasted Mei for wanting to earn Tadaimyo's favor by sealing away the Sanbi. I told him something before I threw him out of the chambers that time. The ones who'd prosper from my rule of Kiri would be everyone, not just those who I found convenient. Is that a no, then? Naruto asks, letting out a silent breath he'd been holding. It was in the end silly of him to doubt her. He knew all this logically, but in the place he was now, paranoia and doubt was too common for him to be able to relax, to trust. Mei breathed in now, as if she was about to sigh in resignation. What came was not an expulsion of air, however, but burning mist as the Mizukage suddenly exhaled a massive cloud of acid smoke towards them. The two Akatsuki members ended up leaping to the sides to avoid the cloud of acid poison, only to be charged by the Kiri shinobi again. Naruto, however, didn't get much in the way of respite as someone came from the side just as he landed on the far end of the ridge. He twisted, parrying the attack only to find himself slammed backwards by the massive, hammer-like blade that struck him. Chojuro was here too, he saw as the sole remaining Kiri swordsman pushed at him and almost drove him straight into the ground with enough force to create a crater in the ground. If he did not know how to meld into the earth, that would have been unpleasant indeed, he realized as he moved amidst the soil. Coming out of the ground behind Chojuro, he struck for the boy's spine only to be parried. Impressive, he said, for the first time being honest in this entire debacle. Chojuro met his gaze with his own glare. There was no doubt there any longer, no hesitation, only pure steel. This boy had grown well, it seemed. I had a good teacher, Chojuro hissed at him, his voice holding absolutely nothing of the terrified, scared little boy he remembered. How pleasant to see really, despite the situation. Having had his doubts about Chojuro, Naruto wasn't above admitting that he had been proven wrong by Kiri's young swordsman. He just felt the situation had been much easier to feel delighted by if said young man wasn't trying to decapitate him. I hope you're ready for your finals then, Naruto said lowly before unleashing a rapid succession of 12 blows towards Chojuro, each enough to take him out of the battle, had the boy not parried them all by transforming his sword into a shield shape before stabbing forward and shaping the chakra into a spear that shot straight at Naruto, who vaulted over it. Delightful and frustrating. The boy could pretty much shape the sword into whatever he wanted. Another thing he'd love to study in detail yet which was trying to kill him. What more, as he landed, Ao and Tsurugi came at him from the sides, going in low as they stabbed towards his sides in perfect synchronization. They were fast, faster than he remembered the two old dogs. Their long, curved daggers bit into his sides right before it turned out they had stabbed into a root and Naruto reappeared in the air above them. Seems like old dogs do learn new tricks, he remarked as he struck downwards right before a vicious kick forced him to retreat again as Mei had come after him again. She didn't say anything now, only came at him with her visible eye locked into a frown of pure ice. She exhaled again now, sending a torrent of lava towards him, and Naruto felt the heat him like a battering ram. As he tried to fall back, he was stymied by Chojuro, who smashed the haramekure into the tree above him and sent the trunk crashing down behind him. In the same moment, Ao and Tsurugi came soaring above him and sent 2 torrents of water down into the lava, making parts of it instantly solidify and creating a detonation of boiling hot steam as the lava flood kept going, crashing into the tree and solidify thanks to the water. In instants, they'd created a massive dome of solid rock, filled with boiling steam and sealed against the titanic trunk of a fallen tree. The 4 Kiri shinobi all landed further away, looking at the massive mound of volcanic stone that now rested against the trunk. Mei landed with her face still frozen in icy anger. Ao and Tsurugi both flanked Mei with their daggers in hand, and Chojuro landed in front of her, the young man panting after the brief but intense exchange. Did we get him? Chojuro asked as he watched the mountain of stone, both hands on his sword. Mei didn't say anything in reply to her young subordinate's question. Ao, however, narrowed his eyes. No, he said grimly. It's only starting, he added right before a blinding explosion of seemingly pure blue light tore the stone mountain apart along with the trunk. The Kiri shinobi threw up their hands to shield themselves as debris came flying past them along with a blast of wind enough to almost knock them prone. The deafening roar of debris, explosion and rushing wind lasted for nearly 20 seconds before it started to peter off and they could lower their arms again. Nothing remained of the solidified lava other than a smoking crater now. It was hard to see anything of what was in it thanks to the dust and smoke that swirled around in it. Yet through the rapidly fading background noise of falling debris the sound of clapping came. Slowly, the masked Akatsuki member they once had called a friend came walking out of the debris, clapping his hands as he approached. There were few, if indeed any, signs on him of damage or even wear. "Excellent performance," he said calmly as he walked towards them, stopping about 20 meters away. "Mostly excellent," he corrected himself after a second. "Adequate, one might say." Mei narrowed her eyes now, teeth gritted as she inhaled and blew another massive gust of acidic mist at him. This time Naruto didn't dodge however. Instead he merely raised his hand, holding the palm towards the incoming cloud of death and speaking a single word the instant it reached him. "Kai." No loud exclamation or explosion came this time. The acid cloud merely unraveled. In instants, it fell apart like a cloud of dust, whipped away by the wind, or mist dispelled by sunlight. A single, calm word had been all that had been needed, and though the ground in front of Naruto was devastated, the destruction stopped right in front of him. Flexing his fingers, Naruto slowly lowered his hand. "If you plan to beat me, you need to do better than that," he said with a low, impassive voice. "Those tepid jutsu you fling around won't scratch me. Try it if you must, but every last move you make is a testament to your inferiority." He spoke with a cold, harsh tone as he said this, Mei's teeth clenching in anger before she leapt at him, Ao and Tsurugi shooting after their mistress to try to aid her. The rage on the Mizukage's face was palpable, and it was all the two old wolves of Kiri could do to rush after her, put pressure on Naruto so he wouldn't be able to exploit her anger. Chojuro was just about to leap after them as well, having delayed only for a heartbeat to transform his sword, but a whisper made him stop. He almost didn't pick it up, but in a split-second lull in the fighting he heard it come from behind him. "Chojuro." The whisper came from a voice that was strained, quivering and weak but above all else familiar. The young swordsman ended up looking backwards in shock, eyes widening upon seeing the sight of Sakura, leaning against a tree and shivering. She was so pale. She seemed almost like she was dying. Her eyes were misty with tears and she stumbled as she walked. One had reached out towards him as her lips formed a desperate pleas. "Help me," Sakura whispered before falling forward. It was all Chojuro could do to catch her. Meanwhile, Mei shrieked in anger and grief as she launched another torrent of lava at him, Naruto annihilating the attack while at the same time lashing out to drive both Ao and Tsurugi off him with the help of his sword. The four shinobi created a deadly whirlwind of steel and jutsu as they dashed back and forth among the trees. Further away Sasori and his puppets were creating their own tornado of death and destruction together with the Kiri shinobi that had thrown themselves at him. Chaos and death were the only ones to gain anything as the fighting kept going for several minutes. It was as Mei was thrown back from Naruto for a moment that Chojuro stepped up beside her, sword raised again. She looked to him for a split second and wondered where he had been, even if the situation did not allow interrogating him over it. Instead she looked ahead again, crying out, "Let's go Chojuro," as she charged Naruto again with her swordsman at her back. Seconds later he was not at her back, but stabbing it. The haramekure transformed into a hammer as Chojuro swung at her, striking her from behind mid-charge and leaving her crashing limply into the ground. Vaulting over his cage, the dead-eyed Chojuro snatched the key from her hair mid-vault and landed with his hand pulled back to throw it the direction from whence they'd come. There, it was caught by Sakura in one hand, the other held out with the chakra wires connected to Chojuro gleaming around it. The brutal takedown of the cage made Ao and Tsurugi both lose the initiative with which they'd been pushing against Naruto. Shock and outrage was visible on their faces as Naruto seized the abandoned initiative and slammed his hand into the ground to create a shockwave that tore the earth all around them apart and threw up a massive cloud of smoke. "Ow!" Tsurugi yelled, trying to seize back the initiative, and Ao called out in response. "On it," he said as he looked around. He activated the hidden Byakugan to track Naruto only to find the man coming at him out of the dust before the eye had even found him. "No," Naruto told him, slamming his hand against the man's face and slamming Ao into the ground. Letting go of Ao's face as black seals began to form on it, Naruto instant moved away and landed by Sakura. Sasori! He yelled, the puppet master lashing out with his puppets further away and disappearing in a blur of motion. As his partner landed, Naruto rose up and took the key from Sakura. Holding it up, he looked towards the Kiri shinobi around him, many of them dashing at them in desperation to try to stop them. Behold the cost of your high principles, he said before Sakura's tore her hand downwards, severing the threads by which she'd bound Chojuro and throwing both hands to the side. As smoke bombs exploded all around them, people cried out in surprise and frustration. When the smoke cleared, the Akatsuki members were nowhere to be seen. XXXXXX. It was a tiny island out in the middle of nowhere, an islet more than anything else. It was small, barren of life, barring the barnacles clinging to the rock where the water surged and withdrew, and a couple of seabirds standing high atop the cliff. It was a small world of nothingness, of grey rocks and only the crashing of the sea. Yet it was also the place they sought. The two Akatsuki agents looked in silence at it where they stood atop the waves, Sasori's tail swishing slowly behind him as he spoke. A good hiding place, he admitted to his companion. I doubt anyone but birds have ever set foot here apart from you. Attention to detail is everything, Naruto said lightly, while in truth still being angry and saddened by what had transpired. He hadn't wanted to see Mei again, not in this context, and he was pretty sure that a whole lot of good Kiri shinobi had died back there. Sasori was not one to hold back, after all, and Naruto wondered just what Mei would say now if he even survived this. Would she hate him for how he indirectly had cost her good men and women? Or why not the fact that he was part of the deception that had moved Kiri around like one pawn of many, all for some distant goal that just seemed more idiotic the longer he stayed with these psychopaths? What was he even doing? Don't drag me into that asinine argument again, Sasori told him, and Naruto forced himself to shrug, remembering where he was. I wasn't planning to, he told his companion mildly, you seem to be plenty obsessed with it on your own. Are you hoping I'll bite, or are you just being tedious for the sake of tedium? Sasori growled as they walked towards the island and reached the shore. Yes, Naruto replied succinctly as he walked up to a cliff and placed his hand against it, closing his eyes to focus. While Sasori did not say anything, Naruto nevertheless smiled to himself. He could almost feel Sasori's glare in the back of his neck, and that gave him enjoyment. Even now, in this position he was in, there was some amusement to be had from baiting the puppeteer. Pushing against the wall, he found the seal he was looking for and opened it, leaving the cave wall to fall to the side and slowly reveal their goal, the large, ceramic urn that held the sanbi inside of it. It rested deep in the cave, surrounded by several layers of seals that formed a nigh invisible web around it. An exquisite prison, one that few would have been able to get through. Yet he was the one who had created it. Naruto walked inside, placing his hand against the right spot on the floor, and made a seal with one hand. The shockwave was almost imperceptible, but the effects immense. Slowly at first but quickly accelerating, the rows of seals fell apart one after one, unraveling as the structure holding them together was damaged just enough to make it all come undone. Let's pack this thing in and get moving, Sasori said as he came up beside Naruto. No sense dawdling. Indeed, Naruto said, wanting to sigh deeply but remembering to act unconcerned. If nothing else, you got that cleared up, did you not? Sasori asked, and Naruto looked up at him. The Mizukage. The puppeteer clarified after a few seconds. She wasn't one to trade principles for convenience. Admirable but misguided, and you were clear on where you stand with her. I did not think you someone who would seek silver linings so fervently, Naruto said as he stepped deeper into the cave and approached the altar, grabbing one of the ropes hanging off the urn and lifting it up. It was heavy, thanks to the seals used. He did not want to try to carry the urn in a storage seal. Sealing seals inside seals could be a tricky business. Tricky, and nightmarish if a single mistake was made. If it stops you moaning, why not? Sasori asked, and Naruto rolled his eyes behind his mask. How preemptive of you, he all but spat as he slung the urn over his shoulder.
I think we'd best head back to the base in your workshop, your separation anxiety is showing.
Sasori only chuckled in response, and Naruto couldn't help but smirk slightly under the mask as well. And for good reason. This bickering was familiar to him, almost too familiar. It was Anko all over again, only with an added layer of intellectual stimulation to offset the lack of wild craziness. If only he and Sasori had met at some other time, he thought to himself. Some place where they weren't wrapped up in the business of the Akatsuki. Another thing he regretted about all this. How thrilling, he was building up a right treasury of grievances and regrets it seemed. No wonder everyone in the Akatsuki was a headcase. XXXXXX. The day was a usual Konoha day, meaning quite warm, clear sky and a soft wind that blew through the village. A good day for watching clouds, Kimiko thought, where she lay in the grass of the park, looking up at the clouds high above her, floating around in the sky. She could sorta see why Shikamaru liked doing this all the time. It was peaceful. You could just lie here and just float away, like you were a cloud as well, only lower than the clouds up there and floating around in the sky. That'd be really nice if she could become one, she thought. Just float away from everything that bothered her. As she lay there, however, she found her view blocked by a blob of blackness that it took her a second to identify. It was Konohamaru, who was standing leaning over her, his face shadowed enough that she could only make out his mouth and eyes from the position she lay in right now. "You seem to be real busy," her teammate remarked where he stood, hands in his pockets. Kimiko didn't reply but rather leaned to the side to look at the sky past his head. "Real social too," the young Sarutobi remarked dryly as he sat down beside her, arms resting on his knees as he looked at his teammate. A few seconds of silence could pass between them now, disturbed only by the wind and the distant murmur of the village that surrounded them. It all created a carpet of background noise for Kimiko to rest on. Something to turn her back to as she stared up at the clouds high above. "Okay, seriously," Konohamaru told her after a few moments of silence. "Are you going to mope around here all day?" he asked impatiently. "Maybe," Kimiko said slowly, her voice lacking all of the usual spunk. "Then how about you maybe get off your ass and go train or something?" Konohamaru asks. "Isn't that how you usually handle these kinds of things? Train until you can't stand?" "Don't wanna," Kimiko responded with the same level of apathy as before. "So what are you going to do then?" Konohamaru asks. "Piss away the rest of the day too?" "Yeah, probably," Kimiko informed him, and Konohamaru gritted his teeth, looking away for a couple of seconds before raising one hand and looking down on it. He slowly flexed his fingers, pursing his lips in deep thought before shrugging. "Then I know something we can do," he said loudly, shoving his hand in under her hips to roughly grope her ass. "Wanna get down and dirty here and now, eh?" he continued as Kimiko's eyes widened in shock. 3 seconds later he was lying upside down against the trunk of a shaking tree nearby, a small downpour of leaves coming from above him as he groaned in pain. "Yeah, you ain't lost it yet," he said with a choked voice as he looked at Kimiko, who stood upright, eyes wide, teeth bared and breath deep as she glared at him in shock and anger. "So," he grunted as he rolled off the tree and rolled a shoulder. "Damn, that hurt, but you really gonna collapse just like that?" he asked her now, looking up at her. "We found Sakura, your brother's apprentice. We're closer to that prick than we've been for 3 years now. Isn't this a good thing?" "Good?" Kimiko exploded now. "Good that one of my best friends acted like she hated me? That I pretty much treated her like dirt just because she was a good apprentice and I was a jealous idiot? That I made her think she only had my brother to rely on, that I drove her to, that I made her defect?" she continued, tears welling up in her eyes as she began to sob again. Turning around, she clenched her teeth and fists both, staring into the ground as she tried to hold back her tears. When Konohamaru came up behind her and hand chopped her over the head, she was too surprised to act, only looking back at the young man with eyes showing her confusion and anger at everything. "Hey," Konohamaru told her now, leaning forward as he held out his hands to the sides. "I've spent most of my life hating my only living relative.
I didn't do that because I had the right to, as much as that I was a stupid little shit who needed to get my ass kicked."
"You really think someone going, yahahahahaha, is someone you should rely on for a fair judgment of shit?" "I don't. So how about this?" he asks. "You stop bawling, come train, and when we've got more intel we find Haruno, kick her ass 7 ways to Sunday and drag her back here to make her see sense. Deal?" he asks, Kimiko not replying at first. Then, however, she threw herself at Konohamaru, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his chest as she began to sob again. Konohamaru stood still, holding his arms up still and looking confused. "Just comfort me, stupid," Kimiko said with a hoarse voice after a while, Konohamaru eventually obliging as he gave her the stiffest hug known to man. For a short while they stood still like that, the young Sarutobi awkwardly hugging his teammate as she sobbed into his chest, clinging to him like a drowning woman. "Kami-sama, you censored at hugs," she said after she had managed to calm down. Well gosh and gee princess. Konohamaru rolled his eyes at this. Guess I bombed that exam. That must be how you caught up with me at all, he said acerbically. You're pretty smug considering I'm in prime position to kick you in the balls, Kimiko said as she pushed away, finally smiling as she wiped away the tears on her face. That's the thanks I get for getting you to stop bitching, is it? Konohamaru said as he threw up his hands and looked around in mock exasperation. Fine, forget about me ever getting you out of your funk again. Don't lie, Kimiko retorted. You'll keep making sure I don't intrude on your whiny turf.
Bitch, asshole, bimbo, emo, am I interrupting something? A voice called dryly and they both looked to the side to see Sasuke leaning against a nearby tree. Kimiko and Konohamaru looked at each other before shrugging in synchronization.
Not really, just telling it as it is, Kimiko said, wrapping her arms behind her head. Sasuke didn't reply to this but instead gave them both a strange look before continuing. Hokage-sama asked for us to come to his office, he said eventually. I do not know what it is, but it seemed important. What, unlike all the non-important summons? Konohamaru asked before being slapped over the head by Kimiko. Behave, she told him, and Konohamaru groused but did not say anything more. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the pair. If you two are quite finished, he asked as the three began to make their way towards the Hokage Tower. XXXXXX Minato Namikaze looked at the letter in his hand, wondering why he did not feel more relieved or indeed happy right now. The message had arrived this morning with a carrier falcon, carrying a seal he hadn't seen for a long time and being marked as a top priority message. What more, the contents put a major concern of his to rest and gave him a new ally in this entire conflict. Yet as it was, the contents of the letter only filled him with a slow, nameless dread, and he sighed deeply, leaning back as he stared up at the ceiling. When the door opened to his office, the reflexes which had been honed for decades activated and he looked down again, losing the forlorn look on his face and adopting a visage of calm and security. After all, who would follow a Hokage who looked like a scared whelp? That it was his own daughter who entered along with her two teammates changed nothing. You asked for us, Dad? Kimiko began and Minato gave her a wry look. Yeah, Hokage-sama. She corrected herself and Minato nodded.
I did, he said, holding up the letter for them to see.
I just received this message from Kirigakure, he told them, noting how he instantly got the full attention of all three of them. The Mizukage writes that they were hit by the Akatsuki, who managed to seize one of the Biju and abscond with it. They suffered many casualties trying to stop them, and Terumi Dono is asking for our aid. If we can provide medical aid to their wounded, she will consider it a show of good faith enough that normalizing relations again will be a possibility. Don't they have medic nins of their own, Hokage-sama? Konohamaru asks. I know Kiri's a shithole, but it isn't that much of a dump, is it? One of the Akatsuki members who struck them was Sasori of the Red Sands, Minato elaborated. Kiri's medical staff is unable to synthesize an antidote, we are the only ones with that ability. Who was the other Akatsuki member? This question came from Kimiko, who seemed to have snapped out of the funk that had gotten hold of her during the last days. It gladdened Minato to see, but at the same time it only made it all the harder to say what he was going to say now. Terumi Dono did not specify, he admitted, but our intel indicates that Sasori works alongside Naruto. The instant the words had left Minato's mouth, Kimiko censored it in a sharp breath. He looked to his daughter and saw that whatever calm she had managed to gain was censored it away in an instant. Her eyes were wide and her lips quivered. All of her was like a piano wire all of a sudden, wound to the breaking point. It wasn't she who broke the silence though, it was Sasuke. Kiri backed itself into a corner, the young Uchiha said thoughtfully. You're doing that thing again, Konohamaru remarked, and when Sasuke looked at him, blinking, he sighed. That thing where you say half of a thing and expect the rest of us to fill in the blanks, Konohamaru said with an acerbic tone to his voice. Would it kill you to actually explain what you're on about? Very well, Sasuke sighed patiently. Kirigakure cut off all ties with Konoha after Namikaze Naruto's defection. They considered him a friend of the village, and from where they stood the blame for Naruto's defection lay with Konoha. Having to choose between Naruto and Konoha, they chose their friend. Now that same friend attacked them and stole one of their Biju. Their entire reason for declaring against us fell apart. Hey, when you put it that way they sound pretty damn arrogant, Konohamaru remarked. We weren't the ones who broke off the cooperation after all. They were, and now they act like they could possibly deign themselves to forgiving us if we do them a pro bono favor. Wouldn't there be a point to squeezing them a bit here? Make them realize who's got all the aces.
I'm not going to rub salt in Kiri's wounds just to be spiteful, Sarutobi-san, Minato said icily, making Konohamaru flinch slightly. Besides, there were other issues clouding our relationship at the time of the break. This is the matter of building bridges, not adding insult to injury. Kimiko, he asked sharply now, looking at his daughter. The girl blinked, eyes focusing back on him now. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, Hokage-sama, Kimiko said reluctantly, Minato making a motion for her to continue. We're not going to Kiri to look for clues, we're going to escort medic nins and we're not going to run off to see what traces we can find of them, she said reluctantly, and Minato nodded. Exactly, he said. I'll be honest. You're going because you're my daughter and because you managed to befriend Utakata. Your presence is not just my daughter and our Jinchuriki, but because you three were the ace genin. So in short, we're going there to trot around so Kiri can get their butthurt soothed enough to get their heads out of said asses? Konohamaru asked dryly, lips pursed in a sarcastic frown. Beats chasing cats, he said with a shrug before his head flew forward and he fell down, face planting into the floor. Kimiko and Sasuke both looked back in shock at his sudden fall. They were met by the sight of none other than the head of Konoha's medical division, Senju Tsunade. She was standing with a balled fist held outwards as she looked down at Konohamaru with a wry look on her face. You're way too lenient with these brats, Minato, she said, folding her arms under her sizable bosom. Hope you're prepared to have them whipped into shape when we come back from Kiri. How are you, brat? She added, turning to Kimiko now and ruffling the girl's hair. Kimiko squealed and recoiled from the woman, flailing a bit but grinning all the same. Goo. My head is not a drum, you know. Konohamaru yelled as he pushed himself up to a sitting position, rubbing his head as he glared up at Tsunade. True, the woman remarked as she looked down at him with a wry smirk. With your whining I was more thinking bagpipe, she informed him before adding a bweeeee noise, provoking a snort of laughter from Kimiko and even Sasuke raising his hand to cover his mouth. Minato was busy covering his face with his hand but looked up after a few seconds. Abuse of your escorts notwithstanding, are you ready to travel to Kiri, Tsunade-san? He asked his teacher's old teammate, Tsunade, looking to him with a calm, confident look. I was ready when you were still a gleam in your father's eye, Boya, she told her cage. And I've got a good idea just what needs to be done. Is the tadpole trio ready to head out? Do I need to blow their noses first? Kami-sama, you violent hag. Konohamaru burst out now. Stop acting like you're still more than a has-been, hiding from her age and encroaching senility, he told her loudly before slamming into the wall on the far end of the room. Tsunade, massaging her fist, turned to look at Kimiko and Sasuke with an angelic smile. Anyone else needing to get something out of their system? She asked merrily, the two young aces both shaking their heads quickly. XXXXXX in the humongous, gloomy chamber the massive statue towered in near complete silence. Near complete, but for the slow, humming sound of chakra coming from the jar standing at the base of the statue. The lid was off and out of it rose a pillar of glowing chakra that was slowly being fed upwards, into the maw of the statue, by the figures standing on the raised fingers. Care to mind the balance, Hidan? Naruto's voice, dry and emotionless, said from one of the middle fingers where he was standing. I'd rather not have this take longer than it needs. I'm balancing it just fine, Naruto. Hidan snapped at him, climb off my ass and focus on your own shit. My shit, as you oh so eloquently put it, is well enough in order that I can see the imperfections in your contribution easily, Naruto told him pointedly but calmly. Look down at the flow, notice how it jerks about 3 meters above the container. It is being fed too fast, too sloppily, and you're slowing the process down, possibly with as much 13%. Is inefficient flailing part of Jashin's creed as well? Jashin's breath, Naruto. Didn't Sasori give you enough censored on this trip? Will you stop nitpicking every last bit of what I'm doing? I will not, Naruto said, ignoring the remark about Sasori. I will cram some modest censored of knowledge and or skill, ideally both and in either order, into your thick, sloping skull if I so have to use a crowbar, so shut up and, he continued before being cut off by the mad death cultist. Fun with Lee earning, Hidan drawled with a sing-song voice. You think you're gonna do anything but make me fall asleep mid-ritual? I suppose it is the mark of the cretin to be bored by what he understands, Naruto remarked mildly. His idiocy leaves him gaping in wonder at every single thing he sees, and to understand something, anything, is to lose the only motivation he possesses, namely that of slack-jawed gawking at every strand of grass and every fly he sees. At this, a bark of laughter came from Kisame, who was standing to Hidan's left. "Boy Naruto-san, aren't you spiteful today?" The swordsman asked with a massive grin, being accompanied in this by Deidara, who was doing his best to cover up his snort despite both hands being busy. "What happened? Your tongue's razor sharp." "I expect success in all things," Naruto said, "but can abide abject failure. If one simply was not good enough, then that's that. What I truly despise is only barely managing to squeeze by. Mediocrity leaves a sour taste in my mouth." "I have to agree," Sasori remarked now as he looked to Zetsu. "We were ambushed in force by Kiri's shinobi. They knew what route we were taking. Did you slip up somewhere, Zetsu?" "Don't blame me," Zetsu retorted. "If anyone tipped their hand, it wasn't me. All I could find indicated Kiri was still flailing around." He told them before his voice became deeper, more guttural. "If anything, it was that apprentice brat of your colleague who tipped the world off that we were coming. Because obviously she was clumsy enough that not just Konoha, but also the village that for the last 3 years has been in a cold war with Konoha, learned every last piece of our plans," Naruto remarked acerbically. "Certainly that must be the case. It is utterly impossible that our noble spymaster simply failed in his duties." "Enough," Pain said, cutting the argument down in one instant and making all eyes turn to him. "Your bickering is tiresome. Whether they knew we were coming or not, they failed in stopping us. It served the Akatsuki's purposes and I don't care that it offended your sense of aesthetics," he remarked heavily, eyes looking straight at Naruto. "Of course, Leader Sama," Naruto answered calmly. "Do I have your permission to continue instructing Hidan in order to improve his performance?" he added, glancing at the Jashin worshipper. "Do it," Pain ordered. "And Hidan, you will listen to him. I do not abide mediocrity any more than he does." "Oh, for the," Hidan began but held his tongue. Not even he was going to truly go up against Pain. "Fine," he spat eventually, glaring at Naruto with hate-filled eyes. "Your commitment to self-improvement is an example to all of us, Hidan-senpai," Naruto said mildly, contempt and smugness marinating every word. "Honestly, I'm glad we picked him up just for the sass," Kisame grinned widely. The waiting was among the worst parts of her current existence. As she sat silently in her master's laboratory, waiting for him to be finished with the ritual that was taking place, Sakura knew that she just had to sit quiet and be patient. At the same time precisely that left her almost queasy with anxiety and worry. Whenever she sat silent, her thoughts began to dig into her, forcing themselves into her mind and refusing to leave. She hated it, hated how it made her think of all the things she just wanted to shut out because it hurt too much to think about it.
Shouldn't she be proud of her performance? She had managed to outwit the Kiri ninjas and snatched the key for her master right under their noses, using a technique she'd only recently learned. All that was great, maybe even master would acknowledge it.
But why did it have to be Chojuro? Of all the shinobi that could have been there, why did Chojuro have to be there? Why did he have to be the one she had controlled like a puppet? He had been so good to her when she was in Kiri, always kind and protective when she felt alone and lost in a strange new place. He'd even tended to her when she was sick from the mutations, made her feel safe and cared for. In the end, she had even ended up having a crush on him, a crush that hadn't quite died even 3 years down the road. Yet even as Sakura asked herself that question, the answer was clear. She didn't want it to be, but she couldn't deny it. It was because Chojuro had carried something for her as well. It was too obvious with the way he'd instantly rushed to her side and forgetting all about the battle as she fell into his arms. She'd ensnared him so effectively because he loved her, because he was too enamored with her to consider the possibility that she'd play him, use his love against her and take him over as a puppet to strike down his cage and steal something they couldn't afford to lose. She was vile. She knew she only had her master. She knew that she had to stick with him, that he would see her through in the end somehow. Yet the fact remained that she had to do all these awful things. It ground into her very soul and she couldn't, simply couldn't, numb herself to it. There was still something inside of her that wished she didn't have to do this, that made her want to be back in Konoha as an academy student with her friends, that all that happened never had taken place. How did Master do it? How did he stay so impassive despite everything? Had he just never cared, or had the treatment they subjected him to in Konoha truly cut his bonds with the village through and through? Whatever it was, Sakura clung to it now. She was in a terrible place, surrounded by maniacs and murderers, but she had to hold it together. Not for her sake but for her master's sake. Whatever she could do for him, she had to do it. Even as a small part of her was telling her she made no sense, she still clung to it. She'd come this far for him, and if she let go now it'd all be for nothing. So she waited in the darkness, all alone and fighting the doubt that wouldn't go away. XXXXXX for all the sublime qualities inherent in the process of sealing a bijou inside the immense statue, Naruto found the ending slightly anticlimactic. The ritual ended, Pain fell silent and eventually departed, leaving the rest of them to stand there looking after him. No words about what they were supposed to do here next, nor any commendations for their performance, though Naruto was not overly surprised by that, or indeed anything. Instead, Naruto and Sasori looked to each other, both of them hiding behind their masks where they stood. Yet even through that, the two could communicate in looks what wasn't said in words. As intellectually stimulating this entire affair has been, Naruto commended after a while, giving a pointed glance in Hidan's direction, we must be off now as well. Hopefully someone else, not very picky about who, can actually get something done in the future, Sasori said with a sarcastic rasp in his voice. Until next time, Naruto bid them farewell mildly. Preferably far from now, Sasori finished as the two leapt down from the statue's fingers and left the chamber. So petty, Sasori-san, Naruto said with the same mild tone in his voice as they marched through the endless, dark corridors with the distant echo of their footsteps and their voices bouncing back at them. As amusing as it was to watch you browbeat that death-worshipping Neanderthal, I can only abide him for so long, Sasori said. Do you realize we are spending 24 hours in the presence of those dunces? Typically, I would have done away with them after an hour. I don't know. I try to approach it as a new specimen, Naruto said. The same reflex that made me poke dead rats with sticks as a child is what helps me endure those people's presence. How does Hidan not forget how to breathe? How soon will Kakuzu attempt to sensually express his love for money? Little thought experiments like that. I won't comment on the fact that you're associating Kakuzu and censored, Sasori drawled in response. Some thoughts are too repulsive for me to approach. Ah yes, wouldn't want to upset your delicate sensibilities, Naruto said airily, Sasori giving him a glacial glare. Good, because if you don't behave you don't get to accompany me to Tanigakure, the puppeteer told him, leaving Naruto to raise an eyebrow behind the mask. I shall remain quiet then, he said evenly, not showing how surprised he was at what Sasori just had said. He was not fully informed of precisely why Sasori regularly went to that particular village, but he knew it was one of the more important private errands the puppet master ran. Until now he had been secretive about it, yet now he was inviting Naruto along. This was a not inconsiderable show of trust, and Naruto knew well that it was for the best to make an absolute minimum of fuss right now, lest Sasori rescind the offer. Sasori grunted and turned back to the corridor, speaking up again after a few seconds. Seems you had a point about the usefulness of playing nice with people. I haven't enjoyed this kind of silence in months, the puppet master commented after a few seconds. That is one victory, at the very least, Naruto remarked airily, unable to contain himself and getting only another small grunt from Sasori. While he wanted to make a remark about the man's constant grunting, he could at least hold himself back from that. Good for you, Sasori drawled. You two are goddamn adorable, a hoarse voice said behind them. Naruto did not even need to look to know that it was Zetsu who had appeared behind them. The spymaster of the Akatsuki was staring at them with his hollow eyes, a wry smirk on his face. Naruto turned around to face him with irritation bubbling up inside of him. Always nice to be noticed by one's illustrious senpai, Naruto drawled. Allow me to breathlessly gush over this for a while. What do you want, carrion feeder? Sasori asked bluntly, glaring at Zetsu. Oh, a few things, Zetsu said mildly. Mainly I wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. And also, did you pitch a semi when your old lover showed up? The man-plant hybrid's voice turned lewd and he leaned in a little. She's quite the looker, I'll admit, he leered. I can only imagine how she'd taste. Maybe you could give me a hint. And we're taking a sample, Naruto said calmly, suppressing the part of him that was incensed by Zetsu's provocations, as he tore out some strands of hair from Zetsu's head. Really, if you're going to attempt to get a rise out of me, you should keep a decent distance. Still, thanks for the DNA, I'm sure I can do many an interesting thing with this, He continued as he placed the sample into a small test tube. Shall we, Sasori-san? He asked, giving Zetsu no time to continue before they both turned around and left him. Zetsu's little spiteful tantrum about being questioned was an irritation, nothing else. Sure. Walk away from the man giving you a mission from Pain-sama, Zetsu said behind him, and Naruto stopped in his tracks. Damn it, was that madman giving him no rest? And making puerile comments in the manner of a 14-year-old was obviously more important, he said acerbically as he turned to look back at the man. But sure, let us hear it, he said, folding his arms. You're going to prison, Professor, Zetsu grinned. Hazuka Castle more specifically. Delightful, Naruto said, feeling a small chill run down his spine. Hazuka Castle was infamous for a reason. Once you entered you never left unless the village wanted you back. Hazuka Castle was, in a way, one of the constants in the shinobi world. Care to elaborate on why, or is your ability to convey information as pitiable as your ability to gather it? He asks. Maybe we should shove him into a pot somewhere, Sasori offered. Plants tend to be stressed out by being moved around. Or at least water him, Naruto agreed. I believe I have some things we could use as fertilizer. And prune him, Sasori added as he waved the razor-sharp stinger of his tail back and forth a little. Censored me with your little 2-inch censors, you are so funny, Zetsu drawled. Anyway. Apologies Zetsu-san, I do not swing that way. Naruto cut him off with a mild voice. It was an infantile remark, but he made it anyway. What way would you even be swinging if you wanted to fornicate with plants? Sasori asks, taking the ball and running with it. I think the term would be dendrophilia in the case of trees, Naruto mused. As for other plants, I don't know if there is an actual term for it. Let us call it Zetsuphilia for the time being. A great leap forward for the science of perverts and deviants, Sasori smirked. Are you two finished? Zetsu asked patiently, glaring at them. Hazuka Castle. Break into it. Let the inmates out. The elemental villages are closing ranks and Pain-sama wants as much chaos as we can give him. The greatest prison break in history should do the trick. Feel free to get to it anytime soon. Are you well versed in the language of flowers, Sasori-san? Naruto continued now for the heck of it, folding his arms and placing one hand under his chin. I think this arrangement is trying to convey a message, but I'm not sure what the meaning is. Just piss off, will you? Zetsu asks as he stepped backwards, fading into the wall and leaving them behind. There really is a certain satisfaction in being obnoxiously lowbrow, is there not? Naruto asks, genuinely smiling under his mask. I'm not sure the loss of dignity is worth it, Sasori said dryly as his tail retreated in under his cloak again. But you are correct, there is. Now to find some way to arrange the greatest prison break in history, Naruto wrapped up with a dry voice. What do we know? He began, looking to his companion as he thought about it. Hazuka Castle. Run by the hidden grass. Touted as the ultimate prison. Final destination for loose cannons and psychopaths as well as those without the stomach to do their duty. Makes use of seals to control the prison population. He listed off calmly as he and Sasori began to walk down the hallway again. A vast amount of information to be sure, Sasori said sarcastically. We need more. A very perceptive conclusion, Sasori-senpai, Naruto fired back with equal sarcasm. Did you have any ideas or am I doing the heavy lifting as usual? Former prisoners, Sasori said evenly as they entered Naruto's laboratory. It begins and ends with those seals they use. The kind of people imprisoned there won't be stopped by just some guards. If the seals are removed they'll break out. A standardized seal, most probably, Naruto said, walking up to a blackboard there and beginning to take notes. 3 options. 1. The one who places the seal on them is the conduit, kill him and his seals fade with him. 2. The seals are self-contained and we'd have to remove them one by one. 3. Some kind of artifact to sustain the seals without the seal user's presence. The first option would be the most simplest but potentially the most troublesome. If the seal user is a high-level shinobi surrounded by bodyguards we will have a pitched battle on our hands. One I'd prefer to avoid. Second option would take longer time but could potentially be easier as long as we stayed hidden. Third, whatever artifact is used would be under heavy guard and or hidden. I dislike treasure hunts, he muttered as he and Sasori began to speculate about what awaited and what possible options they had in either case. After a while Naruto looked around, realizing Sakura was nowhere to be seen. Vexing. I told her to wait here. He sighed, inwardly becoming all the more worried. Chojuro had been there during the fight and Naruto hadn't forgotten the bond that had developed between the young swordsman and his apprentice. Sakura had exploited that brilliantly, but now, when it all was over, he himself had been bitter and regretful after clashing with Mei, yet Sakura had been forced to make Chojuro her puppet. Go find her, I'll prepare for the journey, Sasori told him and Naruto nodded. Steadily, Sasori was being more and more helpful these days. That was a good thing, admittedly, but right now he had other concerns. Stepping out into the corridors, he began stalking them to find his apprentice. This was the last place in the world where he wanted to be unaware of her location. Nearly every last one of his vile colleagues would be problematic for Sakura to deal with. If it wasn't the possibility of outright violence, they'd most likely try to screw with her head or maybe even censoriously assault her. These vermin had no limits. It was first after a good while that he managed to find her. As it turned out, she had walked out of the building and was standing on one of the roof terraces. Stopping in the doorway, Naruto took a moment to watch her, hoping to at least somewhat gauge her mental state from how she was acting when she thought no one was around. She was not pacing around or crying, which was at least something, and the absurdity of his situation became clear once again when that was the baseline. What she was doing, however, was training. Standing in the pouring rain, Sakura was surrounded by a series of clones transformed into various other shinobi, and as they launched themselves at her, she used every last bit of her skill to avoid and defeat them. Naruto silently watched as his apprentice demonstrated the full range of her agility, speed and precision. She was dodging two of her attackers using the faintest of moves, each strike passing her by only a hair's width from her clothing. Snaking her arm around one of her attackers, she sent him flying into the air with a graceful, powerful twist as she ducked under another blow and swept the new attacker's legs from under him before kicking him in the gut hard enough to dispel him. Naruto realized she most likely had summoned more clones than the 6 currently attacking her, and he decided to just enjoy the scene. Her face was impassive, focused, and she moved with the grace of a master. Naruto silently concluded she was brilliant, probably even Jonin material. He was thinking it a lot these days, he admitted to himself. Sakura really was too good for her own good. Was there anything he could throw at her where she simply would fail? If she hadn't been so able against Kimiko, she would have been captured and brought out of here. If she hadn't been so canny and ruthless, she would have been able to use Chojuro against Mei. But she had. This jewel of his would not leave his side, would not fail him even as he silently begged that it would before it got shattered. As Sakura went through a series of acrobatic leaps and bounds that had her in essence running circled around her remaining opponents, he sighed to himself. What could she have become had she remained in Konoha? Some students slogged through their development, each improvement hard-earned, yet Sakura soared, exceeding his expectations again and again. As Sakura came to a stop, she panted slightly, having only moderately exerted herself. It was only a second, however, before she looked up and spun to face him, eyes wide. Master. Her voice quivered as she bowed deeply before him. In an instant all her confidence vanished and she seemed like a trembling waif before him. Naruto was so dismayed by the sight that he for a moment entertained the thought of walking up to her and tell her just how brilliant she was. The naked worry and uncertainty in her eyes cut into his very soul. She who could do so much was still so weakened, so hurt, by this damnable distance he had committed to keeping for her sake. She seemed so ragged, so terrified, by his sudden appearance. He couldn't, however. If he told her how brilliant she was, he wouldn't be able to stop. If he let it all out, he couldn't imagine her remaining calm, and such a naked display of emotions and relief would be like the smell of rotten meat to the carrion feeders they were surrounded by. A satisfactory performance, he therefore said evenly. Satisfactory. Suddenly he hated that word. I told you, however, to wait in my laboratory. We have work to do. He wasn't going to dwell on an oversight he in truth wanted to just ignore. The look on Sakura's face told him that even that little comment had an effect. Come with me, he told her, beginning to walk down the hallway when she came up to him. She walked in silence and Naruto tried to think of something to say. He had been mostly silent with her for 3 years. Could he not think of something? Anything? No, nothing he could say at the very least. Not when the walls had ears. He hated us so much but knew that if Pain caught wind of how much Sakura actually meant to him, she was most likely dead, and that dog of Pain's, Zetsu, could be anywhere. Then again, Naruto got an idea. A crazy idea which could go wrong in many a way, but an idea nonetheless. He knew that he had the method, but what would the message be? What could he even say? Another project, he supposed, but it was one he would have to do. No more delaying on Sakura. His delays had caused her too much grief as it was. He looked to her for a second, half opening his mouth before he decided to take a measured risk. Don't look so skittish, he told her. Your impressive performance in water country gives you leeway enough that I'll overlook this and more, but I would advise against trying your luck. He spoke disinterestedly. The flash of relief that went over Sakura's face was brief but intensive, forcing Naruto to look away. Had he starved her of trust so much that she became so happy for so little? He was a vile man, necessity or not. XXXXXX. Sakura trembled inwardly still, but now it wasn't from fear, but rather happiness. Her impressive performance in water country gave her leeway. That meant Master acknowledged her success. She actually had triumphed now. She had managed to do it, and not even Master could find any flaws in what she had done. She actually meant something. She was someone. It was pathetic. She was like a dog, licking up breadcrumbs of approval. It was her breadcrumbs, however, and it was all she had. Glancing up at her master, she wondered how he looked behind that mask. It was almost as if the master she knew from Konoha was gone, replaced by a featureless, emotionless mask. Did he look as disinterested as he sounded? She clung mentally to the word impressive. That was a good thing, no matter how you looked at it. She had earned his approval, and in the world where she was, it was all she could hope for. She was improving, she was becoming better, more worthy, and as long as she could do that, she had a place left. Even Master Sasori had acknowledged her in the end, hadn't he? That's why he taught her. Maybe in the end even Pain and the others would acknowledge her. She couldn't have her home or her friends back, but respect was something at least. Entering the lab, Sakura silently stepped to the side to give her master room, but did not escape Sasori's glance. The puppet master locked his gaze onto her, and Sakura forced herself to calm down, meeting the gaze steadily. Master Sasori. When had he become her master, she wondered. She didn't know, but Master had given his approval early on, saying it was foolish to turn away skillful teaching, no matter the source. Sakura silently wished that Master was as quick to give feedback as Master Sasori. Sakura had never doubted where she stood with the puppeteer, instead always getting instant feedback. But then again, Master was the one who had made her what she was. Girl, Master Sasori said, pointing at the blackboard. Tell us what you see. Sakura looked to the blackboard, her brow furrowing as she pored over the notes there, all written in Master's quick, crisp hand, detailing the 3 possibilities for the construction of a seal. It was all speculation, guesswork, really, and Sakura told them that. The fact that Master Sasori began to chuckle when she was done and Master didn't move a muscle made a stab of fear shoot through her heart again. When Master spoke up, it was not to berate her, however. There's something to her interpretation. Master said dryly, we are wasting time debating what we must study. The question is where we find samples. I told you, former prisoners. Master Sasori's voice was equally dry. My contact in Tani might have former inmates. We can check in with him. An actual plan. How astounding, Master said mildly. Sakura never knew what to do in times like these. The passive-aggressive ribbing that came now could be traded for in-depth debating in a heartbeat, which, moments later, turned back into sniping at each other. She therefore fell back into the shadows where she belonged. Having snuck away from the official business, Kimiko was hurrying through the woods outside Kiri. It had been tough, especially with that one-eyed old guy who had been escorting them, but she needed to do this. She had promised Dad that she'd focus on getting Kiri on their side, but she had to at least see the place where they had clashed with Onisan. The dark, foreboding woods of Kiri reminded her of the forest of death back in Konoha. Maybe a bit wetter, and not quite as many giant bugs everywhere, but the foreboding feeling was still there. Leaping through the trees, Kimiko kept careful watch of her surroundings and occasionally sniffed. One of the things she'd learned recently, with a little help from her tenant, was how to sniff chakra in the air. It was weird, really weird, but it helped her now as she after a while detected some of that strange, sharp smell that meant chakra. It was faint, but she could tell the source of it was right ahead as she kept moving, actually speeding up. What do you hope to find? A voice spoke inside of her. It was her tenant, the Kyubi, who was speaking to her. Usually the Kyubi, or Karama as its name was, wasn't much for talking. When it was, it tended to be mean and nagging. Your traitor sibling will not have left tracks for you to follow. Surely you grasp that, at least. Do you have siblings, Kurama-chan? Kimiko thought in reply. What do you imagine will happen? Kurama continued, ignoring her question. That he will come out of the woods, regretful and willing to go back. It will not happen and you are deluding yourself. Do you have siblings? Kimiko repeated, not rising to the bait. For all your siblings' flaws, at least he had sense enough to know that what you are doing now is futile at best. Kurama continued, unperturbed by what he had said. Kurama-chan. Kimiko thought patiently. Approaching it like she was her big brother was something that gave her comfort when she felt pressured or pestered. Speak calmly, a bit standoffish and always have a quick response at the ready. Siblings, do you have them? I do not expect you to comprehend the answer I could give to such a question, whelp. It lies beyond your horizon to grasp such things. You mean you don't want to tell me, Kimiko corrected smugly, and you throw around big words to make it seem more important than it is. Besides, if you're so awesome you should at least be able to dumb it down for poor little me. The growl that filled her entire being couldn't stop the grin on her face as she just knew that she had gotten one over the Kyuubi. Very well then, whelp, the ancient demon's voice said inside of her. I do. What infantile point will you make of that? Don't you ever miss them? Kimiko asked as she kept leaping, turning a bit to the left as she seemed to be slightly off course. Kurama's response was a sharp bark of laughter. Do you think familial love is common amongst my kin? It asked her. A Biju stands alone, unlike you humans. So you don't even know what it's like to love someone and you're giving me crap for it? Kimiko asks. Look who's the uninformed one. Playing at being her big brother was really fun at times. I still have eyes, pipsqueak, and I use my head. Kurama retorted. I see your pathetic squirming and what it will lead to. For centuries I have watched humanity. Its squirming, its failures, and its irrationality. You walk the same path as so many failures before you. I don't believe you, Kimiko told her tenant. I think you're afraid of what the Akatsuki will do if they catch me and you're trying to stop me from going after him. And what if I am, brat? The giant fox demon acts. You are so obsessed that even the risk of your own death will not dissuade you from foolishness. Reason fails you there and it is failing you here. I refuse to have lived for this long only to die because my jailer has a brother complex. Well, brat, pipsqueak, can't you say anything without throwing in an insult too? Kimiko asked suddenly. Seriously, it feels like you can't say a word to me without throwing in an insult as well. We're stuck with each other anyway, so couldn't you, try to be nice instead? I could do you favors and you could help me, wouldn't that work better? And what favors could you possibly do me? The Kyuubi asked with a slow drawl in its voice. I dunno, you haven't really given me much to work with. Is there some special food you like when I eat? I could eat that, or how about girl foxes? Would you like me to read books with girl foxes in them? Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei always read stuff like that. Would you like it if I found some stuff like that but with foxes instead? Kimiko knew she was grasping for straws, but what else did she have to grasp after? Did you seriously just offer to read fox pornography for my amusement? I did not know you were such a deviant. No, I'm not, but if it makes you happy then why not? You're stuck in me and all, but that doesn't mean I can't be nice to you. I refuse to continue this discussion. With that, Kurama fell silent, leaving Kimiko to sigh. She had been sorta serious when offering to do that.
She hated having to fight with the demon inside her. Onisan's training meant she could control Kurama's powers like nobody's business, but she still felt sorta bad over it. The fox demon was, after all, imprisoned inside of her and she took its chakra without it having a say. Yeah, ancient evil thing and all that, but Kimiko didn't see why that would let her get away with doing bad things herself. That was not how right and wrong worked in her head.
Making one final leap, she landed in the clearing where it was obvious that a fierce battle had raged. Craters were everywhere and the marks on the trees were in some cases still bleeding sap or resin. Sniffing the air, Kimiko almost choked as she felt all the chakra still residing in the air. So many different kinds. She looked around and took regular sniffs trying to see what she could find out. There were a lot of damp chakra around, probably kiri, but she after a while found another chakra in a part of the clearing where the smell of blood still hung in the air. There was another chakra here, more potent, and she went down on one knee to smell it more closely. No, it wasn't her brother. There was something off about it, something mechanical? She didn't know what to call it, but the smells of lacquer, wood, oil and metal was intermingling with the chakra almost down to the core. Was that? What was his name again? That one guy amongst the Akatsuki who used puppets. Kimiko wished that Sasuke was here. He was great with names. Considering how the pungent smell of blood hung around the area, it gave Kimiko a sense of relief that it wasn't her brother's smell. That might mean it wasn't Onisan who was responsible for all this bloodshed. It was now that the wind turned and Kimiko blinked as she felt an eerily familiar smell. Turning her head to further away, she began to sprint as she felt the scent coming from there. About half a kilometer away, in a particularly devastated area, she felt a smell that made her stomach twist in a knot. This was it, her brother's smell. Starting to sniff around, she went down almost on all fours to get closer to the earth. She had mastered this chakra-empowered sense of smell only a year or so ago, meaning she hadn't ever had a chance to smell her brother's presence before his flight from Konoha, but all the same she just knew this was him. She couldn't put her finger on it and trying to explain how it smelled was a futile endeavor. But here it was, her brother had been here. Her brother and some Kiri ninjas from what she could tell. There was this strange area next to a giant root where the chakra smell was just gone. Not weakened, but completely gone, and Kimiko wondered just what had happened there. It was when she felt another, familiar, smell, that she stopped in her tracks. Sakura had been here as well. Unlike with her brother, her friend Sakura's scent was one she knew. After her old friend had kicked her ass a few weeks ago, the smell was unmistakable and she found it here, clear as day. Sakura had been here too. Her brother and one of her closest friends, together. Kimiko felt how her throat constricted and her eyes welled up. She missed them both. The memories of Sakura came back again and she thought about all the years they had been such good friends. Having thought about it for a long time, she had realized Konohamaru had a point. All those years couldn't have meant nothing and she had to talk to Sakura-chan. Actually talk it out. Maybe there was a way of doing it that wouldn't have to mean Sakura-chan would be thrown in jail back in Konoha. Maybe it was possible to just grab her, really talk it out and let her go. Anything if it meant a chance to really get to the bottom of what had happened between them. Danger. Leaping to the side, Kimiko only barely avoided the ropes of water that lashed through the area where she just had stood. Vaulting through the air, she landed just as another swarm of ropes came flying once again, this time ensnaring her arms and leaving her to cry out in shock and pain as they tightened, hard. 6 ropes held each arm with enough force that it felt like they were going to tear them out. Grimacing, Kimiko struggled as much as she could, which wasn't much, as a figure landed in front of her. It was a man, masked and with long, black hair framing the white and red porcelain mask he wore. Kimiko recognized the man as a hunter nin instantly, the precariousness of her situation becoming all too clear. Recklessness seems a trait of the Namikaze, the man said, his voice low and almost listless. You are still in enemy territory, child, he continued as he took out a long, curved kunai. The invitation you were given was specific about the conditions under which you would be allowed here, and you violate them in a single day. The hunter nin placed the knife against her throat right before Kimiko's grimace of pain turned into a grin and she pushed her throat forward, the sharp edge piercing her skin right before she vanished in a puff of smoke. The hunter nin instantly flung his knife to the side and a sharp clang of metal on metal rang out from where Kimiko, standing on a tree branch, parried it with her own dagger. Will you lay it off? She yelled. I'm not here to fight you. I just wanted to find if there were any traces of my brother. She only barely finished before the hunter nins were up on the branch all around her, striking in perfect synchronization only to find themselves surrounded as well. Mid-strike, they realized that a copy of her had appeared behind all of them and it was only their leader who managed to avoid the blows and land further away. Seriously. Kimiko yelled as she stood on the branch, her shadow clones dispersing. I am not here to fight. Yes, you're very cool and badass and also will you please stop it? She's right, you're not taking her down. Stand down. A voice said from above them and Kimiko looked up, seeing how a trio of additional people was standing above them. 2 of them were masked like the jerk in front of her, yet the one in the middle made Kimiko blink repeatedly. Above her stood the Mizukage herself, staring down at her with a frigid look in her eyes. The attacker stopped now, sheathing his kunai instantly and taking a step back. Stepping off the branch, the Mizukage landed in front of Kimiko, one eye fixed still on Kimiko. For a second the two stood still, staring each other down. After a while, the Mizukage sighed deeply. Is this a family trait? she asked after a while, and Kimiko blinked in response. Going against your orders and obeying only your desires. You're endangering your father's only chance to normalize relations with me. For 3 years we've been in a cold war, and now, when it's thawing, you anger us the first thing you do. Your brother described you as an idiot, but I didn't think you were this stupid. Hey, Kimiko protested. Yet, it seems you really are. The Mizukage shook her head slowly. In all that I just said, that's what you picked out. Doesn't that make you stupid too? Kimiko asked after a while, not sure if she was more confused or incensed. Excuse me. May asks, eyebrow rising over her visible eye. You pretty much declared war on my dad because he was stabbed by my brother. Now you're trying to get things back on track with him, and you're attacking me. If I'm stupid, then that's stupid. And I'm not stupid, she added sourly. Then what are you? May inquired, standing with her arms folded. Desperate, Kimiko admitted silently after a while, leaving the Mizukage standing there, staring her down in silence. XXXXXXX. There are times when I stop up and consider the strange roads my life has taken me down, Naruto admitted evenly as his hands traveled over the exposed intestines of the corpse in front of him. What brought this up? Sasori asked from the other side of the table where he stood, analyzing the corpse himself. They were both standing in a dinghy room, having paid an exorbitant sum for this corpse. Naruto's scalpel moved through the preserved corpse, cutting through skin and muscles with practiced ease as he was working to flay the man in order to study the man's tenketsu closer. I am standing in a secret corpse store in a backwards country, fiddling around in a pile of random intestines to try to determine something nigh inscrutable in my quest to wipe out the very knowledge of chakra use, Naruto explained dryly. What happened, Sasori-san? He continued after a second. Are we not scientists? Are we not meant to uncover the truths of the world, not wipe them out? You've certainly gone on a philosophical bender, Sasori commented. We still learn. We sit at the foot of the most powerful man of all, and when the world collapses around us, we will be like God Kings, the sole keepers of knowledge. Or we are slaughtered last of all, Naruto muttered. And then what happens with our knowledge? When we die, it would have died anyway, Sasori said, his dagger-like tail helping to remove the skin off the bones, finalizing the flaying of the corpse as Naruto began to draw seals on it with ink to help them in their gruesome analysis. I'd rather sit at the feet of God and master my craft to a greater extent than draw it out and rot away. Does it die though? Naruto asks. Isn't its non-death what we take on apprentices for? It's non-death, or its degradation. Sasori said. I did not build my art to perfection to see it degraded by a collection of bumbling fools. I've yet to meet one who can come close to master it as well as I have. And yes, that includes that little waif Haruno. Do you like orchids? Naruto asks, out of the blue, and Sasori stopped to look up at him. If this is some remark about smelling flowers, I will not be amused, the puppet master growled. It is not, Naruto said. The orchids are considered king of flowers. They are delicate, hard to grow, but their beauty is unmatched. They are wonders of specialization, yet there is one type of orchid which specialized beyond any other. It, somehow, could shape itself so that the flower looks like a female bee of a certain species. When the male bee would land to mate with it, it would pollinate the flower. Yet the bee is extinct, and the flower has resorted to self-pollination. It is slowly dying, because its specialization, its perfection, went too far. Just sum up whatever 2-bit platitude you're trying to shove down my throat and move on, Sasori growled. Perfection is a myth, Naruto said bluntly. The world changes and our knowledge must change with it. Though we die, our legacy remains, and when those bumbling fools take up the path we walked, they stand on our shoulders. We are the giants, the honored ancestors who created all. That's my immortality. So you'd rather give up the struggle to claim eternity as your own without even trying? Sasori asks. How defeatist. You mean I don't fear death? Naruto countered. We all die. You will too. Maybe you earn 100 more years, maybe 200, or 300, but in the end you die. What if, in that time, humanity finds other paths, other tools or discoveries, which make your puppeteering obsolete? You have no guarantee of that they won't, nor that you will truly live forever. I don't either, and I accept the fact. The room became silent now, Naruto finishing the seals before putting his hands together to form a snake seal. Sasori stood silent for a while before wires came out from under his cloak, attaching to the corpse and bringing it back to some strange facsimile of life. As Naruto's hands began to glow and the corpse began to writhe, the tenketsu lit up all over the corpse's body. Before them an entire history played, showing the residual chakra in the corpse, the ways it had been shaped and used. While little more than flickering, Naruto and Sasori could read it perfectly, and as time slowly went past more and more became evident for them. In the end Naruto nodded slowly. Very interesting, he said. It seems my first guess was correct. The warden dies, and with him the seals, Sasori agreed. How do we proceed? Naruto asks, deciding to defer a little to Sasori. We infiltrate, Sasori said. And I have just the candidate, he added, looking to the corner of the room where Sakura stood, waiting for them. Girl, he said, Sakura snapping to attention. Naruto furrowed his eyes behind his mask, wondering what Sasori was planning. XXXXXX Gurren slowly bowed her head, keeping her eyes closed as she listened to the priests chanting. It was as comforting to be here as always for her. Away from all the struggles, all the uncertainty and all the stress. Her visits were brief, all things considered, but the few hours she could be here, meditating and receiving guidance, filled her with confidence and more importantly, peace. Opening her eyes, she took an incense stick she had brought along and lit it in the sacred fires before placing it in the holder in one of the small side chapels of the giant temple of fire. Some of the acolytes made a joke about you, a deep voice said behind her, and she looked back, bowing her head to the senior monk, a kindly old man by the name of Banzai, as the man came up to her. They said that the temple had no need for a calendar, that we could count the time after certain visitors. They all agreed that Thursday should be named Gurren. The man smiled slightly and Gurren couldn't help but join in. You, however, are a newcomer, Banzai said as he turned to the giant of a man who had been standing silently close to Gurren. Tsubaki Jugo, Jugo said uncertainly, bowing his head to the man all the same. Banzai returned the favor, introducing himself. A family member? The monk asked and Jugo nodded. A nephew of Gurren-sama, Jugo said. As the Tsubaki clan had grown more and more tight-knit, they had formalized their familial bonds.
Many, like Jugo, had asked to be considered nephews or nieces of Gurren, while some had asked to be considered her children. Gurren had not said no in any cases. The important thing for all of them, however, had been that however you sliced it, Gurren was the absolute matriarch of the family. It was from her all family lines emanated, and the Tsubaki clan, who had few friends in Konoha, preferred to have a clear line of succession.
You are welcome in either case, Banzai said, clasping his hands behind his back. I am, however, sensing uncertainty with you. Know that we're here to offer whatever advice and answers we can, so please do not hesitate to ask. Gurren listened approvingly, stepping back now to let the two talk without her interruption. I am not a very spiritual person, Jugo said hesitantly, scratching the back of his head. You are not alone, Banzai smiled. Please, do keep talking. You are still here. Yeah, I learned long ago that you had to look at reality as it was, that which was, and which wasn't. The person I learned that from said that, he trailed off now, Banzai only smiling. Please, the old monk said. I've heard much in my days, and I will not take offense. He said that religion and other fairy tales existed to help the ignorant fake an understanding of the world, and that it was a delusion at best, an opioid for the mind. Jugo finished, clearly uncomfortable with saying it. An opioid for the mind, Banzai mused. Ah, for its anesthetic properties, right? He said. That is a good one, I must remember that, he said approvingly. I take it the man who taught you that was a very cynical man. Yes, but, Jugo began. He is entitled to his opinion, and I will not claim it false, Banzai said calmly. I would, however humbly, like to contest the claim that what we do is provide false answers. Would you be uncomfortable speaking as you thought that person could answer? He asks. Okay, Jugo answered. He was a scientist, very keen on figuring out the world. Banzai nodded. Ah yes, the scientists, he said, humanity's greatest warriors in the battle against ignorance, to be sure. Yet, a core principle of science, if I am not mistaken, is that for every single thing you learn, you discover 5 new things you do not know. And in a situation like that, when the goal of absolute knowing only moves further and further away, what does a scientist aim for? I don't think that he would care about that. Every single thing you learn is a victory in and of itself, Jugo answered. Yes, there is goal and meaning in our path, But it's the way that is the labor's worth. Banzai said, the way he phrased it sounding as though he was quoting something. I would say that your friend seems to have had a very spiritual attitude towards his craft. Being content with performing it, doing it well and reaching new heights, even if the final goal is never going to be reached as the mark of the enlightened. I guess, Jugo said with a voice showing clearly how uncertain he was. Science is important, vital even, Banzai hastened to add. And your friend plays an important role in the world. But science cannot tell us how to approach the unknown, or decide what is right and wrong. It will give us the tools to execute our decisions, but what we actually do is a deeper question, one that we seek to answer. Smiling, he stopped in his little sermon. Take your time to ponder what I said. And do not uncritically accept it. I doubt your friend would be pleased with that. I will, Jugo said, nodding. Some more confidence had come back to him.
I will, thank you, he repeated, bowing his head to the old monk, who returned the favor. Gurren smiled at the exchange, unable to contain it. Jugo had been restless and uncertain for a long time. Not just about his place in Konoha, but his place in the world overall. Gurren had, after some coaxing, managed to get him to come with her to the temple, reasoning that it could not hurt. She wanted Jugo to find peace, and in this temple she had found it herself.
How about you then, Gurren-san? Banzai continued, turning to Gurren. How did the days find you? Well, thank you, Gurren replied glancing to Jugo. I'll take a walk, Jugo quickly said, bowing his head before retreating to leave them alone. A fine young man, Banzai commented, and through his worries I sense a gentle soul. He is, Gurren agreed sincerely. Jugo was a person she was overjoyed to have as part of her family. His calm and his gentleness was an invaluable asset in her family of misfits. He listened and he didn't judge, unlike Kimimaro whose zeal to keep the clan together made a lot of people uneasy around him, even with sweet Haku having mellowed him out so much. He's like an uncle to most of my family. How is your family doing? The old priest asks, beginning to slowly walk down the temple, hands clasped behind his back. More specifically, how is Kidumaru doing? Gurren smiled. Banzai met many people every day, and yet he remembered every detail about her family and the struggles they faced. Not much has changed, she admitted. Kidumaru had never felt like he belonged in Konoha and indeed even resented it at times. He's withdrawn from duty 3 years ago and rarely, if ever, left the Camellia district. He still spends all his time on those projects of his. He made these, raising her hands, Gurren showed the bracers she was wearing. Light and strong, they were made out of spider silk and, Gurren admitted, quite good looking. And he still interacts with his fellow clansmen? Banzai asked and Gurren nodded. Yes, he has no problem with any of us, but whenever he meets someone who isn't part of the Tsubaki he clams up and withdraws. Maybe it would be for the best to leave him to it, Banzai suggested. If he does not feel comfortable among the people of Konoha, there is little point in forcing him. He still interacts with those he feels comfortable around, and his craft aids your clan. I know, Gurren said, not able to explain what truly bothered her. 3 years had passed since Naruto's flight from Konoha, and while Gurren initially had been half willing to let Konoha burn, she had seen how so many of her clansmen still built connections, built a life, outside the district walls. Her clan was tangled up in Konoha, even if the relationship between her and Minato was cold as could be. And yet, too many of her clan had instead distanced themselves, Kidumaru the most. The clan was all but tearing itself apart these days and Gurren was desperate in her struggle to tie the separatists to the clan, lest it all came apart. If half her clan left Konoha, she couldn't imagine that the other half would be allowed to stay. If, Kami-sama forbid, that came to pass, everything they'd built since Otto would be gone. Coming out of her reverie at the sound of a small cough, Gurren looked to Banzai with an apologetic look on her face. I am sorry, she said. There's a lot on my mind. I cannot advise you if you are not truthful with me, Banzai said softly, Gurren sighing. How could she admit it? How could she admit that she had been ready to foster treason among her clansmen and now was looking for a way out? As it turned out, she did not need to reveal it as a loud crash echoed through the room. The entire temple shook and Gurren almost lost her footing as her head snapped to the side. Staring towards the now shattered gates, she saw men come running from it and heard distant shouting. Someone was calling for Chiriku, the head of the temple and a man Gurren never had spoken to personally. What the, she said. Those gates, weren't they meant to be impenetrable? Oh dear. Banzai said quietly. Guren-san, head for the back doors. Whoever is here, it is not your fight. Guren reached out, holding up a hand to cut the man off at this. Whoever is here, I'm the clan leader of the Tsubaki. I don't abandon those I call friends. Her voice was calm as she slowly began towards the gates. She loved this place, held it incredibly dear, and whatever little shit was trying to hurt it had some harsh discipline coming their way. Stepping out onto the stairs, she pushed her was between the monks that stood on the stairs, heart almost freezing as she saw who were there. Two men stood in the temple courtyard, one silver-haired with a giant, triple-bladed scythe, and the other a masked man with pupil-less eyes. What more? Both of them were wearing black cloaks with red clouds upon them. Ooh. What the hell is this Kakuzu? The silver-haired man said as he put his scythe over his shoulder. Did that head monk become a transvestite or something? Guren. Tsubaki Guren these days, isn't it? The other man said. How about you get out of our way? We've no business with you, and your bingo book entry isn't nearly big enough to interest me. Akatsuki, Guren said quietly. There are no biju here. Why have you come here? We're here for a monk. The masked man growled in response. Get lost and you won't become collateral. Guren couldn't help but consider the offer. The Akatsuki were brutal. She remembered their attack on Konoha and the damage they'd wrought. She didn't think that she would be able to take on even one of them, and especially not two. And yet, this temple was important to her, very important, and she had no illusions that the Akatsuki was truly looking to minimize damage here. They were indiscriminate, and more likely than not they'd level the entire temple. That monk you seek is me, is it not? A deep voice said behind her, and Guren glanced back, seeing how Chiriku, head of the temple, came walking down the stairs. He looked to Guren, nodding slightly to her. Tsubaki Dono, feel no need to get involved. The temple is more than capable enough to defend itself. You monks and your selflessness, Guren murmured, not moving but instead looking back to the two Akatsuki members. As Chiriku addressed them, telling them to leave and being greeted by the masked man's slow, drawling statement about Chiriku's value in the bingo book. Guren, meanwhile, looked them over as she tried to decide on how she would attack. She could have given anything for some intel on these guys. The silver-haired ass relied on his scythe by the looks of it. You didn't walk around with something like that for show. The masked one was more mysterious though. No visible weapons and the cloak hid most of him. Then, suddenly, the two men charged towards Chiriku, the silver-haired man, who Kakuzu had addressed in passing as Hidan, dragging his scythe along the ground to kick up a storm of dust behind him. Guren moved almost out of instinct, leaping up into the air and slapping her hands together. The seals came naturally to her, and within a second two massive crystal dragons flew through the air, swooping down towards the two attackers with guttural roars. The two men's charge was cut short as the crystalline beings smashed into them, sending dust flying up into the air as the ground trembled. The monks behind her were crying out in shock and surprise as the dust whipped past them. Impossible. One of them yelled, Guren hearing how one of the older monks spoke up as silence settled over the field. That is the power of Konoha's foremost, Guren heard the man said, Tsubaki Guren, the Crystal Queen.
Then, in the next moment, Kakuzu came leaping out of the clouds, his skin now dark black and gleaming, as he threw himself at Guren with a roar. Guren was about to meet the man with a crystal blade to the eyes, yet just as he got within range a massive fist crashed into him, sending him flying backwards again as Jugo landed by Guren's side. Standing up straight, the orange-haired man transformed his hand back to its regular shape. Friends of yours? He asked, hands raised and at the ready as the smoke cleared, revealing the two Akatsuki members. They looked mostly unharmed and annoyed more than anything else.
Censored Sake, another freak, the silver-haired man said, cracking his neck. I'll take this carrot demon, you take the bitch.
No, Kakuzu said, growling. That one, and his heart, is mine. As the spoke, Chiriku came up next to the two of them. Both the temple and I will be in your debt after this, he said, raising his arms and taking a stance. Guren gave him a quick sideways look and a wry smile. This really wasn't why she came to the temple, she thought as the two Akatsuki members charged them. XXXXXX. Get your censoring hands off me, you shitrags. I'm going to censoring kill all of you, you censoring, the scarred man snarled as the two shinobi guards dragged him out of the cold, almost sterile reception room. His flailing, as foul-mouthed as it was impotent too, and the warden watched it in silence before turning back to the large, bearded man in front of him. "This is highly irregular," Mui, master of Hazuka Castle, said with his hands clasped behind his back. "This prison usually does not accept bounty hunter prey in this manner, Mr. Gatsu," he told the massive bounty hunter that stood in front of him. "I know," Gatsu answered, "and that's why I hesitated before taking this job," he said, holding up the letter in front of him. "My client was adamant that this guy was thrown in Hazuka Castle to rot. Half my pay came from the added risk of just waltzing up here and asking for an audience." "Really now?" Mui asked, eyes narrowing in suspicion as he looked to his aide. "Make sure he is thoroughly examined, down to the depths of every cavity," he ordered, his aide nodding and leaving the room at a brisk pace. "Huh?" Gatsu asked, furrowing his eyebrows in confusion. "Few know of this place, and if someone wanted that man to be planted here it may well be for a purpose." "Yeah, the purpose of having that person rot in hell," Gatsu said, shrugging. "No one's ever escaped from here, right? Then whatever they put him in here for, I can't imagine that two-bit rapist will amount to anything." "I don't deal in imagination and possibilities," Mui said, walking over to the window. "You can leave now, your job is done."
As the bounty hunter departed, Mui looked out across the landscape, pondering just who had hired this man. Yet, as Gatsu had said, it seemed highly unlikely that this man would be any kind of threat. Not when his chakra was sealed away. XXXXXXX roughly, the man was thrown into his cell and groaned, rolling around before getting to his knees. "You, censored censor eaters," he growled, wild-eyed as he stared down the guards who currently were closing the heavy door. "With that attitude, you'd think he was an Akatsuki member," one of the guards said. "What is he in here for?" 6 cases of murder, 8 rapes, robbery. That stuff," the other guard said, and the first guard scoffed. "You'd think that a knife through the jugular and a few shovels of dirt would have been enough for this trash," he said as the prisoner inside the cell came up to the bars. "Oh yeah, I'm trash?" he sneered. "You got a sister?" he asked, leaning against the bars. "You look kinda like someone I face censored to death," he yelled at the two, his hands now holding onto the bars. That turned out to be a mistake, however, as the first guard grabbed his hand, pulled his arm out between the bars and shoved it to the side. The man's elbow collided with the cold steel bars, and yet the guard just kept shoving, leaving the arm to snap with a loud, ugly sound akin to that of firewood breaking in half. With a loud scream, the man began to pull back, trying to escape, and yet the guard only took the now broken arm and twisted it, making the broken bone rotate almost 90 degrees before letting go and leaving the man to stumble back into his cell, clutching his arm. "Quick tip, Junior," the second guard said as he watched the panting man. "You're in Hazuka now, and whatever status you had out there counts for shit here. That attitude will have you become the prison bitch before you even know what happened. Pack that in, or start trading your food for lube." With that, the 2 guards walked away, leaving the prisoner to sit by the wall, clutching his now broken arm and cursing. Later, as the night fell, the man was still sitting there, the pain of his now broken arm distracting him too much to be able to sleep. Instead he sat there, stewing in anger and resentment, imagining all the ways he'd get back at those guards when a sudden ache hit his stomach. He clutched it with his unbroken arm, feeling as though something was moving inside it. Retching, he clutched his hand into a fist and began to punch his stomach, trying to stop it, and yet he only felt how it crept upwards. Panic hit him at this point. What was happening to him? The feeling left him to retch again as he collapsed to the side, moaning dully as the rising feeling pressed up through him, harder and harder, as it pushed the very air out of his lungs. Then he felt the rising surge of bile in his throat, and the pain exploded through his gut as the feeling rose through it, up his throat, which felt like it was ripped wide open before the first surge of vomit came. The last thing he saw, as the rising feeling hit his throat and made it bulge, was that he had puked blood. Panic, pain and tension pressed tears out of his eyes as his mouth stretched wide open, his jaw popping wide open as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Wider and wider his mouth stretched, and in the end, the sound of ripping flesh filled the cell as something surged forth out of his mouth, rising out of it in a gush of blood and bile and fluids. Obscenely, the figure rose out of his mouth like a dolphin leaping out of the water, completing its arc through the air and landing on all fours on the ground without a sound. The only sound that came was from the man, whose body now fell down limply to the floor. Blood and fluids streamed from the impossibly distended mouth that now seemed to take up half his face. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles and his eyes were blank. Meanwhile, the thing that had come out of him rose up to stand straight. Haruno Sakura swept her oil-slick hair out of her face, looking around the cell with cold, dead eyes as she assessed the situation. Reaching into her clothes, she took out a small plastic bag and opened it to retrieve a small, nub-like thing which she put into her ear and pushed onto it. "I'm inside, master," she whispered. Outside, far beyond the walls of the prison, Naruto and Sasori waited in a small cavern by the sea. They were sitting by a small fire, watching it in silence as the message came in. Naruto pushed the button on his earpiece. "You know what to do," he said evenly, silently worrying. This plan of Sasori's, to have Sakura hitch a ride inside a prisoner like this, was gutsy and it had paid off. And yet, if Sakura was discovered, they would have to storm the place by force. Neither he nor Sasori were an optimal choice for something like that. He silently knew that he had to trust Sakura. She had exceeded his expectations time and time again, so with that in mind he would just have to trust her. And yet, he silently thought of the moment they had shared before heading towards Hazuka Castle and the jutsu he had placed on her. It was a safeguard, a worst-case backup, and if the worst case came to be. "So, when are you going to tell me about your plans to get rid of that maniac we have to call master?" Sasori asked suddenly. The out-of-the-blue question left Naruto look to him, surprise evident on how he had reacted even as his face was hidden behind the mask. "You've been working me over for a year by now, and you're only getting more blatant about it," Sasori continued dryly. "Are you going to tell me anytime soon?" Eventually, Naruto smiled. It seemed Sasori was more open than he had thought. XXXXXX. The swarm of Konoha ninjas leapt through the treetops at top speed. The man at the lead, Uchiha Itachi himself, was setting the pace and he sat it high. When a messenger from the fire temple had shown up, panting and telling them the temple had been attacked, Itachi had been placed at the lead of this group that now moved at this breakneck pace. The fire temple was almost in Konoha's backyard, and its destruction would be a devastating loss to the entire nation. Leaping out from the tree line, the shinobi all flew through the air like eagles before landing in front of the temple. The giant gates were smashed, craters littered the courtyard and the stairs were broken in several places. 2 of the pillars were torn down and the walls were savaged. War had come here, and yet beyond this place the temple was mostly unscathed. Itachi led the group as they ran into the courtyard, noticing suddenly the crystals that sat everywhere. Be they small shards or larger crystalline structures, the pink formations were everywhere and Itachi realized something. Tsubaki Gurren had been here during the attack. He was unsure if that was a good or a bad thing, but as he saw the figure sitting atop the broken staircase, hands clasped and head bowed as she sat deep in thought, he silently admitted that it must have been a good one. "Uchiha-san," Tsubaki Gurren said, looking up to his group. "Sorry we didn't save anything for you," she said, no mirth in her voice. "What is the situation?" Itachi demanded as he and his group came to a stop. "Akatsuki attacked," Gurren said, her voice hollow. "We stopped them. One of them died during the battle, the other is in there," she added, nodding towards one of the large crystals. Looking to it, Itachi realized that it was one of the Akatsuki, Hidan, who was frozen inside the crystal, face locked in a manic shriek of anger. A victory, then, and yet Gurren's attitude made Itachi worry. "Casualties?" he asked her quietly. "That man used some kind of jutsu to link himself with Jugo," Gurren responded. She seemed utterly exhausted. "He stabbed himself in the heart, and Jugo got the same wound. He managed to keep himself alive by transforming himself. The monks are doing what they can." "Saru, go aid them," Itachi ordered the monkey-masked Anbu that had accompanied them and Saru instantly moved into the temple. His entire group fanned out, searching the area. "Where's the other one, the man who died?" Gurren silently reached to the side, pulling up something that was resting there. It was a severed head of a masked man, Kakuzu. "His body is over there somewhere," Gurren said, nodding towards the forest before putting the head down. "Excuse me," she added dully before her body went limp and she fell to the side. Itachi moved in an instant, coming up to her side and catching her before she hit the stone flooring. Quickly checking her pulse, he realized just how exhausted she was. Looking around himself, he couldn't blame her. "Head back to Konoha," he told one of the shinobi. "Tell them Tsubaki Gurren and Tsubaki Jugo defended the temple. Have them prepare intensive care for Tsubaki Jugo. Also," he said, looking to the frozen Akatsuki member. Tell them we've got a live Akatsuki. He looked at the frozen shinobi cultist, silently realizing that the woman he held right now had won them a prize that may well be the breakthrough they had needed for all these years. XXXXXX 6 times she had struck, and 6 times the guards, moving in pairs or solo, had been overwhelmed and taken down before they could even react. She had choked the life out of them or broken their necks in order to leave no blood on them. Ensnaring them with her puppet techniques, she made the reanimated corpses continue on their patrol routes as she crept closer and closer to the aviary. If anything happened, the prison would dispatch messenger eagles around the world in moments, and that couldn't happen. Therefore she moved up the tower stairs towards it with the intent to cut them off before any messages could be sent. She had used illusions to make herself into a guard as well, and as she knocked on the door a small hatch in the door opened. A man's face appeared in the doorway. "Warden's kicking up a fuss," she said, her voice that of a grizzled old man. "Something about a message to Kusa." She held up a small piece of folded paper. It was empty, but they didn't know that. The guard on the other side of the door closed the hatch before opening the door and letting her inside. Glancing around, Sakura took stock of the situation. 6 people, could she act in time? Would some of the birds be scared and fly away? She needed to be subtle. Suddenly, she sneezed, loudly, and the people inside the aviary looked to her with tired looks on their faces. "Sorry," she said, looking around. "There's something going around." "Sneeze near me and I'll rip your face off," one of the women tending to the birds said, Sakura waving one hand. "No, no," she said, "it's not that, more that." At this, she sneezed again, loudly, and when she recovered she gave up an explosive sigh. "Damn it all, not enough that I'm stuck here, now I'm catching something from these rats we're guarding," she said, making a large, sweeping gesture out to the side to indicate the prison below the tower. "Look, we're all very sympathetic with your plight, but can you send your message and then beat it?" One of the guards asked, Sakura spinning around to look at the person. "Hey," she said, tossing her hand up in the air in an offended gesture. "Some sympathy would be nice over here. I'm stuck on a shit island in the middle of nowhere. We all are. Can't we at least try to be nice to each other?" "Well, you ain't getting it," the man snapped. Sakura grunted before looking to the woman further away, the one who had warned him against sneezing. Walking up to her, she hugged her from behind. "What about you?" she asked. "You can pity me, can you?" She asked only to have the woman elbow her in the head. Stumbling backwards, she groaned as she shook her head and sighed again. "No sympathy from any of you," she said, flailing her arms in frustration. "Wait," another guard said slowly. "Who are you?" he asked, Sakura stopping now. Smirking, she let the henge fall and appeared in front of them in her actual form. The guards all recoiled, eyes wide as they reached for their weapons. Sakura, however, only shook her head. "Too late," she said, her voice finally her own again. "You're good to ask that question, but it's too late," she said as the people around her began to wobble on their feet. As Sakura had walked around them, flailing and sneezing, she had managed to spread a toxin in the air, one that now made their limbs heavy and their movements sluggish. Moving between them with quick, small instant steps, Sakura threw an extra dose of toxin in each of their faces, leaving them to slowly fall down to the ground with consciousness rapidly fleeing from them. Walking over to the windows, she closed them and turned around to look at the birds in their cages. Some of them were flapping their wings in agitation. Others didn't understand what was happening. Sakura reached into her pouch, taking out more of the poison. She walked over to their food trays to begin slipping them a lethal dose each. As Master had said, poison was either the most subtle or the least subtle of all weapons. The amateur would flail and make a huge mess. The master would apply the precise, exact dose to cause a swift and in some cases imperceptible death. It was an art, and as she began to end the birds through their very food, one after one, she reminded herself of this.
It made it easier. XXXXXX. Chaos reigned throughout the prison. The aviary was burning, the gates were destroyed and the warden's mangled corpse was nailed to the now burning tower of the aviary. The guards were rapidly being overwhelmed by the prisoners who now flooded out of the prison gates. The chaos was complete, yet, Naruto and Sasori had found one place that wasn't filled with death and mayhem, the depths of the prison caverns.
Deep inside them, past seals and locks, Naruto had found something that had left him standing silently in front of it, staring at it as he hardly believed his eyes. Sasori and Sakura flanked him. The puppeteer and his apprentice were both equally silent. Did you plan this? Sasori asked after a while, Naruto shaking his head. No, I did not, he told his colleague. I could not have. This thing is meant to be a myth, a legend only, a way for the human mind to personify the idea of a deus ex machina, no more real than the Sandman. Naruto trailed off at this point, not finding the words. And yet if this really is it, Sasori began, walking up to the giant thing in front of them. It was a cube, several meters tall and equally wide, with demonic faces carved into the sides. He twisted inside his puppet, stepping out of the scorpion-tailed hunchback form and into his natural one. Reaching out, he trailed a hand over the side of it. Will not this be the trump card we need? I wonder, Naruto said. Summon Hebahisui, he said, looking to Sakura. Ask her what the snakes know of this thing, the box of ultimate bliss. Sakura silently obeyed, summoning the snake that had been her companion for 3 years now. The snake had grown from a mere foot to the size of a giant anaconda, and as she appeared she was curled around Sakura, resting its head on her shoulder. You have been ignoring me, Sakura, the snake hissed amusedly as it appeared, Sakura reaching out to stroke Hebahisui's head. I'm sorry Hebahisui, Sakura told the snake, for a moment focused not on her master but on her friend. Naruto wished she'd summon Hebahisui more often. It would have given her an outlet, a source of solace in her situation. Sadly, Sakura viewed her personal issues as not worth the snake princess's time. And yet now he needed to speak with the snake, so he cleared his throat. Greetings, ally of my father, Hebahisui said in response now, looking to Naruto lazily. Naruto almost saw a hint of antipathy in the snake's cold gaze. Or maybe he was just projecting. The thing in front of us is supposed to be a myth, he said. Evidently it isn't. What do the snakes know of it? In response to his question, Hebahisui hissed, tasting the air with her tongue, and turned to look at the thing. Imagine the thing you want most of all. And yet, imagine that you don't want to work to have it. You think it's impossible, you think you are too weak to get it. And this box is the good spirit that gives you it, no effort required, Sasori said from where he stood, closely studying the box. Hebahisui looked towards him idly. It's a lie, she told Sasori. The box feeds off people's desires. When it is opened, its puppet Satori comes out to drag anything and everyone it can, kicking and screaming, into it. It's a Venus flytrap for the desperate. Or the insanely ambitious, Naruto concluded, not just smirking but grinning to himself as a plan formed in the back of his mind. It was insane, but it just might work. Onisan, the Kimiko that blocked Naruto's path had changed. Where once she had been a little whelp, she had bridged more than half the gap in height between them, and her body had filled out to become a teenager's. Everything about her was familiar still, but just more grown. Her frame, her voice, everything. How much of her life had he missed, he wondered. This was not the little squirt he remembered, this was someone else. You're coming back home with me now, you hear me? Her voice rose as the hesitation that initially had been in her voice vanished and she bashed her gloved fists together to punctuate her words. His mask hid any expressions of surprise that came over his face, but that was a voice of grim determination, not naive hope. You haven't changed, Naruto said, schooling his voice into impassiveness behind the mask. Still making wild claims, hoping reality will twist to fit your desires, he told her, thinking furiously. How was he meant to get out of this? Didn't this little fool realize what she was doing when coming after him? She was placing her life in extreme danger, throwing herself into the jaws of hell. Of course she realized that. Who was he kidding? The issue was that she did not care. Again she threw herself headfirst into things, prepared to risk death rather than to live with that which she perceived as unjust. Yeah well, Kimiko said. I'm too stupid to change, don't you think? She asked him. While inwardly marveling at the display of either self-reflection or self-deprecation, Naruto kept his cool, merely leaning a bit backwards to ready himself. It was the right thing to do, for the next moment Kimiko was upon him and Naruto bent backwards to avoid her spin kick before kicking off with his feet into a backwards vault to avoid the low kick for his legs. Slamming a hand down into the ground, he could use his chakra to get enough torque to avoid the follow-up kicks that came for him while he was midair, and by making an earth pillar rise up he pushed himself out of the way of the last spin kick. The entire exchange took but a split second, and as he landed further away he pulled out the kusanagi. Kimiko, meanwhile, fell into a crouched-down stance that would let her dash in any direction and make use of her mobility and unpredictability. She had become good. The two of them fought on, even as the forest around them was broken and burning from their intense fighting, creating a hellscape for the two of them where their contest of strength continued. Both of them panted where they stood facing each other, covered in dirt, bruises and small cuts. Naruto could hardly believe just how skilled Kimiko had become. The abyss between them in skill was now little more than a ditch, one that he didn't doubt she'd be able to jump over in due time. Why? She suddenly asks. Why? Why did you do that to Dad? Why did you join these people? You know what they want to do. Why? Tears were starting to form in the corners of her eyes and Naruto thought furiously. He had to do something here, find an angle so he could retreat. But she wouldn't give up, would she? Naruto glanced to the side quickly, seeing Sakura stand some distance away. Damn it. This was not how he wanted things to go, he'd have to do that. There was no other way. Very well then, he said, steeling himself. If he wanted to make this work, he had to break her will, and yet how did you break this girl? There was one way of course, but even here, after this brutal battle, he was still reluctant to use it. Yet, if that was how he'd save her he had to do it. If you truly want to know, he said, relaxing his stance a little. I despise you, he said, mustering all the venom he could. Kimiko flinched almost as if hit and Naruto focused on the ground in front of her so he didn't have to stare into her eyes as he did this. He needed to break her will, make her lose the fire that drove her on. That was the only way he could think of to extract himself from this situation. Every day of my life I have hated you down to the core of my being. Your arrival took my family from me. That thing inside you made them throw me to Orochimaru to be rid of me, and even as I scratched and clawed out my own life out of the ruins I was left with, you remained, like a cancer. Your cretinous cheer, your whiny neediness, your delusional insistence on familial bonds our parents' abandonment tore to shreds years ago, your addiction to that garbage food of yours. Everything about you has left my fingers itching to strangle the life out of you for years. I have no sister. I have an asinine insult, a constant reminder of what I was denied for convenience's sake. And now, finally, I can strike back. I am going to finish what I started with our dear father. I'll bring about the end of everything he created and I will top it all off with tearing that thing out of you and break the very world he was so concerned with. He snarled at the end, his voice guttural as he felt his emotions rage inside of him. It all came out of him like vomit and the disgust at what he was doing seared itself into him. This was vile of him, and yet as he looked at Kimiko it seemed to have worked. Kimiko had fallen to her knees, staring at him with her eyes wide, filled with disbelief and pain. The hurt in those big eyes was immense, and Naruto silently thought to himself that she could hate him after this. She could, and she should. What mattered was getting her out of here, even if he felt as though he was tearing his own stomach out. Kimiko said, her voice small, quivering. The knife he had stabbed into her soul had struck true, and she wasn't going to be able to do much now, or so he thought. In the next moment something flipped in Kimiko's eyes and the air around her burst. Suddenly, the raw, hateful chakra of the Kyuubi flooded out. I am getting really tired of your emo bullshit. Kimiko's voice filled the air around her. Her whiskers grew in thickness, her eyes turned red and demonic. Chakra tails whipped around her and then, she was no more. Bursting like an erupting volcano, Kimiko vanished in a blaze of chakra, sound, storm winds and sheer, overwhelming hatred. Naruto ended up thrown back by the gale, crashing into a tree, and as he rolled to his feet again to recover some of his bearings, he was not alone. The Kyuubi stood in front of him. He'd never seen the beast in person, and yet it couldn't be anything else. It rose high above the trees, the size of a mountain, and its tails whipped around it, tearing the very ground and whipping the air into storms. The creature's jaws, wide enough to devour city blocks, opened wide as it roared, its bellow utterly destroying the forest around it as its endless power was unleashed. Naruto threw up a wall of earth to protect himself as the fear, that primal fear from his childhood, clutched his heart again. Again he was like a child in front of death itself, and again he found himself unable to even move as the creature stared him down. I told her this was what would happen. The Kyuubi's voice made the ground rumble under it. Even as she clutched hope like a drowning mortal clings to driftwood, I told her. Now, worm, face down your childhood fears as you die. It inhaled, spitting out a torrent of pure chakra as wide as itself. The energy ripped through the area where he stood, turning everything into blinding white. And yet as the rumbling abated and the smoke and dust filled the area another noise came. A rumbling hiss, like that of a raging waterfall, and with the clearing of the smoke the source became Naruto had stood a titanic snake with 8 heads towered high, almost as high as the Kyuubi. Its 8 heads swayed back and forth as it stared down the demon fox. Unlike you, creature, I am not what I was back then. Naruto's voice twisted beyond recognition as it came from 8 humongous, snake-like mouths. She has access to you because of me, and I can take that away if I want to. He snarled as the 8-headed white hydra, the apex of the snake sage arts, threw itself at the Kyuubi. The world around them lay broken and devastated. Their battle had created a wasteland where it seemed as though nothing would ever grow again, as if this clash of titans had demanded too great a toll on the world. And yet through it Naruto stumbled. His clothes were ripped to shreds and his skin torn. Only singular patches remained and the inhuman snakeskin beneath it was clearly visible. He seemed truly monstrous as he slowly stumbled forward, panting with hissing sounds as the kusanagi was clenched tightly in his hand. Further away Kimiko lay, groaning as she tried to get up. The transformation into the Kyuubi and the battle that had followed had drained her, however, and she couldn't. Naruto slowly reached her, staring down at her as he towered above her. He was exhausted, utterly exhausted. She had pressed him to the limit, even though she 3 years ago had been so weak. Reaching up, he raised the kusanagi high above him and stared down at Kimiko, whose eyes barely could meet his. She was too exhausted to even realize what was going on. Then, Naruto's arm was yanked backwards and he stumbled away from Kimiko. Looking back, he saw Sakura stand further away. Her face was twisted in anguish and tears were running down her face as she clasped the wires enveloping his arm between 2 seal-forming hands. Naruto only saw the strip of chakra paper between her hands before it was too late in the sudden surge of lightning that shot through the wire at him. The last thought he managed to muster was perfect timing, Sakura. Sakura hadn't known what had happened. 1 second they had been staring down Kimiko and her teammates, the other she had found herself standing in a dark sewer, ankle deep in dirty water. In shock and confusion she had looked around herself. Where had she gone? Where was this place? She had not recognized it. As she had looked around, trying to get her bearings, when a figure had come walking out of the darkness towards her, walking on top of the fetid water she stood in. It had been her master who came before her. What more, he had not been wearing his Akatsuki garb or mask. Rather, he had worn the clothes he had worn in Konoha. He hadn't even worn the mask that he had worn these last years. It seems like the worst possible scenario came true, he had said. His voice had sounded strange to her without the mask. It had been the voice of her master back in Konoha. Before all this, Sakura hadn't known why that hurt so much to think about. Master, where is this? My mind, she had asked, Naruto having nodded in response. The very depths of it, he had said. I planted a suggestion there several weeks ago, right before we headed to Hazuka. It was the only way I could do it safely. What do I need to know? Sakura had asked immediately. She had understood at once how important it had to be that he would share it with her in this way. Her master had silently looked her over, a strange look in his eyes. Do you trust me, Sakura? He had asked. Sakura had nodded frantically. I do, more than anyone else. She had been sincere. Her master was all she had. She trusted him utterly, she had to. Will you follow my orders, no matter what? No matter what, Sakura had responded with another nod. If she didn't, she'd lose him. If she lost him, she had nothing. Then listen closely, because this is the most important thing I will ever ask of you. You must do this. It is more important than anything I have told you to do. It overrides any other orders or demands you will get, period. Do you understand? He had spoken sternly, his face having shown the gravity of what he demanded of her. You just need to say it, master, Sakura had told him, starting to become afraid. The severity of his tone scared her. Something big was about to happen. Whatever you do, Naruto had told her, no matter the consequences, you cannot, let Kimiko fall into the Akatsuki's hands. Sakura had been left dumbly staring at him, conflicting emotions surging through her. What had he just said? Why did he want this? They had tried to capture Kimiko-chan for 3 years, why? I know it does not make sense to you. Naruto had seemed rushed as he continued, it cannot, but I ask that you trust me, more than you ever have before. If she can't escape on her own, then get her out of her, no matter what you must do. Get her back to Konoha. Her returning there trumps all other things right now. You want an explanation and you'll have it the instant she is back at Konoha. That is the second trigger. Surrender yourself to Konoha. You'll be captured when the trigger hits anyway, and don't try to escape. I have arrangements in place for you, and you must trust me on this. Get her out of here. Master. I can't. Sakura had said, her head slowly shaking. I can't leave you, you're all I have. I can get her out, but don't send me away. I'm a traitor there, they will kill me. Naruto had frowned at her, yet it had been a frown of concern, not anger. They will not, he had told her. I promise you, you will be unharmed. No master, please. Sakura had begged, ending up falling to her knees. It had been like she was standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down into the abyss. Without her master, she had nothing anymore, truly nothing. She'd be completely alone, trash to be tossed aside. Her head had been spinning, the enormity of what was acts of her almost having made her dry heave. Sakura. Naruto had yelled. I tell you to do this because I need you. He had spoken through gritted teeth, kneeling down by her side. Look at me, Sakura. You are the person I trust the most to get this done. I need you to do this. I have no other way of achieving this. You must do it. If not for yourself or for Kimiko, then for me. Sakura had shivered and stared up at him as he had kneeled by her side, his eyes locked onto hers. For some time they had remained there, nothing but silence passing between them. Sakura had slowly lowered her head in the end. I will, she whispered, her voice almost inaudible. And that was why she now clutched the wires desperately, unleashing the surge of lightning chakra that struck her master. His body spasmed uncontrollably as he flew back and struck the ground further away. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she whispered to herself, dashing to Kimiko's side and grabbing her. Throwing Kimiko's arm over her shoulders, she pulled her to the ground before slamming a hand into the earth. I'm sorry, master, she almost screamed as the earth rose up to swallow the two girls. Appearing further away, Sakura hyperventilated, shivering like she was ice cold. Even as, further away, Konohamaru and Sasuke were approaching, she could only clutch Kimiko close to her. Kimiko. Konohamaru yelled as the two came running at them. Damn it, let her go. He snarled at her in rage as he twirled his staff around, ready for blood. No. Sakura screamed. We have to go. We have to get her out of here. He'll recover soon, we only have seconds, she yelled, staring up at them with tears streaming down her face. Please, we need to go to Konoha, please, she whimpered. She had attacked her master, she had attacked the only person she had left, and now she was going back to Konoha. She couldn't believe it, couldn't even think straight, but she pushed on, because right now all she could do was carry out her master's order. The two young men were taken aback, glancing at each other before looking back to her. Give her to me, Sasuke told her, Sakura shaking her head at first. You're exhausted. I can carry her faster. Give her to me. In the end Sakura gave in, reluctantly letting go of Kimiko as Sasuke took her and threw her onto his back before they could get moving, leaping through the trees as they struggled to get back to Konoha as fast as their legs could carry them. As they reached Konoha they were greeted by more than just the gates. Sakura, who had followed all the way here, was promptly surrounded by Anbu from the Tenchu squad before they knew what had happened, Konohamaru and Sasuke both startling. Sakura, meanwhile, didn't do anything. She just stood there, seemingly resigned to her fate. As other shinobi came up to Kimiko to spirit her away to the hospital she moved however. Her eyes glazed over and she collapsed limply to the ground, only barely being caught by Konohamaru. Deep inside her mind, Sakura opened her eyes, looking around as she once again stood in her mindscape with her master's figure appearing in the distance. He looked down at his hands in silence, slowly nodding to himself. I knew you'd succeed, he told her. To me, there was never any doubt that if the first trigger activated, you'd be able to activate the second one too. Master. Sakura acts, his tone of voice so strange to her. It was so open, even sad. Naruto responded by coming up to her, placing his hand on her shoulders and looking into her eyes again. Now, when you finally are out of reach for the madman we've been stuck with, I want to tell you what I should have told you years ago. Sakura stared into his eyes, transfixed in place. The feeling of his hand on her shoulder and the way he stared into her soul left her unable to move. Her master had always been distant emotionally and physically, it was like a whole different Naruto. You, Haruno Sakura, have impressed me from day one, he told her. That shy girl who was the only one who could even appreciate what I did at the academy. Who? When I set her up to fail to see how she handled it, managed to disarm the device I meant for her to be terrified by. Who showed nothing but diligence, respect and devotion even adults could learn from. Who gave her everything to me and invested me with a level of trust I did not deserve. Not 1 week has gone where I have not had reason to be impressed by you, or counted my blessings for having found you. I thought I set the bar high for you, yet every time you have soared over it like an eagle. For all my jutsus and seals, in so many ways, you are my greatest accomplishment. Sakura could only look at him. Even in the situation she was, having attacked her master, spirited his target away, been captured by Konoha, her heart swelled up at the praise. Slowly, tears began to streak down her face, whether from relief, happiness or sorrow that it had taken this long. It was everything she had ever hoped for, and yet it wasn't real. Slapping his arm aside, she backpedaled, hands raised to prepare for an attack. "You're not him," she whispered, her voice breaking under the strain of her tears. He wouldn't say things like that. It was all she ever wanted. Getting it almost made her situation worth it. Finally, after all this time, she knew that she was doing it right. But that was not how her master was. She hated to admit it, but whoever this was, it couldn't, be her master. Yet the figure before her just sighed. "When I first met you, my final question was how I could defeat a water ninja using cesium," he told her gently. "Before you graduated, you followed me in the Konoha labs. We examined the Raijin and you asked me about dysprosium and how it was made. Back then I dismissed your interest in the fallen civilizations. When you reached Kiri you were awed by the Mizukage and said that she seemed affectionate towards me. Speaking of affection, you had quite a lot of it for Chojuro. He was just a little kid, but he did what he could to help you when you were struggling with the effects of the M492DI used to mutate you. Thanks to that retrovirus, your father was horrified when we came back to Konoha. He even tried to fight me. After I beat him he said you'd always have a home with him. Later, in the Chunin exams, you outsmarted Inuzuka Kiba and threatened his dog to make him surrender." His calm recounting of moment after moment they had shared left Sakura slowly lowering her arms, staring at her master now, tears beginning to flow again. Was it really him? Naruto sighed, slowly shaking his head. "I knew this might happen," he said. "Yet I couldn't think of a safe way to let you know.
Those psychotic bastards would have struck at you if they realized how much you meant to me.
Therefore I've starved you of recognition for the last 3 years. Yet I will say it again. You have amazed me time and time again, and that makes what I'll say now even worse." For the first time, her master looked away from her, something almost resembling shame flashing by in his eyes. "My time with these maniacs, it was never sincere. I am here because I was undercover with them. I am here to keep tabs on them for Konoha's sake." What? Her whisper was almost inaudible, a quivering, terrified sound that was almost inaudible, even in the silence around them. She couldn't breathe. The shock flowed through her like a surge of ice-cold lightning. It paralyzed her and squeezed the air out of her lungs. Her legs gave way under her, leaving her sinking to the floor. "You surprised me yet again that day," Naruto told her slowly. "I don't know how you recovered so fast or how you mustered enough strength to reach me that time. But you did, and I dragged you into this hell," he said, falling silent now. Sakura still didn't move. All she could do was stare at him as her heart slowly tore itself apart. It was all just an undercover mission? He never really had defected? He was meant to come back in the end? Her mind recoiled from the implications. She couldn't even consider the possibility of where this left her. And yet slowly, the realization rolled over her, inexorably and terribly. Even if her master never truly had betrayed Konoha, she was a traitor, and she was one without the master for whom she had, in the heat of the moment, betrayed her home, her family and her friends to stand beside. Sakura had felt for years like a shadow to her master. She had no fixed position in the world, no anchor, without him. She followed him, moved where he moved, and without him she had nothing. Yet now, with this horrible revelation, she did not even have him. She was truly alone. She had nothing. She was nothing. Minato stood silent in the chamber, watching through the one-way window at the interrogation chamber beyond. Morino Ibiki was sitting in one chair, the hulking man's grim eyes locked onto the wilted figure of Haruno Sakura who currently was sitting across from him. Sakura's head hung where she sat, staring into the table, and she answered Ibiki's questions listlessly and with a hollow voice. She didn't hide anything, nor did she try to make excuses, but instead she was telling them everything she knew of the Akatsuki. locations, contacts, members and so forth. It was a goldmine, especially considering the Akatsuki member they already had in custody. Indeed, it was something of a game changer. And the only price they had had to pay was a broken little girl, a splendid young shinobi who had ended up trapped in the jaws of fate and whose only fault, her loyalty and devotion to her teacher, now had made her a traitor. The world of the shinobi was vile. As Namikaze Naruto walked over the broken bodies of the Akatsuki, he thought that there was no other way to describe it. The culture of martial excellence suggested that maybe the shinobi society was one of a warrior's honor, where no matter the reasons or background one could find purpose in the straightforward, fair challenge of skill that warriors engaged in. No, that was an illusion at best. Yet what about the more utilitarian view of the greater good? The idea that if you did something horrible it could lead to something greater down the line? Only for the utterly naive. So where did it all leave the shinobi world? Naruto wondered as he stepped over Kisami's corpse. It left it all at might makes right, at the utterly flawed, inconsistent and completely unsupported notion that because you had the power to do something you were somehow justified in doing so. It was the most asinine of notions that existed. A philosophy for those who lacked one. It was, however, the ideals that the Akatsuki had followed, and that was why they were broken. Hidan was captured, and locked up in the deepest pits of Konoha's Anbu complex. For all his vaunted strength, when decapitated and locked away in a box, he was helpless. Kakuzu's 4 hearts had made him feel invulnerable, but the drug Naruto had gotten him hooked on had undermined his strength and left him suffering a total organ failure when pushed to his limit. Naruto wondered what the ancient mercenary had thought as he expired to the most classic of old man fates, a heart attack. Deidara had adored his art, wanting to climb higher and higher no matter what, and that was why it had been pathetically easy to meddle with his clay, making it more and more unstable as long as it gave him bigger explosions. The poor artist had blown off both his arms and bled to death. Kisame, vicious, fanatic Kisame, had fallen to a trick that by now was a classic for Naruto. Water was still water, H2O, dihydrogen monoxide, and it reacted with certain chemicals quite splendidly. A large cesium bomb had turned the giant water sphere he'd hoped to trap Naruto in into a horrifying chemical prison that had melted Kisame alive. Naruto did not dare to speculate about the pain this had caused the man before the end. Zetsu, for all his strengths, was little more than a chakra construct, kept alive by unconscious manipulation of these forces. Disrupt those and he fell apart, choking on his own fluids as his system suddenly had to survive on its own and died trying to do so. Conan had been the greatest challenge. Paper was surprisingly durable as cellulose did not break easily. Yet, in the end, thanks to Sasori's cooperation and immense amounts of sulfuric acid, they had managed to catch her in a catch-22 situation where she turned into paper and rotted away or stayed in her human form and let her flesh decay. Of all the fates suffered, that was the fate he'd wish the least upon someone. As for Pain, he was the sole piece that hadn't fallen neatly in place. Naruto had presented him the box of ultimate bliss, a legend taken out of the fairy tales and presented to the desperate Akatsuki's leader. It would offer whatever he desired, and the arrogant Pain had opened it without hesitation only to find out that it was not so easy. A horrifying monster from the deepest pits of nightmare had ripped its way out of the box and attacked Pain. Despite the self-proclaimed god's invincibility, the creature had read his mind and moved faster than what seemed possible, darting between the explosions and summons and relentlessly pursuing Pain. It was as though the greater the opponent it faced, the more powerful it became, and few were as powerful as Pain. And yet, a demon could not oppose a god, and in the end Pain, pulling on powers unlike anything they had seen before, ended it. The city was burning around them as the god and the demon had clashed. In the end, the god had won, leaving Satori pinned against one of the skyscrapers with hundreds if not thousands of black rods nailing him against it. "Are you proud of yourself, Namikaze?" Pain asked, turning around to look at Naruto across the devastated plaza. His clothes were torn and singed, but beyond that, the self-appointed deity did not even seem fazed by what just had happened. "You have killed my servants and set me back. Yet for all your wits you never understood the truth. The will of heaven cannot be turned around so lightly. As was this creature, so are you. Nothing." His hand rose, palm towards Naruto, and Naruto's hand whipped up in response just as Pain's fingers clenched, an overwhelming force tearing at Naruto to pull him in towards his now former master. The seal in Naruto's hand lit up and suddenly the pull was no more. the guiding chakra unraveling as Naruto pushed back with exact equal and opposite force and nullified it. For a single second, a look of shock, maybe even fear, came over the self-proclaimed god's face. There was little left of the city but a hellscape of flames and ruins. Whatever people had been around in this abandoned place had long since fled at the clash had sent skyscrapers tumbling to the ground and left the world rent asunder. The only things that remained alive were the god and the godkiller, both of them exhausted beyond words as they stood staring down each other, frozen mid-motion with faces only inches apart. Naruto's skin was torn in many places, the snakeskin beneath bleeding as well, and his hair and clothes were scorched. His hand had caught the worst, being penetrated by one of Pain's chakra rods. Pain, meanwhile, was as damaged, with cuts and chakra burns covering him. More importantly, however, the Kusanagi had pierced through his body, striking straight through his heart. After what had seemed like hours of fighting and chaos, it was finally silent and Naruto stared silently into Pain's eyes, still seeing little in them but the aloof, superior attitude of someone who viewed him as an insect. "Do you think you've accomplished anything, Namikaze?" Pain asked him, blood slowly starting to drip from his mouth. "You have kept the world on a path that will destroy it. Do you imagine that your father's precious peace can protect this world? The next time, there will be nothing left." "Then so be it," Naruto told him, panting and trembling from exhaustion. "How was it with your divinity? Did it help?" "No, not when I took what you were and refined it. That's gonna keep happening one way or another. If we're all gonna die, let's go out with the biggest explosion possible." "That arrogance," Pain groaned, slowly collapsing. He slid off the Kusanagi, collapsing to the devastated ground beneath him. "You never understood anything." As the light went out in the self-proclaimed god's eyes, Naruto pushed himself to sit on a piece of torn-up debris, staring down at the silent Pain where he lay, finally dead. His mind started to grasp the fact that it was over. It was finally over. After all this time it was done. His entire body burned, and he realized he couldn't move. He knew that the jutsus he had used, reckless even for him, would demand a price. It just seemed to have been slightly bigger than he intended. Struggling to move, he noticed Sasori's shadow falling over him. "The ball is in your court, senpai," he murmured. The exhaustion made him slur his words. "I am unsure how useful I would be as a doll right now though. My chakra pathways don't seem to be in the best condition right now." "This was your mission all along, was it not?" Sasori asks, sitting down by Naruto's side. "It was. Pain had picked me as a candidate, and was so convinced he was right that they had to get me on board. Maybe some alarm bells should have rung, but narcissists like him aren't easily swayed. It was the only way to get a man on the inside." "Why? Why go this far for a village that treated you like shit?" "Because my sister never treated me as anything but her beloved brother. Because the Tsubaki clan has always had their doors open for me. Because the person that was like an older sister to me would have been disappointed in me." "Familial connections, huh?" Naruto could hear the disappointment in his voice. "I deluded myself into thinking I didn't need them, but I do, and I don't plan to be ashamed of it. Science became a refuge for me to not deal with my humanity, and I'm done with it. I did this because the people I love would suffer if his vision came true, that simple." "Is that everything there is in the end, then? Are we left as love conquers all? Is that really what you arrived at here?" Naruto chuckled tiredly. "Love does not conquer anything. Human will, effort and ingenuity does. I just decided to apply mine towards killing God." "So what happens now? You probably won't get anywhere in this state. I'm left pleading with you for help. You will instinctively want to use this to your advantage and extort favors from me. We're both scared of being hurt, so we treat everything as a transaction. Just tell me what you are planning." Sasori sighed. "We've done this dance long enough that you know I will listen if you want to present your schemes. Bring me back to Konoha and leave. I'll let the Hokage know that you were instrumental in my victory, and while you probably won't have your bounty removed, you'll get grace enough that you can escape elsewhere. Go find somewhere where nobody knows your name and see if you can find it in yourself to rebuild yourself and learn to trust again. It's frightening and risky, and every cell in your body will scream to not do it, but take it from me, it's worth it. I'm not you, Naruto. You are still human. I am a construct more than a person. I am a mass murderer and one of the worst criminals this world has seen. People like this don't get to be loved." A presumed conclusion to excuse not trying. "I get why. The risks seem huge, and the rewards seem nebulous. But your favorite puppets are still those of your parents. You crave it, so why not seek it? If you are unworthy of it, why not make yourself worthy? The two sat in silence for a good while, Naruto glancing at his now former partner, seeing the wheels slowly turn inside his head. I could drop off a scroll of my puppet arts in Suna, Sasori mused slowly. I took much from that village. Maybe I could repay them a little. Square my accounts. Besides, if there's any place that could do something half decent with my arts, it's Suna. Fake your death, maybe? I don't think so. My grandmother is still in Suna, and she will know my puppeteering inside out. Then again, she has been a recluse for a long time because of my actions. I probably could tell her honestly what happened. I don't know if she would accept it though. Yes, only one way to find out, I know. After that, I'll probably head to the far west if anything. The desert is big, and few cross it. It'd put distance between me and those who'd hunt me. After that, I don't know. Don't expect me to plant an apple orchard and live a life of peace, but we'll see. It is a better plan than I had, Naruto said before groaning as a surge of pain shot through him. Do you mind if we get going? This isn't getting better. Minato walked into the hospital with a strange feeling of déjà vu. He had been in this situation before, he thought, casting his mind back to the birth of the Tsubaki clan. At least the hospital was not filled to the brim with the injured this time around, but he still felt a gnawing worry as he followed the lead of the Anbu that awaited him to an out-of-the-way hospital room, where more Anbu guards awaited outside. As he stepped into the room, the sight that met him was familiar even if he hadn't wanted it to be. Naruto lay in the hospital bed, bandaged and hooked up to a row of different machines, and yet he still seemed awake as he glanced towards Minato. Mission complete, Hokage-sama. A small smirk came over his face, and in that moment the fourth Hokage could not have felt more proud of his son. Well done. 2 words to summarize his respect for 3 years of secrecy and subterfuge. Naruto nodded weakly in response. Are you lucid enough to give your report? He grabbed a chair and pulled it to Naruto's bedside, sitting down to face him. Naruto gave another nod. If the cliff notes will suffice for now. Oni-san. The door flung open and Namikaze Kimiko appeared in the doorway, having darted past the Anbu guards. She was out of breath and her hair in a mess, as if she had just come from training or run straight across town. Knowing her, it may well have been both. Though the guards were about to get her, Minato held up a hand to stop them. They did not need a huge fuss right now. Hello again, Kimiko. Naruto addressed her. I'm sorry for the last time we met. Minato glanced back at his son. He knew that Naruto and Kimiko had battled back when Sakura had been extracted from the Akatsuki, but that was all. Had something happened back then? Kimiko, meanwhile, blinked at her brother's words, her eyes welling up. After a couple of seconds she dove at Naruto, wrapping her arms around him as she began to cry uncontrollably. You stupid idiot, she sobbed. I knew it had to be something like this. This was your plot, wasn't it? She suddenly turned on Minato, beginning to slap at him with both hands. Minato had to fend her off as Kimiko shrieked at him. You came up with this whole thing, didn't you? Kimiko. Naruto said loudly, freezing her mid-slap. I've been away for 3 years, can this family not fight among itself right now? There was that word, family. Kimiko lost all fire at it and quietly lowered her hands, looking suddenly not angry but uncertain until a small gesture from Naruto made her hug him again. Minato, meanwhile, felt a lump in his throat which he struggled to push down at the word. Naruto glanced towards him. And yes, you may make the inferences you just did, father, he commented wryly. Minato smiled, feeling like a weight he hadn't even known was there dropped from his shoulders. Welcome home, son. How do you feel? Rin asked Naruto, who had been wheeled into her room to debrief. She still had that tone, that careful, gentle tone that somehow instantly got his hackles up. The tone of someone who would listen and not judge. He didn't answer, instead looking around the room. It was damn near identical to how it had been 3 years ago. Still the same carefully chosen decoration and comfortable chairs. It was all so damn hand-picked to make him comfortable and let him feel like he was safe and not judged. He hated it. It must be hard to put into words. Would you? Please stop it, Heisei-san, he cut her off, his fingers having begun to drum against the armrest. We both know how this song and dance is going to go, and I've no interest in it. Why not? Rin asks, Naruto giving her a sour look in response. I'm serious, Naruto-san, Why not? Because, he began tersely, you're going to listen nicely, you're going to twist and turn it all until we can clearly establish I've got nothing whatsoever to be ashamed of. That I did my duty and deserve praise for it. And after that I can waltz out of here, as if the last 3 years have just been eradicated and all my actions are absolved through your equivocation and saintly understanding. You feel that you cannot be forgiven for the things you've done? Yes. Naruto snapped. I've murdered people whose only crime was getting in my way. I've aided a collection of psychopaths, devastated Konoha's relations with Kiri, hurt damn near everyone who cared about me, and worst of all, I took my apprentice, one of the most brilliant young minds I have ever seen, and I destroyed her. How did you destroy her? Rin asked quietly. How did I not? Naruto exploded. I started out by isolating her from her peers by pulling her from the academy and working her to the bone, making her depend on me for approval as she was isolated from everyone else. Then I abandon her. I go to Kiri and cut her off from the approval she's become utterly dependent on. Who else gave her any approval? Her parents viewed her as choosing the disappointing path. Her peers all were going to become actual shinobi, and she was going to become something second-rate. He snapped, making finger quotes in the air. She only has me and I abandon her. Weeks, even months of nothing. She has nothing, she's left trudging on, just hoping I'll return and give her it. Then I drag her to Kiri, finally giving her said approval, and, as I'm pouring the attention over her she'd been so starved for, I present her with the choice of how to mutate her. And at this point she's all alone in Kiri, with her master finally giving her the attention she craves. How the hell did I expect her to choose anything but the most extreme option?
And then, when she gets back, I'm already wrapped up in this damned mission and she ends up sidelined again.
Again she drifts to the side, more and more isolated as her parents and old friends look at her in horror and disgust at how she's changed and become less and less like them. I've created the perfect trap for her mind, giving her no way out but to give everything she is to me. And in the end she leaps after me into the arms of the damn Akatsuki. Of course she did. I couldn't have planned a more predictable outcome. What happened there? Rin asked now, Naruto realizing that she'd once again managed to get him to explode but couldn't bring himself to care. The torrent was coming out of him and the catharsis was too potent to care. I spent 3 years under the eyes of a narcissistic madman who was looking for any chance to discipline us. He was like an Orochimaru on steroids, a sadistic, brutal psychopath just looking for a chance to justify causing us pain. And those other bastards, like malicious children who steal what's yours and ruin it just because you liked it. At this point I can't even blame ignorance. I knew what I was doing. I starved her again, kept her on the edge so she'd be desperate and pliant, also that she'd become an obedient puppet that seemed like she was an expendable side project for me so she wouldn't be a target for those swine. How? He exploded again, hissing now, why? Why the hell did I go through with that idiotic project? Was there no other way? I should have just drugged her and dumped her back with Konoha and damn the consequences, but I didn't because, damn it all, I don't know. He groaned as he buried his face in his hands. You can tell me whatever the hell you like, he continued after a moment of silence. Squawk about personal responsibility as if she wasn't a 12-year-old child, bleat about loyalty to the village when the village had all but rejected her. You can't change the facts though, you can't, and you damn well aren't going to try to pretend I'm innocent. I ruined her, I did to her what Orochimaru did to me, and damn the reasons. They don't matter. The results matter. And my results are one of the finest shinobi our village has seen being destroyed because I had my head up my own ass. Finally, Naruto exhaled deeply, realizing he was trembling. He felt exhausted as he finally had managed to puke up everything that had festered inside him. You're right, Rin responded, making Naruto look up at her. You caused her immense pain and suffering. There were reasons for it, but the pain is still there. You down-prioritized her, and no matter why you did it, she kept being a secondary or tertiary priority to you. Now I have 2 questions for you. What would you have done differently if you could go back in time? And what would you recommend we do now? I would have urged her to keep in touch with the village more, Naruto said. I monopolized her attention, and in the end I was all that mattered to her. She needed more than that. She needed her family and her community, not just a distant master who pretty much forgot about her. As for during the last 3 years, I don't know. I tried to get her out of there, but she remained stuck. She was too clever or strong to fall into the traps I laid for her. I should have just ordered her to evacuate, but I was afraid the truth would come out. The risk seemed too high. You made the best judgment you felt you could. It still hurt her, but it's what you felt you had to do. Rin summarized. What would you suggest we do now? You know damn well I'm not in charge of that. That's not what I asked though, Rin said, leaving Naruto to sigh explosively. A full pardon and extensive deprogramming. Dissociate her from me and give her space to heal. She's a victim, a kid who was conditioned by her idiot master to rely on him only. Get her out of it, one way or another. She can give Konoha so much, and I don't want her to have to pay for my mistakes. He leaned back in his seat, staring up at the ceiling in silence. And leaving aside what Konoha does, what can you do? Not just for Sakura, but for everyone you feel that you've hurt. Rin added, Naruto flinching. I would say that I'm sorry, he responded after a while. That my conviction of my own superiority made me underestimate those around me. That I felt as though I could or indeed should shoulder everything myself, and that at some point I don't even know if I've done what I've done for my own benefit or theirs. It's just that manipulation comes so damn easily to me. I lie, I manipulate and I deceive, all to reach a goal I feel like I've stitched together when I suddenly find myself doubting the initial plan. I think I'm in control, but I flail around to reach it, and in the end all I've got left is the impression that I know what I'm doing. With Sakura, with Kimiko, Mei and Gurren, it was at that point he realized something. Slowly, he covered his face. That damned old snake still has his grip on me, he groaned slowly. How much of me is who I am and how much is his imprint on me? I don't know, Rin told him softly. The important thing is what you do now. Naruto stared silently up on the ceiling, thinking about the question. What would he even say? What could he say? I will tell her, he was done running, and if he had to face what he had done, he would. If it can be arranged and if it will not hurt her chances of reintegration, I want to meet her and do what I should have done a long time ago. Sakura trembled as she stood before the door, staring at it. Behind it was her master, or was he even that any longer? She didn't know. She didn't know anything other than that her life was in tatters. A split-second decision by a much younger Sakura had cost her everything. Her master's message echoed in her head still, and it both comforted her and tore her apart that this was the state of things. How could she open that door? How could she face all this? She wanted to flee, but knew that she couldn't. The Anbu were watching her, and where would she even run? She didn't know, but a lifetime as an outlaw seemed welcoming in comparison. Yet, in the end she pushed the door open, coming face to face with the man she had admired more than anyone else, the man for whom she had sacrificed everything. She felt ice cold and stepped in, quietly closing the door before coming up to the bed where he rested. He was a wreck, covered in bandages, and his movements were unsteady where it sat in the bed. How has your return to Konoha been? Sakura flinched as he addressed her. She was still so used to his harsh discipline. Will they accept you back? I am on probation, master. Sakura made the choice at that moment. No matter what had happened, this man had still shaped her. She was who she was because of him. They will be evaluating my actions, and if I am allowed to continue to be a shinobi, it'll be as a genin. Absurd, Naruto said bluntly. Yet, understandable. Are you able to sleep? Not much, Sakura admitted. Keeping things hidden from him wasn't something she could do these days. Being entirely honest with him had been drilled into her. Every time I drift off I snap back to reality, fearing something will happen. I'm dreaming of being back there, of you castigating me for failing. I don't find peace no matter what I do. Naruto nodded slowly at her words. His eyes betrayed little, but the way he looked away for a second spoke volumes. There is not much I can say right now, he told her. Words are cheap, and I feel like nothing I say can convey how angry I am with myself for letting this happen. Instead, I have something for you. He pointed at the long, slender box that rested on the table nearby. Sakura hesitated before going over to it and opening it. She stood still for a few seconds, staring down at the contents. A row of scrolls and a familiar sword. The Kusanagi came from my master. If you would accept it, it is yours, as well as the scrolls. They contain everything I've managed to docensored about the snake sage arts. But, why? Sakura asks, overwhelmed. Because you are worthy. You're more worthy than anyone I can think of. You were thrown into a danger only the most capable shinobi are expected to handle, and you managed to survive. You endured and you served, and in the final moment, without prompting or preparation, a single command had you blindside me without hesitation and extract Kimiko. You are worthy. The snake shinobi arts are yours now. All I can hope is that you can make something better out of it that I did. Yet, it is your decision. If you decide that the best thing to do is to throw it all into the ocean, that will be your right. I don't know. How can I know? I threw everything away, betrayed my home for you only to find out it was a mission. Yet now in this entire thing, I'm the only traitor. I agreed to your modifications because I thought I had to. I didn't have a choice, I thought. But now, think. She trailed off, starting to do what he had told her so many times. It's a great gift and it'd be so useful, but I don't know. I can't even stand looking at myself in the mirror. I'm proud of it and I hate it and she closed it with a slam, trembling as neither said anything for a few seconds. Are you assigned to a counselor? He asked her after a while. Yes. Sakura turned back to him. Heisei Rin, we meet twice a week and talk about all of this. Good, she's good at what she does. She was my counselor for a long time. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I did to you, and the fact that you've still done so well despite all that is incredible. I can't change the past, only tell you that whatever you need, I will do it. I will look into how to potentially counter the mutations you've undergone, and if I have any sway, I'll lighten the terms of your, there. Something clicked for Sakura, and she shook her head. No, her voice trembled as she cut him off. I will do this on my own. I have to. I don't know who I am anymore. I have to find out. But thank you, for everything. She took up the box and cradled it in her arms. Master, she bowed deeply before him before stepping back and leaving the room, tears running down her face. Walking hurt. Most things did. As Naruto slowly made his way down the hallway, using the walking cane for support, he gritted his teeth. It was humiliating, yet understandable. He knew damn well the price that he would pay, and while it had fallen on the steeper side of what he had estimated, he couldn't say it was unexpected. Yet all the same this was him now, a stumbling, weak mess. It vexed him to feel so restrained. Where once he had been able to move with serpentine speed and grace, now walking down the hallway to the vending machine was putting enough of a strain on him that he needed to take a break when reaching it. Standing in front of the machine, panting a little from the exertion, he studied the machine to realize with a sigh that they were out of the iced tea he had hoped to get. It was such a tiny thing, but with Naruto having to shift his perspective to the things he could control, reaching the vending machine to get a drink, this pissed him off more than he wanted to admit. Hello. Namikaze-sama. A voice said from the side and Naruto looked to see a young nurse standing there, smiling slightly at him. She looked familiar but he couldn't place her. Dark eyes and purple-black hair tied back in a ponytail. Was she a former researcher? Had she cared for him previously when he was here? Don't you remember me? She asked as he hesitated. In the end she raised a hand to cover one side of her face. That was when it clicked. It has been a long time, Isaribi. He was surprised to see her here in the hospital. Her dislike of everything involving this setting was something he remembered. I am glad to see that you are doing well. Do you know when they restock these machines? This one's only restocked once a month. Do you want me to get you something from the cafeteria? They restock every week. No, it is all right. I didn't come all the way here just to have someone else get what I wanted. I'll just get something else. Do you have any recommendations? Isaribi came up and looked over the machine for a few seconds before pointing to a dark red bottle on the same row. The hibiscus iced tea. It's new, but it's really good. I'll trust your judgment. Naruto pushed the buttons and watched the bottle drop before realizing that of course, he had to bend down to pick it up. Grunting, he forced himself down and moved to try to get his hand into the space where the bottle had dropped. A surge of pain shot through him and he tensed up, grunting again as he tried to get hold of it. It was made worse by Isaribi hurrying to help him. No, don't, he grunted, waving her away as he forced his arm in and pulled the bottle out of it. Had that damn lid always been this heavy? With another grunt, he forced himself up and realized he was trembling with exhaustion. Sweat ran down his face and he panted deeply. He was so tired that when Isaribi directed him over to a seat to sit down he couldn't even object. My room is right down the hallway. I will just rest a bit. Don't get a wheelchair. I am not going to fail at walking a few meters. He couldn't help but let bitterness crawl into his voice. This was where he was left, a cripple struggling with the lid of a vending machine. Forcing it down, he refocused onto Isaribi. She had changed immensely. There was not even a trace of her Kaima mutations, and she truly looked the part of a young girl now. So how have you been? I see your treatment has progressed well. Is there anything left of your condition? He put a bit of his hospital robe over the bottle and used it to get enough traction to open the bottle. It took him a while, but in the end he managed to make it move. Some small victory at least. Not even a trace of it left. I've been fully healthy for 2 years. Isaribi smiled happily. I decided to apply to work in the hospital after it. With everything I had gone through here and experienced, I was basically halfway to being a nurse anyway. Naruto nodded as he took a sip of the iced tea. It was strange, but he decided he liked it. Also, seeing Isaribi and the progress she had made from the beaten, terrified girl he had met during his journeys felt good. It felt good. That at least was an uncomplicated positive thing for him right now. I'm glad to hear that you found a place for yourself. How is the rest of the clan doing? I would likely get a somewhat sanitized version from Gurren when I speak with her. Before this I asked her to put her clan first, and not associate too closely with me. Did she do that? She did, but let's get you back to your room, Isaribi said, the look on her face making Naruto oblige and force himself up to hobble back to his room. Well, back there, Isaribi closed the door as Naruto sat down in the chair there. How bad is it? He asked frankly. If you had asked 6 months ago, I would have told you that I didn't know if the clan would still be in Konoha by now. Isaribi admitted. After you left, there was a big clan meeting. I wasn't there, but Jugo told me. Gurren primed the entire clan for bailing on Konoha if we had to. We even put explosive seals on the walls around the district. We were going to take a tunnel out and blow up the district if we needed to. Naruto groaned, massaging the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Isaribi hurried to continue. But things have changed. Especially after she fought the Akatsuki at the fire temple, she talked more and more about unity, and coming together. She started inviting clan leaders over, especially the Aburame. Really now? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I recall there being little love lost between the Tsubaki and the Aburame. The brutal fights between the two clans during the Chunin exams came to mind. Aburame Shino had humiliated Tsubaki Zaku, and in response, Tsubaki Dosu had brutalized Shino's teammate Akamichi Choji. The two had then proceeded to try to rip each other apart in the final exam. It's all thanks to Kin, really, Isaribi informed him. She asked her teammate, Aburame Shino, do you know him? Naruto nodded, even more surprised. Considering Shino's position in that feud, it would be quite the show of good character that he would have been part of its solution. She asked him about pollinating insects and if they had any that could help out with the camellia trees. He said no at first, but a few weeks ago the clan leader showed up with an entirely new type of moth, bred to pollinate the camellias specifically. They're beautiful, and even glow in the dark, so you get these dancing swarms of lights in the trees when they're in bloom. She smiled widely now, her delight at the situation evident. I must say, amusing but not surprising. Naruto wondered if Kin realized how much her request must have meant to her teammate. The fact that she asked that must have meant a lot to the Aburame clan. They've never been the most popular of clans. They're regular visitors now. I guess we all thought that Konoha was squeaky clean and perfect. The fact that they're outsiders made it much easier for us to get along with them. I can tell. Any other visitors of note? Naruto asked as he took another swig of the hibiscus iced tea. He decided he liked it after all. Many. We had the Akamichi over only recently for a barbecue. Oh. And Gurren-sama is being courted by Uchiha Itachi. PFFFFFFFTH. Naruto ended up spray painting the wall with iced tea. Uchiha Itachi. Why? How? What? Gurren hadn't even entered the hospital room entirely when Naruto addressed her. Though she had been dreading the meeting with him, well aware of how complicated things had become between them, she had nevertheless gone to the hospital at once when Isaribi told her Naruto wanted to see her. They had a lot to discuss. He had been offered to become a Tsubaki clan member and had declined the offer, and had cast her affection back in her face after his return from Kiri. Not to mention the fallout of his seeming betrayal of Konoha and the Tsubaki clan's reaction. With all this lined up, the incredulous interrogation about her love life that followed was almost a relief. Hello to you as well, Naruto, she said with a smile, Naruto nodding impatiently. Yes. Hello. How? This really got under your skin, didn't it? Gurren couldn't help but start laughing, the incredulous look on his face too funny not to. Yes. The man is an attack dog. He would if anything have been the person to strike at your clan if you had turned on Konoha. And yet you were being courted by him. A lot has evidently happened and I need to know what is going on because this makes no sense. Was there a gas leak somewhere? Gurren couldn't hold back and ended up cackling with laughter, almost doubling over and needing a minute before she could actually speak. We met after the attack on the fire temple. After I helped stop the Akatsuki's attack on it, Itachi was part of the response force. He carried me home after I fainted, and in the aftermath, he came over to the district to give me updates on what we had learned. During one visit he came back with a group of my clanspeople. They had gotten into an argument with some other shinobi. Apparently Itachi had intervened in their favor, and it just kept happening after that. I asked him what he was up to. I'm trying to be a reason to stick around. He told me. And it kind of snowballed from there. I don't know how much you've heard, but after you left the clan was near rebellion. I heard most of it, and you're saying Itachi intervened here? I don't know if intervened is the right word, he just hangs around. He helps the kids with training, he advises clan members if they have issues, he's even begun to eat dinner with us. Apparently he feels more welcome among us than in his own family home. Then after one meal we ended up talking, and, well, before I knew it he asked me if I was seeing someone and if he could continue coming over. And honestly, I was lonely. After you left, I didn't have anyone to talk to like we did, and he helped me feel calm. Me and the clan, honestly. Having the big scary Anbu captain coming by for dinner did a lot to help settle things. That and your return, be honest with me here Naruto. When you returned from Kiri, was the conflict between you and Hokage-sama an act? It was, Naruto admitted. I was in part sent to Kiri to investigate if they were involved with the Akatsuki, and upon my return I met with him in secret. I reevaluated a lot during that meeting. He ordered me to make sure Kimiko could access the Kyuubi's power, and I demanded that we double down on the act of being distant so that his reputation wouldn't suffer if it came out. As part of it, I had to seem angry and unbalanced. I understand, Gurren sighed. More shinobi trickery, she was starting to hate their entire line of work. But yes, Itachi helped with calming the clan down. He is on Minato's good side, he was an outsider among his own clan, he knows the laws inside and out and could help with any issues we had. Do you remember Haku? I think so. Young boy, effeminate in manners and dress. Came here with Jiraiya. That's him. He and Kimimaro found each other, and they wanted to be united in the eyes of the law. Itachi figured out how to make that happen even though they were both boys, and he just didn't say anything. It was completely uncontroversial to him. That was the point where he really got settled in among us. So what do you see in him? Naruto returned to the issue, making Gurren snort at how he was completely locked onto the issue. It'd probably drive him insane if she didn't answer, but she didn't want to be mean right now. I've always had to be the strong one. I'm the matriarch, and everything hinges on me. He's reliable, he's calm and attentive. I can just relax with him, and I feel safe. Even I want to feel protected and taken care of at times. To be honest, I'm glad you rejected me. I was desperate back then, and thinking back on it, I'm not sure we would have been right for each other. Naruto sighed in response, remembering that incident with a twinge of embarrassment. The way in which I did it was not acceptable. I was just cruel, and for that I am sorry. But you were right. Especially since he stopped himself, realizing that the truth about him and Mei still was very much a secret. Gurren however did not let it slip by, instead only smirking. I told you about Itachi, she informed him. In return, please tell me what you were going to say there. Naruto looked up at her, realizing he probably could not avoid this without being an asshole again, and he was done being an asshole. So he told her. The deafening shriek of, "What?" echoed through the room and the hallway outside both, soon followed by peals of hysterical laughter. Being able to finally walk the village had taken longer than Naruto had hoped, but thankfully he was strong enough that he could finally walk all the way to the training fields. It took him the better part of the morning, but thankfully he had set out early in order to be there on time. The training fields were full of activity, but this particular one was mostly silent. Hobbling onto it to sit down on a rock near the clearing in the middle, he looked around himself. The last time he had been out to the training fields, it had been before the Akatsuki. He had met with some of the newly integrated Tsubaki members and their shinobi mentors. Back then he had just recovered from his campaign of dealing with Orochimaru's legacy, and had just come out of the hospital after a whole month of recovery. He had thought himself invincible, hadn't he? That moment hadn't been time for reflection to him, just an affirmation of how he could endure anything. Same after the fight with the Sanbi upon arriving in Kiri. His wounds hadn't been cause for thinking about how he fought. A simple molting jutsu later and everything had been fine. Was it strange that he had ended up in this state? His musings were interrupted when Kimiko came leaping from the treetops and landed in front of him with the ease of a cat leaping off a table and grinned widely at him. "Good morning. What did you want to show me?" he asks. She didn't answer at first, only grinning even wider before giving up a little giggle and hugging him out of nowhere. "Just one sec," she nuzzled against him like he was an old teddy bear. "Let me guess, catching up on brother time?" he asks, raising one hand to return the hug somewhat. "Yep." She almost chirped from happiness. "Mind if we stay here a week or so?" Mercifully, she turned out to be joking as she pulled back. The grin hadn't left her face still. "Okay. I want to show you what I learned this last year. It all finally clicked for me, just a few months ago. Check this out, and when I do it, ask me questions, tough ones too." With that, she did a backwards cartwheel which turned into a backflip which saw her spinning up into the tree before, mid-spin, kicking the tree to propel her forwards towards another tree. As she hit another tree however, she didn't bounce off it or landed against it, she just flowed past it. Naruto blinked, watching her spin around a branch with just one hand against it. "Come on. Axe," she called out to him and he blinked. "What is 7 times 8? He asked loudly, watching her not dash or spin around the training field as much as swirl. She moved like smoke, unrestrained by anything in her path, and he finally realized what had been going on when she fought him. 56. Kimiko yelled as she spiraled clockwise down the tree before just reversing and going counterclockwise up it again. He realized what was going on as she dashed against him, flying through the air and yet swirling past him, like the wind. What are the 5 dangers of chakra use? Depletion, feedback, overload, arrhythmia and explosive decompression. Her voice came from this way and that, at times rising and falling in pitch from the Doppler effect of her flying past him again and again. It was incredible. She was moving at an absolute top speed, and yet she talked like she was standing right next to him. He kept throwing questions at her, harder and harder, and marveled at what he saw. There were no dimensions for her, only movement, and movement was as natural to her as existing. Even the most difficult movements placed no cognitive load on her, and then she kicked it up yet another notch. Instead of moving like smoke, she suddenly made the rocks she was darting across explode at her faintest touch before spinning around a tree and neatly peeling off the bark in her wake. From grace to destruction and then back again as after a particularly serious explosion that ripped a tree apart she began to move subtly again, appearing to have almost vanished as the trail of destruction just cut off. He couldn't even tell where she was now. Then, a thought came to him. It was an old memory, one he had almost forgotten about, but he couldn't stop himself. "When I was in Kiri, you wrote to me asking if something had changed with Uchiha Sasuke. Did anything happen between you two?" Wham! Kimiko tripped, ending up tumbling ass over teakettle off the branch she'd been running on, and cartwheeled uncontrollably to crash into the ground. She ended up upside down against a rock, eyes swirling from the impact. A low, pained moan escaped her before she flipped around somewhat unsteadily and shook her head to clear it. "How do you remember that?" she squealed at him, Naruto forcing himself to stop a smile as a strange surge of glee hit him. Had he really missed teasing her this much? It was an outright thrill. "You did tell me to ask hard questions. So what is the story there? Was there something actually happening between you two?" He smiled placidly, watching her unravel into a panicking mess before him. "No. I mean, yes, but no, there wasn't any of that." "So what happened?" Naruto gently but firmly pushed her. The way she acted, it evidently had been something massive going on, and he wanted to know. "I can't believe you, Oni-san. Even you were on my case about all that. I thought I'd gotten people to forget about that, and besides we're not, no. So there is nothing between the two of you." I don't know." Kimiko whined, sinking down on the ground again as she clutched her head, looking close to tears. "I thought we were for a time kinda sorta, but then it all got really weird and we decided to just leave it be, and then things got weird with Kono-chan and I don't know, and he's a stupid asshole but he always gets me when I'm stupid, but Sasu-chan's always so calm and he makes me calm and I don't know what and it's stupid and I'm stupid and ow." She started to descend into uncontrollable babbling which only stopped as Naruto came up to her and put a hand on her head. "I'm sorry I brought this up," he told her, doing his best to keep his smile hidden. She really was a master of getting herself into tough situations, wasn't she? Just like him, you were incredible just now, Kimiko. I couldn't have done that even if I was in top shape. Now you just have to avoid becoming arrogant. Yeah, she seemed so relieved to not have to touch on that other topic any longer. I kinda understand what you said when there always were more things to learn. I'm actually trying to figure out how to do this in water too. It's hard though, really hard. Do you have any tips? Please? She asks, giving him the puppy eyes. I may have a few. Naruto's mind was already starting to spin at the thought. Now that was a curious concept, and yet it probably wasn't impossible if she already had mastered this level of free-form movement. Shall we discuss it over lunch perhaps? Oh, you know where we're going then, come on, she said, grabbing him and pulling him off the training field. Naruto felt his stomach lurch a bit at the thought. A bowl of that heavy ramen after these weeks eating hospital food, he really hoped the proprietor's daughter still worked there and would be willing to adapt. Seeing the gates of Konoha in the distance, Terumi Mei struggled with her reluctance to take even a single step forward. She had hated Konoha for years, and yet the hatred was built on a foundation of lies. While she still did not know how it all really fit together, she knew enough to trust that when the Hokage had promised her the full and unvarnished truth, he meant it. And yet by all the gods she did not want to enter here. The hatred had sunken too deep into her to be banished so lightly. She still wanted nothing more than to see Konoha burn. Is everything all right, Mizukage-sama? Chojiro's voice snapped her out of her anger and she sighed. It is so easy to tell others to do things. It's so much harder when it comes to yourself. Had she not built her entire reign on letting go of the past and moving forward? Hadn't her goal been peace and diplomacy? She wasn't exempt from anything, so she began walking towards the village to live as she had taught. Welcome to Konoha, Mizukage-sama. A lone kunoichi was waiting for them at the gates, the woman bowing deeply as Mei approached her. My name is Tsubaki Guren, and Hokage-sama has tasked me with escorting you to his office. Thank you for your assistance, Mei said politely, feeling nevertheless a bit irritated. She knew well how to get to the Hokage's office. It was visible even from here. Yet, she acknowledged it was a gesture of respect, and took it for what it was. It has been a while since I came to Konoha. The fallout of events the last time I was here did cause some issues, but I am hopeful that they can be resolved. The supposed defection of Namikaze Naruto-sama. Guren asks, and Mei's ears pricked up at this. It was a painful time for many of us. Yes, but I hear he has regained his honor in the village. It did make her somewhat happy to hear. Unless of course it was all appearances. She was withholding judgment for now. For the Tsubaki clan, he never lost it. Our clan was born out of refugees and the clanless which he saved. Nothing made sense about his defection, and we've still held him in the highest regard despite all this. His return is a vindication of what we believed. Oh really? How interesting. She suddenly wanted to know everything about this woman and her clan. Then I am glad that his return brought clarity for you, as it has for all of us. It brought clarity in many things. I just hope he will be allowed to resume his old life. Mission or no, some people can easily carry resentment towards someone for what they had to do. You and me both, Tsubaki Guren. Mei thought to herself, deciding that she really liked Guren, even if there definitely was an undercurrent of something there. Did she know? Yet instead of hostility or suspicion, she turned on the charm and inquired about Guren's clan and her experiences with the village. Yet, as she entered the door to the Hokage's office, she felt that old anger rise up again. Despite whatever reasons there were behind the events of these last years, she still had a lot of unresolved anger towards the man behind the desk. She knew she should be better, but by the gods it was hard. She therefore felt a huge wave of relief as Minato stood up and bowed his head. Mizukage-sama. Thank you for accepting my invite, and before anything else is said I wish to offer my most sincere apologies for how this entire situation came about. I have done wrong by you in your village, and I can only hope that you will be graceful enough to offer me the chance to make it up to you. Hokage-sama. She could actually bow her head in response, feeling only the faintest prick of anger now. Your candor is welcome, as is your request. These last years have been unfortunate, but I owe you the life of many of my shinobi. Thank you for all that you've already done. Pleasantries thus exchanged, Mei could sit down and finally get the full story of what had happened. The presence of Momochi Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame in the Akatsuki had raised worries about whether they were associated with Kiri, and Minato had sent Naruto in part to investigate Kiri and find out about their connection. After the clash with the two in Wave Country, however, it had become clear that they were much more than a secretive Kiri group, and Minato had been forced to move fast as both Kimiko and Naruto had become targeted. It had been Naruto's plan to keep them seemingly hostile to each other to make it more believable, and his entry into the Akatsuki had been a snap decision at a pivotal moment. The question is what Konoha can do to compensate you for how we reneged on our agreement. Minato capped his explanation off. Naruto's work was interrupted halfway through, and we did not give you what we promised you. Resuming our efforts to help you develop seems a given. Is there anything else you would request of us? To be honest, there is still a lot of reluctance about all of this, Mei told him. Kiri is still prideful, and feeling jerked around by Konoha did little to soothe that pride. How do we know that you won't retract whatever other aid you give in the future? Not how do I know, but how do my prideful shinobi know? So what I'm hearing is that whatever we do should be long-term if not permanent, the kind that can't be taken back. Preferably also something with a great symbolic value? That would be it, yes. Mei's eyes narrowed somewhat. He was setting something up, wasn't he? And I take it you have a suggestion. Before Minato could respond, the door opened behind them. The suggestion would be mine if anything. Naruto's voice came from behind, sending familiar shivers down her spine as she looked back at him only to be taken aback by what she saw. He had always been pale, but the Naruto that was entering the room seemed almost lifeless. His graceful movements were gone, replaced with the hobbling walk of a man leaning on a cane for support. While his face was the same, carrying that look of stubborn, focused pride, it was impossible to not see just how badly injured he was. She kept her cool and recovered her focus, but an icy hand had gripped her stomach as she wondered what had happened. Naruto came in and sat down on one of the chairs in front of the desk. If we want to talk about symbolism, rebuilding Uzushiogakure and together making it the foremost research institute in this part of the world would be hard to beat. He explained his plan. Konoha and Kiri coming together, rebuilding the village and making it an inter-village research institute, would empower Kiri and give it access to world-class knowledge. If Konoha withdraws, they will leave Kiri with exclusive access to this institute. If they try to marginalize Kiri, the institute operates independently enough that they can block any such efforts. Suna has already expressed interest in a similar concept, and having long been very much the junior partner in their relationship with Konoha, they may well be interested in allying with Kiri to form a counterweight to Konoha's influence. In addition, to ensure that Kiri can contribute properly, it would be perfectly reasonable that I am transferred to aid Kiri's efforts during this time in addition to making sure that Kiri's own research institutions are strengthened. You still do that thing, I see. Mei commented softly, leaning back in her seat a little as she gave him a coy smile. You come in with your ideas, everything already planned out and justified to the point where there's no room for disagreement unless one wants to come across as difficult. It's so irritating, and yet so endearing. Her smile turned radiant, and she could tell that she pulled out the rug from under his feet from how his gaze began to skip around. Minato meanwhile coughed awkwardly. There's of course a lot more to discuss, but for now, why don't I let you step out to discuss these plans more in depth? Naruto is well aware of what Konoha can offer in this, and I'll undersign what you agree on. Minato's voice was that of someone making an active effort to seem more casual than he actually was, and Mei gave the man a wry smirk. Of course. Thank you very much for your understanding. With that, she was out of her seat and almost dragged Naruto out of the room and up onto the terraced roof of the building before confronting him. What has happened to you? She asked him bluntly. You look terrible. Just a few months ago you took on me and half my village, and now you look like a stiff breeze would knock you over. What has happened? And I swear, if you try to weasel out of this you'll come off this roof covered in enough lipstick that even Kumo will know about us before the day is over. Seeing him in this state was getting to her more than she cared to admit, but right now she didn't even care that her voice was starting to break at the end. Then Naruto cheated. He leaned in and kissed her straight on the lips, taking the wind out of Mei's sails utterly and leaving her standing there dumbly. We both know your lipstick doesn't smear that easily. You only use that when you know you're going to mess with someone, Naruto whispered in her ear. Like if she was a teenage girl again. Mei felt her stomach fill with butterflies and how goosebumps appeared all over her skin. Let's sit down, and I'll tell you everything. It was first now that Mei noticed that Naruto's legs were unsteady, and they both quickly got themselves seated before Naruto could explain in earnest. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, was something I'd never seen before. He really did possess the Rinnegan. How, I could not tell you. The descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, a freak mutation. Whatever it was, he was convinced that humanity was misusing his gifts, and was determined to wipe out the knowledge of chakra use. He believed that was the only way to save humanity, no matter the destruction he had to cause. He was powerful, more powerful than anyone I've ever met before, and he had jutsu of a kind I've only speculated about. I had to resort to the most extreme measures I could think of when facing him. Remember how I unraveled that acid cloud you spat at me? Think that, but many, many times more intense and complex. Naruto started tracing a finger over his palm, indicating the spots where the tenketsu could be found. My tenketsu blew up one after another, my muscles tore themselves apart. I could continue. I knew the theory, but I wasn't nearly as practiced as I should have been. There was no time, I had to move decisively. Now my entire chakra system is in disarray, and we don't know even close to enough to figure out how to reverse something like this. I could potentially regenerate it by using that same technique I did when I first arrived in Kiri, but then I would need to be able to channel chakra. I am crippled. Permanently. I will likely regain some mobility, but my days of using chakra are behind me. It's the price you pay to take on God. It was worse than she could have imagined. She could tell he kept his emotions in check, presenting as calm and cool as ever, but Mei couldn't remember a shinobi that had been so devoted to mastering the shinobi arts as Naruto. Utilizing chakra in different ways, from seals to elemental arts to everything imaginable, it had been like paint in his hands, and he had been an artist who redrew what was possible, and all that was gone now. She didn't know what to say, and simply pulled him in for a hug. He didn't resist, instead leaning his head in against her shoulder as she held him close, stroking his hair. "You really have to do everything yourself, don't you?" she murmured to him. "I'm not nearly as calculating as I pretend to be. Sometimes I'm a reckless idiot." "Well, you're a reckless idiot who's coming with me to Kiri." Mei informed him matter-of-factly. "If this entire thing started as a scheme, I'm taking back what Kiri was promised. You did wonders when you were there, and I want that back. Even with the battle between us, you are still a friend of the village, and most of my people still view Minato as the villain in all this. And yes," she poked his chest gently, "I didn't spend 3 years waiting for you just to give up now. I know you haven't exactly moved on either, and don't ask how I know. A woman gets to have her secrets. This is what will happen. You're coming to Kiri to work on these projects Minato promised there, but we'll make it public that we are courting. If you need the space, we live apart at the beginning, but otherwise you move in with me. I'm done with this sneaking around or fretting back and forth. I know what I want, and that is to be with you. You want the same, so let's get this sorted. Is this acceptable?" She smiled at him, yet he only sat up straight with a sigh. "I want to say yes, but I am spent. I still have my brain, but I cannot use chakra in any way. I'm limited even as a scientist, and useless as a shinobi. I'm genuinely unsure what I can even offer anyone right now." He sighed deeply, but this self-pity helps nobody. "If it is acceptable to you to consider life with someone crippled, then your offer is more than I feel like I deserve. Thank you." He held up his hand to her, and Mei took it. "I see no reason why Kabuto would not continue as head of the research division. He has done good work in my absence, and after my defection, he was fully cooperative with the investigation. He has proven himself a loyal shinobi and a capable scientist both. With the upcoming changes, there was much to discuss, and Naruto couldn't be in 2 places at the same time. Incidentally, my apologies for the stress this must have caused you," Naruto added as an aside to Kabuto, who only smiled placidly from across the conference table. "There is no need for that, sensei. To be honest, I sold you out." He said it so shamelessly, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "After your return from Kiri, you were distant, enough that I suspected something was going on. You weren't receptive to my overtures about becoming involved, so I had informed the Anbu even before the Chunin exams."
Irritating, but commendable, Naruto said dryly. Was this how it was to be on Kabuto's bad side? Yet blind faith has extracted a terrible price from many in recent years. On that topic, have you met with Haruno Sakura? What is your evaluation of her future as a scientist? Kabuto's smile dropped somewhat.
"I did speak with her," he told Naruto. "And yet she mentioned that she had requested to keep her distance from you to get time to heal. As head of the science division, I plan to honor that request. I will do everything I can to keep her in the division, but with all my respect, It is for the best that you remain separate. Thank you, Naruto said, feeling how his mood turned sour again. He had heard Sakura's request, but it was hard to stay away, harder than anything he had done before. For so long, his view of the world had been that if he saw something he didn't like about the world, he changed it. Figuring out the Blood Nin's abilities, wiping out the last traces of Orochimaru's network, or dealing with the Akatsuki, or anything else. Yet here, he couldn't do anything. He shouldn't be doing anything. He had done enough. What of the Uzushiogakure project then? I think that starting out, we should aim to primarily establish low-level efforts in the region. Uzushiogakure is non-existent at the moment, and if we are to make it a long-lasting effort, it would be beneficial to build up a solid research base for future efforts. Agreed. Naruto could only focus on what he actually could achieve, as much as it annoyed him. We will be doing more than merely setting up a laboratory. It will be the de facto reconstruction of a lost village. Should we prioritize the rediscovery and cataloging of lost arts in Uzushio? It could act as a focal point for lost jutsu generally, and specialize towards this purpose. Life went on, and all he could do was trust that his apprentice would find a way out of the darkness he had left her in. This wouldn't have happened without you, Naruto told Kushina as they walked through the park. Having quickly realized that he resented being too sedentary, Naruto was determined to walk as much as he could to get in what training he could in, even if it was a short walk. During these, he had found himself with no shortage of companions, and his mother was one of them. Having realized that the secrecy of his mission had left Kushina's and Minato's relationship strained, Naruto felt a strange compulsion to rebuild his relationship with his mother as much as he could, hoping that it would help her mend things with Minato. That scroll you gave me before I left for Kiri was something that villages could have fought wars over. I wouldn't have been able to defeat pain without this. I knew they were powerful, but I actually thought that you'd have figured out most of those things already, Kushina admitted. I fretted about it for weeks, and when I gave it to you it felt like I was giving you a book on basic arithmetic, Yano. She scratched the back of her head awkwardly.
Not even close, Naruto assured her. Your family has earned every last iota of their reputation. I could make use of it, sure, but so many of the techniques were, in a way, as close to perfection for what they were meant for as you can get. I felt like I didn't know why I thought I had the right to meddle in those things, and that I was a savage hammering away at a priceless work of art with a club. A small snort came from his mother and he gave her a wry look. Was that really that funny?
Maybe a little, but it's your family as well. Heck, you're rebuilding Uzushiogakure. You're more of an Uzumaki than me right now. A sad smile flashed over Kushina's face at this and Naruto frowned inwardly. Does it bother you? He asked her as they crossed over a small bridge, stopping at the middle to watch the brook babbling away underneath it. The institute, I mean. It was a political decision to place it there, but I could well imagine it feels like we're dancing atop the Uzumaki's graves. Kushina's response was another smile, this one wider and much warmer. You're rebuilding Uzushio, and you're returning our family's arts to it. It won't be my Uzushio, I know that, but it'll be someone's Uzushio. That's more than I could have dreamed of, and if there's anyone that I could see rebuilding my old home, it'd be my genius son. It still feels strange to hear that word, Naruto admitted after a few seconds. We've spoken about this before, but I still don't know what that means to me. If it hadn't been for Kimiko, I am unsure if I even would have tried rekindling these bonds. She's got a knack for forming relationships, doesn't she? Kushina commented, Naruto nodding quietly. That she does, actually, on that topic. What is going on with her and Uchiha Sasuke? I never got a clear answer out of her on that. He asks, Kushina's eyes lighting up at his question as she leaned in a little. Oh, what hasn't happened? She told him eagerly. It turned out his mother was a gossip. Who knew? I've been watching that thing for over a year now. It's like some kind of romance novel, the innocent kind, but still. It isn't just about those two. Their other teammate, Sarutobi Konohamaru, ended up censored it into that whirlpool as well. Within 5 minutes had quietly decided that his earlier assessment was wrong. Kimiko didn't get censored it into tough situations like him. She was way more talented at it than he would ever be, and he had to sit down in the end. She really was a natural disaster given human form. When are you leaving? Kimiko asked quietly as they walked home through the streets of Konoha from the Tsubaki district. Meeting with the clan he had helped to create had been refreshing. While the clan still carried many old wounds and traumas, it was clear that they were still seeing each other as an actual family, however chaotic it was. He could however tell that the fallout of his apparent defection still caused them issues, and yet at the same time he could tell how Itachi's presence at Guren's side had settled things. How strange that the Anbu captain's status as an outsider in his own family had been what helped him settle in among the Tsubaki. Then again, thinking back on one of the few times he had interacted with Itachi when the man had approached him regarding Kimiko and Sasuke, he guessed that Itachi was more of a family man than one might think. In 1 month's time, Naruto told her. Kimiko had insisted on coming along, not the least as she was friendly with half the clan and at least cordial with the other half. She had been at the top of her game during the dinner, being more like a whirlwind of cheer and good mood, yet now she had become subdued as it was just the two of them. "I thought you'd stay in Konoha," Kimiko admitted, kicking a small rock on the road. "I was really looking forward to it too. Do you have to go?" "It's complicated. Will you listen if I explain?" Naruto tried to figure out how to say it, and Kimiko nodded mutely. "I have never felt entirely at home in Konoha. Thanks to everything that happened after the Kyuubi and Orochimaru, there's always been this tension between me and the village. I was trained to view loyalty to Konoha as a pointless virtue, and to only look out for myself, and after Orochimaru's death, so many people viewed me with suspicion. This entire thing of these last few years hasn't helped either. I know I will be able to live in peace here, and I do have you, the Tsubaki clan and so on, but," Kimiko didn't interrupt, instead listening to him with rapt attention. "When I went to Kiri, I expected to find a village of savages, but what I instead found was a deeply wounded and struggling village doing everything they could to pick themselves up and build something better after they were left in ruins by their old cage. It resonated with me. Many times they had no idea what they were doing or if it was the best option, but they knew they had to do better. It felt like I had come to a place where I could presume people would understand what it meant to have grown up as I did. I am not ashamed of my training or my arts, but I know they came from a poisoned source. So what do I do now? How do I rise above that darkness in my past, a darkness that will never entirely go away? Kiri knows and understands better than most. Also, how would he broach that particular topic? Then again, knowing Kimiko, straight ahead was the best option. The Mizukage and I ended up in a relationship." Crash. Kimiko tripped and faceplanted mid-step as this revelation hit her, Naruto looking down at her in exasperation. "Considering what you showed me last week on the field, your utter inability to even remain upright when these matters are discussed is just stunning. You and her what when Mizumami?" Kimiko scrambled to her feet, staring at Naruto as words tumbled out of her mouth. Naruto blinked. "What did you call her?" "No." Kimiko flailed. "I meant it's like mom. I met her when I went to Kiri. She's red-haired, bossy but really nice and also powerful. It's like mom. Ino said that guys like women who are like their moms. It makes perfect sense." Naruto covered his face at her analysis of the situation, the worst thing being that he wasn't entirely sure how he'd refute such a claim. "Anyway," he said heavily to snap her back to reality. "I don't have to go. I could have asked someone else to take it over, but I want to go. Kiri was a place where I could start over, and not have to feel on edge all the time. It's a place where I felt like I belonged, and it was a place where I found someone I wanted to spend my life with. That's why I'm going." "Will we ever meet again?" Kimiko asked quietly. It was not an unreasonable fear. After this entire thing, things would go back to some kind of normality. While Kiri and Konoha would keep their alliance, visits would not be a common thing, and they would rarely happen without reason. "If things go well, I will be in Uzushio for much of the time, halfway between Konoha and Kiri," Naruto assured her. "It'll be well possible for Konoha shinobi to visit there. And I'll make sure to write as well. I just wanted things to go back to how they were before you left. Things were simple then. Sadly, none of us get that. When things change, they rarely go back to what they were again. Think of it like hot and cold water. Mix them together, and you can't ever separate them out again." Kimiko turned around and hugged him now, surprising Naruto and making him come to a stop. "I really missed those explanations of yours." Her voice was actually breaking, and she sniffled as she buried her face in his shirt. "Will you write once a month at least?" "I promise." Naruto returned the hug. He really loved this little ditz. She had always cut past his cynicism and scheming, and no matter what he had been thinking about, she managed to crawl in under his skin. Who could remain in control with this tornado in their life? She had ripped his facade in half again and again, and before her there could in the end be no deceit no matter how much he tried to play disinterested. He wouldn't be who he was if it wasn't for her. She was his little savior, and all he had done had, in the end, merely been him repaying what she had given him since the very first day she tumbled into his life. Over time, the reconstruction of Uzushiogakure became a watershed moment in the elemental nation's history. The sharing of and cooperation in the scientific development of 3 villages was something not seen before, and the benefits rapidly became evident. The united efforts of Konoha, Kiri and Suna made what once had been the domain of singular geniuses into something that now was eminently achievable by even more moderate talents given enough time and effort. In addition, the collating of several old caches of once thought lost lore only made the fledgling institute more notable. Before too long, in an effort to ensure that the work of each village is equally rewarded, the 3 villages standardized their rates between each other. Discussions arose of a unified mission database soon followed, along with further commitments to respect the borders of each nation. Though Iwa attempted to form an alliance with Kumo to counter what the Tsuchikage could only see as an underhanded ploy by the Hokage, the Raikage was in the end a family man, and listened to the counsel of his brother Killer Bee and his right-hand shinobi Yugito Ni. There was little love lost between A and Minato, but the former remembered well what had happened the last time he had tried to challenge the latter. Adding on to that the assurance, however slight, provided by the two's regular visits to Konoha and their friendship with Namikaze Kimiko, and the prideful Raikage had enough excuses not to take Iwa's offer. Ostensibly, Kumo stood down from the supposed alliance with Iwa to instead stand for peace and the dignity of every village, akin to a person who reluctantly went to a party claiming that they were too cool for it and could go to many others but didn't want to let the nerds feel too forgotten about. To further the analogy, however, said person brought a lot to drink to the party, so there was much polite applause and praise for Kumo's generosity and as much reassurance about how important they were to the institute's future. In the end, only Iwa was left outside of this network, its leader too choked on stubborn pride to accept cooperation. Cynical claims of a ploy, loud statements about the village's sovereignty, myopic references to indomitable Iwa spirit. It was all the same in the end. The Tsuchikage could only see the world in terms of the dominating and the dominated. His village ended up more and more isolated, especially when the countries around Iwa approached the alliance of villages to ensure they had protection if Iwa decided to attempt to expand by force after their attempts at finding allies were rebuked. In the end, Naruto almost felt sorry for the old man as he was dragged, kicking and screaming, out of his office by his own shinobi, who had decided that they were unwilling to die for the old man's pride. In a strange way, however, he did his part to create unity. It may not have been how he had wanted to be remembered, but threatening a new war to the level where his own people deposed him would earn him his place in the history books as a vindication of the need to leave the old conflicts behind. In due time, the exchange of information would become more and more common, and with the exchange followed a measure of standardization. Familiarity would breed new habits, and the cooperation between villages became more and more common. The 3 villages of Waterfall, Valley and Grass surprised everyone as they came together in a political alliance, creating their own triumvirate of cages to represent each other as one against the 5 main villages. With it came a precedent for even closer cooperation as well as a new power that the other nations had to reckon with. The 5-Cage Summit, once a generational affair in extraordinary times, would soon become regular events, where representatives of the smaller villages would be invited as well. Bit by bit, peace and order would become a better deal to the villages than war and death. The Uzushiogakure Institute, meanwhile, came to blossom. With a pattern for cooperation already established via Naruto's mission in Kiri, the Uzushiogakure only grew. While their first projects were kept humble, comparing and contrasting notes on basic equipment and the likes, it nevertheless helped galvanize a team from several villages into one. Every month seemed to bring new researchers as the smaller villages lined up at the hopes of benefiting without risking revealing their own hidden techniques. The civilian world beyond the village's gates took great interest in the institute, hoping to access this knowledge as well. While the idea provoked a lot of initial discussion, in the end the institute began to let out some select secrets for the populace to share in. They were small secrets, sometimes as small as some of the secrets of certain types of ninja wires which became of great interest in the medical field. Yet, with selected, trustworthy companies being given exclusive rights to the newly released secrets, the institute soon found itself economically self-sufficient and able to invest even more into its research. It became a virtuous cycle, one that let the institute become the world's foremost fount of knowledge. And yet with knowledge, came insight, and with insight, dread. While I cannot present any clear evidence for my hypothesis right now, I am convinced that pain was not the end of this. He was a symptom, not the disease. Naruto told the gathered cages. The meeting had been arranged in utmost secrecy and planned out meticulously. Layer upon layer of misdirection had preceded it, and those who had been chosen to guard it were going to be mind-wiped afterwards. Such was the severity with which Naruto had approached this whole thing. As much as we trust your scientific ascensordon, this seems a vague thing to go on, the cage commented.
It does, Naruto said, hobbling towards the blackboard behind him.
5 years after the death of Pain he was still handicapped. And if you will forgive me, this will demand a lecture to explain. When nobody protested, he took up a chalk and began to draw on the blackboard as he spoke. Simply put, because I suspect nobody would be interested in a deep dive into formal logic or the uncertainty principle, science is not a perfect system. There are holes in our understanding of the world. More importantly, however, than this, science knows that it cannot prove everything. We know that for each new field we come across, we need to develop new postulates and new theories. We will never have one perfect theory that covers everything. The hell's a postulate? The Raikage asked, having leaned back in his seat and folded his arms. Naruto made a conscious effort to not sigh. It's a statement taken as true without evidence. A plus B equals B plus A is a postulate. Adding things together makes the end result the same, no matter in what order you do it. It's not a postulate one can use to develop, for example, metallurgy, however, and for that field we must set up new postulates before we can get to work. Furthermore, even within a single field, the rules that govern it can be widely different. When you come down to the level of the atom, the smallest building block of all chemical elements such as iron, are all combinations of 3 different particles, electrons, neutrons and protons. Protons and neutrons in turn are made up of something called quarks. These are, in turn, called up, down, charm, strange, top, and bottom. You are free to roll your eyes at the names, by the way. As Naruto spoke, he kept drawing on the blackboard, lining up drawings of what he was talking about. What about electrons? Minato asked, leaning forward a little. Compared to the reluctant Raikage, he seemed genuinely interested. Electrons are different, because in the end they are more like a small mote of electrical energy. To make this matter worse, electrons are a particle, yes, but they are a wave at the same time. You may now wonder how that works, and how it can be 2 things at the same time. My answer to that is exactly down at this level of physics. Our understanding of the world breaks down. We enter an entirely new world, and must leave the preconceptions of our world behind. The rules that govern our world do not work there, and as a scientist you accept this. Should we be taking notes? Mei asked with a smile where she sat, her hands clasped. Will this be on the test? Naruto sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He still couldn't deal with that kind of jokes. I am sorry. Please, continue. If you remember anything of this, remember this. Naruto told the gathered cages. Science is not some grand unified theory, and it never will be. It is quite literally impossible to cover every angle even within a single field, with one exception: chakra. Chakra is a perfect system, harmonious, even. In and of itself, it is whole, and it is complete. We are as a species drawn to harmony, so we don't realize just how bizarre this is. There is design here, there is thought, of a kind that even I could only dream of. The Sage of 6 Paths. The new Tsuchikage commented, and Naruto nodded. And where did he come from? I would not have bothered with this question if it hadn't been for the Akatsuki and their leader. Pain had the Rinnegan, he had the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, but looking back on it, was that all? Pain was a brute. His methods were underhanded, sure, but in the end he had none of the grace and understanding needed to weave something this perfect. He was not the sage, he was a rough-hewn copy. Yet he had access to things I've never seen before. From the life support equipment he used while not in combat to the statue in which the Biju would be trapped, it all was too powerful, too much, to have come from someone like him. Are you saying he had a benefactor? Minato asked, and Naruto shook his head. I don't have that kind of evidence. What I have are questions. If something created pain, then where did the Sage of 6 Paths come from? Was he a IRST, perfect version of which pain was a flawed copy? That makes as much sense as anything else here. There is no chance that he was just a genetic aberration? A chance mutation? Naruto responded to Minato's question with a shake of his head. A chakra mutation like this would not come out of nowhere. Not in a system as harmonious as chakra. I went the long way around explaining this because I need to drive home how strange all this is. The sage, pain, the statue, the biju themselves, none of it makes sense. The statue's chemical makeup is unlike anything we've seen before, and after 5 years we still aren't close to understanding it. The biju are creatures of immense power, and I don't see how they could have been casually spawned on their own without any kind of guiding will behind it. Lastly, when Pain died, he told me that, the next time, there would be nothing left. At the time I thought he meant the next time some new conflict arose, but I am not so sure anymore. My current hypothesis is that chakra itself is merely a tool of something much greater, an artificial force created for some inscrutable purpose and disseminated across the world. Whatever spawned Pain will spawn something new. Maybe tomorrow, maybe in 1,000 years, and we will be just as blind to it as we were to Pain. Let's say all this is true. What is your suggestion? The Raikage asks. I wish to request that Uzushiogakure is allowed to undertake a secret project to ascertain the true origin of chakra and to ensure we can handle whatever lies behind it all. It will be a huge project, one where I barely know where we would start. It will take years, maybe decades, and during that time we will not only need to research, but also track down and locate any existing caches of knowledge wherever they are. Furthermore, it all will have to be done in absolute secrecy as we have to presume that whoever we will find behind all this will be keeping an eye on our activities. How much would this cost? Mei inquired, her eyes having narrowed in that way that she did when she was catching on to something. Naruto sighed in response. Hundreds of millions? Billions? I cannot answer. It is not something that I can offer any kind of schedule or budget request for. If it is to succeed, however, we will need guarantees. We cannot progress on this if we are left to the whims of yearly budgets. We'll need time, money and complete freedom. I understand what an ask this is, but it will be necessary. And you are certain there's something afoot here? The Tsuchikage asks. Naruto shook his head. I cannot be. Nobody can. However, I am certain that under our current understanding of chakra, this wouldn't happen on its own. I am also certain that if it happened once, it can happen again. I am equally certain that we were lucky this time around. Finally, I am certain that if we are to understand this, we must delve deeper into chakra itself than we ever have before. The cages fell into discussion among themselves about what he was implying. If his hypothesis was true, it'd be something unlike anything else seen before, something that could make a self-proclaimed god into a tool. Most would recoil from the idea, preferring to dismiss it as probably not, rather than face the grim possibility. More questions followed, and Naruto responded to them as patiently as he could. He would once have been annoyed by it, yet he had long ago learned that while he could change his mind quickly, not everyone could do the same. It frustrated him, but he glanced at Mei for a second, thinking about the life they had built together, and the child that in a few months' time would share that life. He had too much to lose to not keep calm here. Kirigakure will fund this project, Mei said in the end. If there really is something moving in the shadows, we have to find it, no matter what we have to do. Konohagakure will fund it as well. Minato agreed. Even if there is nothing there, recent events have shown that there's much to gain from taking the road less traveled.
As long as any extraordinary discoveries are kept under wraps, Sunagakure will fund the project. The Cage said, if we throw infinite money on this project, I can only imagine the kind of jutsu that can be discovered. We don't need huge discoveries to upset the balance of villages right now.
Will this organization need shinobi? The Tsuchikage followed up the Cage's demand with her question. Considering how tied up chakra knowledge is in the shinobi arts, yes. Naruto admitted, having a hunch what she was getting at. Likely, we will need to travel the entirety of the known world and beyond, and there will be many dangers out there. Dangers and people unwilling to share their secrets. As long as these involved shinobi are picked from outside the villages, Iwagakure will fund it. We can't have traces leading back to us. Naruto grimaced a little. It was a reasonable request. The measures that would have to be taken would not make any involved village popular, especially in this new age of peace, and yet. Find a place to dump renegade shinobi and make them useful, huh? The Raikage smirked, putting his finger on the issue. So what we've got is a secret organization that'll travel wherever it needs and get hold of whatever knowledge it has to get hold of. It'll use renegade shinobi and what it discovers will be kept hidden. Sounds to me like we're creating something like the Akatsuki. If the underworld is going to believe any of this, the leader has to be someone with an alibi explaining why they're turning away from the villages, or it'll be painfully obvious it's just a ploy. If you have a good one, then Kumogakure is in. I may have a candidate in mind, Minato mused slowly, Naruto's stomach dropping when he realized who he was referring to. The mission had been meant to be a simple C-Class 1, if even that. After reports of strange new drugs which affected the user's chakra had started to come in, the elemental nations had immediately begun to investigate the matter. The origins of the drug was a matter for the top shinobi of the villages, but the drug peddlers in the back alleys of the cities were another, and many times these criminals were ignorant of just what they were peddling. This particular one should have made for an easy target for a fresh group of genin, and thus far it had gone great. The investigation had gone off without a hitch. They had tracked him down and started to pursue when he slipped into an abandoned building to try to escape them. Having cornered him on the roof, they were just about to tackle him when the newcomer arrived. Half human and half snake, she had curled around the criminal to squeeze him to death, staring down on the team with almost glowing green, slitted eyes. Her skin was deathly pale bar for the black markings that ran across her face and arms, as were the scales of the lower half of her body. Her hair was a washed out, faint pink and her clothes went in the same saturation, lacking any identifying village marking. She might have been called beautiful, had her eyes not been completely dead and her mannerisms uncanny in their inhumanity as she swayed almost like a cobra.
Team, get behind me. The grizzled Zaku-sensei called out frantically as he stared at her, making his genin fall in behind him almost instinctively.
Tsubaki, the newcomer said, her voice an inhuman hiss. The filth swept out of the gutter to be called a clan. Was this really the best Konoha could muster for their new sensei? UNCI mean S-sensei, who is that? Tsubaki Juro axed behind Zaku, the young boy having his fists up even as he was trembling already. Stand back, Zaku reiterated, feeling how his guts were sinking. He hadn't felt this kind of dread in a long time, but this was bad. This had been meant to be a simple mission, a way to get the squirts behind him a little less wet behind the ears, and yet suddenly the she of all people had crawled out of the darkness. You pretty cheeky to come this close to Konoha, Haruno, he told her with false bravado. I thought you'd have kept yourself to whatever shadows you slithered into. Behind him, Yamanaka Kazuki had fumbled out his seal scroll and frantically pulled it open, the boy trembling like a leaf as his hypersensitive chakra senses no doubt howled like mad at him. That wasn't who Zaku was concerned about, however. It was the third member of his little trio. You, for the first time in as long as anyone in Team 17 they could remember, maybe ever, Namikaze Hikari looked angry, even furious. The snake woman's eyes fell on the young girl, studying her black hair, dark eyes and whisker-like marks on her chins. Her tongue, forked and way too long, slipped out to taste the air. And this is what they trusted the refuse with. She hissed with poorly hidden glee as she let go of the now-dead drug dealer and began to slither in a circle around them. That rampaging animal's offspring, she fixed Juro with her dead eyes for a second before moving over to Kazuki. A Yamanaka, no, a Yamanaka and Hyuga offspring. Oh little boy, you must be choking right now, she crooned the boy, who retched as the snake woman's full attention landed on him. Mercifully, it was only briefly before she turned to Hikari. And what's this? Oh, the hair may be different, but I'd recognize your mother's witless stare anywhere. The Namikaze girl figured out what you do with men. Wonders never cease. She chuckled darkly as Hikari trembled with rage. You were Uncle's apprentice, weren't you? Hikari continued, clenching her staff in her hands hard enough that her knuckles were turning white. Uncle risked everything to keep you alive when he was undercover, and as thanks you stabbed him in the back and ran away. Zip it, Hikari. Zaku snapped. Why did that girl have to be so extra all the damn time? What are you after? He continued, trying to figure out how to get the kids out of here and fast. At the moment, all solutions he could think of involved a brave sacrifice to maybe buy them time. Can a girl not go out for a walk? Sakura asked with mock innocence in her voice, making a little pirouette as she moved around them. But while I'm here, I think I'll have your team, she charged, too fast for any of them to see, and Zaku swore as he unleashed a fan of superpowered air bullets that ripped through most of the roof and sent debris flying. In the next moment though, Sakura was behind him and slapped him into the roof with her tail. Kazuki squealed in terror but managed to move his fingers over the seal scroll to summon a ring of fire around the snake woman. Yet it was all snuffed out when a deafening hiss made the air reverberate. They all dropped where they stood as neither their muscles nor their chakra would obey them all of a sudden. Hikari screamed, trying to force herself up as she stared up at the woman. She'd heard stories about Sakura back when they had visited Uzushiogakure and her uncle before she graduated. Her uncle was a gentle and infinitely patient man who had taken her on a tour of the institute where he worked and had shown her all the amazing things they did there. He had even given her the necklace that she wore now, a small crystal necklace that created a rainbow when you shone a light through it. Even though he walked slowly and with a cane after a bad injury, he had seemed like a magician to her. The whispered stories about his rogue apprentice had confused her. Who would betray a teacher like that? In the end she had axed him straight out, only to regret doing it when she saw how much it hurt for him. She had never seen him so sad before that, and never would again. Her sweet uncle had been heartbroken as he told the story of how he had let down his apprentice, and how she had ended up becoming a missing nin. He had blamed himself for it all, and yet as Hikari stared up at the snake woman above her, it all just sounded like horseshit to her. If this was some perfect apprentice, then she was the sage of 6 paths. So fierce, aren't you? Sakura cooed as she leaned in over Hikari, running a finger along the girl's cheek. Hikari could only groan as she tried to fight against the paralysis. She couldn't move. Sakura's eyes were no longer dead, instead glowing with insane joy as she raised her hand, long, sharpened nails dripping with poison. Keep that spirit. It might make it easier as I carve you open and see what your mother's passenger left in your system. Hikari growled, defiant even as she started to feel the pricking of terror inside of her. It was then that the sharp crack of an explosion rocked the roof. Sakura snapped away from Hikari and turned to the left, hissing that paralyzing hiss again only to have Zaku, who had crawled far enough away to get out of range, plant both feet in her face as he used his air projectors to launch himself straight into her like a living projectile. The snake woman was sent reeling backwards as Zaku landed. Stabbing a kunai into his upper arm to keep himself moving, he lunged for his genin and grabbed them just before smoke bombs exploded all around him. When the smoke faded, he and his genin were all gone. Down in an alleyway further down the street, Zaku landed with a pained grunt, putting the kids down before placing a hand on Hikari and making a seal, dispelling the paralysis before moving on to the others. Up on your feet, squirts, we gotta move, he told them as Kazuki emptied his stomach into a nearby trash can. Doing something potentially foolish, he glanced out of the alleyway and up towards the roof. To his relief, Sakura was still there. However, she was looking straight down along the street towards him, smiling as she gave him a little mock applause before blowing a kiss at him. In the next second, she was gone, and Zaku set off, getting the still terrified genin off their feet. Sometimes you stood your ground, and sometimes you ran like hell. Sakura, meanwhile, landed with the grace of a swallow in flight on another rooftop further away, next to a tunnel. Having left the snake sage form, she was now fully human again, and the smile that came over her face carried, for the first time this evening, actual warmth. That girl really was her mother's daughter, Sakura thought to herself. It was almost uncanny, and yet so comforting. They would be fine in the end, she suddenly felt sure of it. The smile was brief, however, and it had long vanished when the cackle came from the electric pole next to the house. Glancing to the side, she saw the diminutive, wild-haired shape of Kasasagi stand on the pole. His smile was inhumanly wide below the mask that covered the upper half of his face. Oh me oh my. What a tough guy, the puppeteer sing-songed as he pirouetted where he stood. Quite the little show of guile, made himself a projectile. If you can't use garbage for anything else, you can always throw it, Sakura responded airily, sweeping her hair back out of her face. No matter. I got all the time I needed to plant the suggestion in her head. Why leave the others alive? Akashi's growling voice came from the other side, Sakura glancing at the blood nin that stepped out of the shadows. Only needed one to infect Konoha. The armored berserker's pitch-black eyes locked onto Sakura over the demon-faced mask that covered the lower half of his face. Patience, aka Chan. We'll get there in the end, but it's more fun if you drag it out. Sakura waved her hand for them to fall in behind her. Let's move, boys. You can inflate your egos by nitpicking me as we walk. Tricks and fixes, sonorous hisses, Kasasagi vaulted off the pole and landed next to her. Where to next, my tricksy commander? Please do tell, we have earned the candor. Akashi mutely followed suit, his fingers slowly letting go of the blood-red sword he was holding. It slowly warped and softened, turning back into blood which flowed back up into the open wounds along his arms.
We head for Uzushiogakure, Sakura said as the three strode into the tunnel. Phase 1 is complete, and the divine tree will take root before long. When it blooms, we shall reap a harvest like no other. With that, the three high masters of Ouroboros vanished into the darkness from which they had come.
Oh yes, they did. There were many tears and many emotional scenes with the devastated Sakura being comforted by Kimiko. There wasn't really much in the way of apologizing for specifics that happened a long time ago, because neither wanted to drag those things up. Still, both still wanted to be friends, and they've worked towards it. It was all stunningly heartwarming. As for during the epilogue, Kimiko doesn't know exactly what's up, but she trusts Sakura. Did Kushina and Minato ever get better? The rift between Minato and Naruto was fake, sure, but the 3 years of lies and dispute still happened after all. They did, but it was a slog. They both agreed that in the end, the real source of the problem was how the shinobi system demanded these kinda things of people. Still, it hurt, and it was a process. I'd like to say things never quite were the same, a culmination of the issues that began when they gave away Naruto all those years ago to Orochimaru. Things got better, things are good, but not the same. Can you elaborate on Sakura and how her story would have gone from here to finish? Something along the line that this organization Ouroboros becomes a gathering spot for various missing nins in this new age. Having skimmed through the Boruto manga, I was honestly thrilled by the One Piece level nonsense that's going on there, and I figured that'd be what the big story would be around. Imagine that if humanity are like bacteria to the villains of Boruto, then multi-resistant bacteria are still absolutely terrifying. If chakra is meant to be harvested, then the entire harvest being poisoned ruins the whole plan. If I'm being vague, that's because I'd rather not spoil. Later down the line in the story, around the final act, the entirety of the organization would appear in Uzushio, dropping the pretense and stepping in on the side of the villages in the face of this new threat. Everyone would be all shocked at first, but then Naruto comes hobbling out towards them and greets them, and they all bow to him, the true supreme master of Ouroboros. It'd all be very dramatic. Also because this would lead into a lot of funny potential. Hikari comes down the stairs and sees Sakura sitting at the kitchen table. "Ah, scary snake lady. Come and say hi to Auntie Sakura," said Kimiko. WHAAAAAT. I figure an important theme would be Ouroboros becoming a kind of sanctuary to those who didn't fit in the villages. I'd help to break down that missing nins are always omega evil stereotype. Sakura in the end may well have just decided that she's got a family in Ouroboros. Ouroboros is not Akatsuki, and she cares for this little pack of weirdos. Would have Naruto ever figured out a way to get his mojo back to fight future threats, or would the story go the Boruto route of having Sakura be the new hero? Well, the actual heroes would probably be the new generation here. Hikari and company. Naruto's permanently crippled, and he makes peace with it. After all, it means he can't be sent back into the field and he finally, can do some bloody research. But yes, Sakura if anyone would be the focal point. How old is Hikari? At the end there. Probably around 12, the usual genin age. Let us never forget that in this universe child soldiers is normal and cool. Back in chapter 11 when Anko got killed, were the civilians being honest about not knowing that the mission involved a shinobi, or were they lying to save money? Part of the issue is that the average peasant can't be expected to know the intricacies of shinobi rankings or the bingo book. All they knew was that some bandits with a really scary leader had taken over their village, and that's what they told them. That being said, they knew that said bandit captain was really powerful, but all the stories they had said shinobi were more powerful than bandits, so they figured it wouldn't be an issue. What inspired you to write this story? I adopted it from a friend of mine, Heliosian, who came up with the initial concept. The first chapter was his work and I edited it to suit myself. After that I was inspired by all sorts of things, amongst other things a former friend who always seemed to be just on a whole different level intellectually. Which character was especially fun to write? Mei. She was in part introduced because I saw her appear in the latest manga chapters and decided censored it. Naruto goes to Kiri and gets a hot mommy GF. Still though, the more I wrote the more the entire subplot became something I'm happy with. Also, messing with the guy I'd set up to be a stoic badass was the most fun I've ever had. Thanks.